Good morning. Welcome back to another installment of 2021 California Seth Conference. Our first speaker this morning is Richard Gentle. Now, he's based in the UK as well, and he was introduced to Nature of Personal Reality back in 1987. And before that, he spent a good long 9 years studying all kinds of spiritual faiths and traditions and being a seeker, and mostly in the Indian and Tibetan tradition. Now, he investigated topics such as astral projection and reincarnation, healing, and metaphysics. But it wasn't until reading the Seth material that he finally discovered an authenticity and breadth that was truly second to none, a truly profound knowledge. And it was largely, to his surprise, unfiltered by human personal beliefs and cultural values. It was very, very pure. So he began to write about his experiences, and he self-published his first work titled How We Perform Negative Miracles, a very captivating title. And more books followed, actually too many to list here. Richard, he lives his daily life with Seth, ever present in his day-to-day life. Now, his main strength, as he says, is to see the bigger picture rather than to get fixated exclusively on small areas of interest. Now, he has a saying that says, everyone has a piece of the puzzle, no matter their position or status in life. In 2000, Richard worked at Starlab, and there he explored serendipity and other aspects of metaphysics. In 2011, he gave a talk at a Starlab reunion in Barcelona that in 2012 became one of his books, Quantum Mass Superstructures, Creating the World You Experience. Sounds very Sethian to me. Now on social media, you can find him at facebook.com/richardgentle, and then the same for the website, richardgentle.com. And today, Richard will be speaking on Living Seth, Developing Your Own Truth. So we're very excited to have him here. And so let's give him a warm welcome to our etheric, to our virtual stage.
Hello, I'm Richard Gentle, and I'm going to talk about Living Seth, Developing Your Own Truth. This talk is about understanding how beliefs about reality affect the way we view truth and relate to one another. I will look at the nature of personal reality with respect to taking personal responsibility, questioning our beliefs more often, tuning into framework 2, and improving our physical experience through a better understanding of time in our spacious present. I apologise occasionally for referring to notes, but I will be quoting directly from Seth and need to read Seth's words exactly as they were spoken. Some quotes may be removed from their original work's context, but as most of you can appreciate, Seth's words often apply to more than one situation. Lastly, I'd like you to know that I cannot cover every nuance of what I am going to discuss in absolute detail. So my intention is to present you with a flavour of my thinking. Also, my commentary between the quotes is only my beliefs in the present moment. I've divided the content roughly into 7 areas: the problem of accepting self-responsibility, the holding place of physical experience, connectivity, individual and collective beliefs about reality, a false interpretation of physical feedback, the spacious present, linear time in your spacious present, and then I finish with some suggestions. So let's take the first one, the problem of accepting self-responsibility. Well, you can't blame other people anymore, can you, and other things.
Hi, everybody. You know, I'm not a public speaker.
Hello, I'm Richard Gentle, and I'm going to talk about Living Seth, Developing Your Own Truth. This talk is about understanding how beliefs about reality affect the way we view truth and relate to one another. I will look at the nature of personal reality with respect to taking personal responsibility, questioning our beliefs more often, tuning into framework 2, and improving our physical experience through a better understanding of time in our spacious present. I apologise occasionally for referring to notes, but I will be quoting directly from Seth and need to read Seth's words exactly as they were spoken. Some quotes may be removed from their original work's context, but as most of you can appreciate, Seth's words often apply to more than one situation. Lastly, I'd like you to know that I cannot cover every nuance of what I am going to discuss in absolute detail. So my intention is to present you with a flavour of my thinking. Also, my commentary between the quotes is only my beliefs in the present moment. I've divided the content roughly into 7 areas: the problem of accepting self-responsibility, the holding place of physical experience, connectivity, individual and collective beliefs about reality, a false interpretation of physical feedback, the spacious present, linear time in your spacious present, and then I finish with some suggestions. So let's take the first one, the problem of accepting self-responsibility. Well, you can't blame other people anymore, can you, and other things. On a personal responsibility note, Seth says, I want you to realise the responsibility for your life and your environment is your own. If you believe otherwise, then you are limited. Your environment then represents the sum total of knowledge and experience. And this brings us on to accountability. Not only ours, of course, but other people, things and circumstances. From childhood learning experiences, both at home and in formal education, we're often encouraged to look for the origin of our strife in other people and circumstances. For we are trained that with accountability there is cost. And of course we don't want to be the one paying. Seth says, sometimes you blame others, your own background or a previous life, if you accept reincarnation. You may hold God or the devil responsible, or you may simply say, that is life, and accept the negative experience as a necessary portion of your lot. You may finally come to a half understanding of the nature of reality and wail, I believe that I have caused these ill effects, but I find myself unable to reverse them. If this is the case, then regardless of what you have told yourself thus far, you still do not believe that you are the creator of your own experience. As soon as you recognize this fact, you can begin at once to alter those conditions that cause you dismay or dissatisfaction. And of course, as adults, we may build on this in other ways, such as explaining away our lack of understanding or incredulity with conspiracy theories. Someone is making us do something or contriving against us. Seth reassures us to some extent by saying, no one forces you to think in any particular manner. In the past, you may have learned to consider things pessimistically. You may believe that pessimism is more realistic than optimism. The nature of personal reality session. You may even suppose, and many do, that sorrow is ennobling, a sign of deep spiritualism, a mark of apartness, a necessary mental garb of saints and poets. Nothing could be further from the truth. Of course, we also point to external sources to blame when it comes to our personal health, but if you're a Seth follower, then you understand this next statement of Seth's. Any physical ailment is symbolic of an inner reality or statement. Your entire life is a statement in physical terms, written upon time as you understand it. I'm just going to move on now to the holding place of physical experience. We're given a stability of purpose in the physical realm with a sense of linear time and space, albeit a false one. We chose to be present in this realm, and although in the beginning we drifted in and out of it, like constantly dipping our toe in the water, we eventually firmed up our experience to gain more presence and a fuller engagement. Seth says, the race also realizes well the advantages and disadvantages of the physical reality it has adopted. It knows, for example, that there is a tendency to go to extremes. Those within the system know this. Regardless of what you may think of their present performance at any given time, in quotes, it is from this system that the greatest potentials emerge. For having dealt with it, consciousness undergoes one of the severest tests in learning to handle its own energy. The horror and the results of mismanagement and the vulnerability are the teaching methods that each consciousness has accepted before entering your system. There is no way out but to learn or to ruin the entire system. In no other field of reality are the terms so drastic. For this reason, the inner self withholds much of its knowledge. There must be no leaning upon the very basic fact that behind and within the system there is relief. You must believe in the physical reality and accept the vulnerability. So if we look at connectivity and the individual and collective beliefs about reality, relationship with others in this physical environment, having seemingly separated from the comfort of all that is, becomes important to us, and as part of that desire for connection, we adopt views which resonate with who we are, provide us with a sense of belonging, and offer us a sense of stability and security. However, we have to consider some implications of relationship and connection. Seth says, the words you speak to someone else are in certain terms broken down by the listener to basic components and understood at different levels. As if by example, Seth suggests an exercise for us. Now, I want each of you to examine the feeling. Hold the feeling while you listen to me, but remember to hold the feeling, for they are the connections, these feelings, with parallel selves. Often our sense of what is true is a reflection of the majority in our immediate societal structures, regardless of truths agreed upon in historical memory. An example of this might be acceptable behaviour, so something perhaps in the past that would have just been done and accepted. Now, in our lifetime experience, some of those things are no longer acceptable. Sometimes the mass truth of others is not our own, or stops resonating with who we are and the deeper understanding we are developing. But what of questioning the beliefs we hold? How do we root out those which are false or detrimental to our ongoing and individual personal development? Should we adopt the techniques of psychoanalysts and psychologists such as Jung and Freud? Seth says, there is no need to search endlessly into the past of this life or any other for the original causes of beliefs. Making a change in the present or a certain kind will automatically alter the beliefs across the board, so to speak. You will react to your beliefs habitually, often unthinkingly, and in usual ideas of time and in your experience of it. You must allow yourself some time to change that habitual behavior. I often say that remember that a belief is just a thought you keep acting on. Some people have said in the past that a belief is just a thought you keep thinking, but it's not just about thinking, it's actually acting on those thoughts. The physical feedback extension of ourself becomes an absolute for most people. Seth says, as long as you believe your environment to be objective and independent of yourself, then to a large extent you feel powerless to change it, to see beyond it, or to imagine other alternatives that may be less apparent. So let's look at a false interpretation of physical feedback. I call it physical feedback because it is the idea construction made manifest as objective solidity. The mistake we make is to see our physical feedback as something which is outside of ourselves. We focus our attention through the limitations of our physically orientated senses, as we call them, the five senses. The tendency is always to build on what we have already created by default. All well and good if it's something we like. So let's look at the spacious present. Time has almost become a taboo word among Seth followers. We all acknowledge the concept of a timeless universe, but like the past arguments in science over whether light travels in waves or particles, we discover that it can do both without contradiction. The same is true of time in the spacious presence. when you factor in a physically experienced realm. When we first come across Seth's spacious present, we might connect it with his other statement of our point of power being in the present. But what is the present, particularly as it relates to our physical reality experience? Seth actually alludes to the notion that our experience of our present is actually a result of our past focus made manifest. He says, during your life, any event must come through your creaturehood, with the built-in time recognition that is so largely a part of your neurological structure. So usually there is a lag, a lapse in time, during which your beliefs cause material actualization. When you try to change your convictions in order to change your experience, you also have to first stop the momentum that you have already built up, so to speak. You are changing the messages while the body is used to reacting smoothly, unquestioningly to a certain set of beliefs. So we effectively experience our past as our now time. To change this, we must see our future as if it is our present. But usually we take our present and project that forward. I used to think that the spacious present was every moment of now, but it seems that our mass event, humans on Earth experience of the spacious present, is all the duration of time we appear to be experiencing and aware of. You might say that our spacious present spans about 4.543 billion years of physicality. Seth says, in actuality, there is only a spacious present, so spacious that it cannot be explored all at once in your terms, hence your arbitrary division of it into larger rooms of past, present, and future. And he goes on, again, there is only the spacious present. You are in the spacious present now, you are in the spacious present in your yesterday, and you still will be and not have travelled through it in your tomorrow or even in eons of tomorrows. So the present is indeed the point of power, because this is our access to the spacious present. Seth says, in the spacious present, as it exists in actuality beyond shadow, all things that have existed still exist, and all things that shall exist in your tomorrow already do exist. You on your plane cannot experience such reality, except in a very limited manner, and you cannot experience such reality spontaneously. The spontaneity is the quality of the spacious present. To you, with your ideas of camouflage time, this material may sound strange and unbelievable. Seth also tells us that we have a spacious mind. He says, a certain kind of affirmation of self allows the brain to tune into these more spacious methods of perception that are the natural characteristics of the mind. You will not use your spacious mind until you affirm its reality within yourself, and until you are ready to handle the additional data, which will then become consciously available to one extent or another. But the spacious mind operates through your creaturehood. In your terms, it represents latent abilities of consciousness that can be more or less normal functions. And this is why I think Seth tells us to listen, not just to the audible words, but to the language of the inner self with its feelings and symbols. Seth further informs us that the spacious present is much more a vivid reality to those outside of your system. To give you an analogous, albeit three-dimensional example, imagine getting a piece of string and draping it over the arm of a big armchair. So you can see from a distance that the string goes all the way over and you can see both sides. But if you place a small ant at one end of the dangling string and you let it crawl up to the top until it stops in the middle of the string at the top of the arm, let's pretend that the ant knows where it's been and where it is now. It knows nothing of the future path of the string as it disappears over the other side of the arm and out of sight. However, from your broader overview perspective, you can see the ant's past, present, and some probable futures simultaneously. And a good place to begin is to question the information we are receiving through our physical senses. Seth has said humorously in various ways, "Don't believe anything I tell you." This isn't because Seth is lying to us. It's because he appreciates that at every level of awareness, we are influenced by our own filtered beliefs, and a belief is just a thought you keep acting on. Seth says the answers basically are not to be found by listening to me. Although I can help you, the answers are to be found by listening to the inner voice within yourself. Your heartbeat has more to tell you than any philosopher's word if you once listen to them and feel what they say. Seth also makes it clear that he isn't with us as a troubleshooter, but more of a reminder of the resources we have available to us. He says, "My purpose is not to solve your problems for you, but to put you in touch with your own power. My purpose is not to come between you and your own freedom by giving you answers, even to the most tragic of problems. My purpose is to reinforce your own strength, for ultimately the magic of your being is well equipped to help you find fulfillment, understanding, exuberance, and peace." Let's face it, there comes a time when you have to stop running from teacher to teacher and start putting your knowledge and understanding into practice in your daily living. Of course, we sometimes lose momentum or stray from the course, and it's helpful to have a boost from our favourite mentors. Since Seth once said in Personal Session 3, "I know that you can grow tired, however, and that sometimes a gift of energy can be quite a boost. So again, with this, I send my joyful recognition of your existence and energy that you can use to reinforce your own vitality and strength." A further example of Seth's position in relation to teaching us was to say, "Now, I am not trying to tell you what to do. I am trying to release the portion of you that knows playfully what to do." And this is also a recurring theme, that we often try too hard and push against things too hard. And one of the things that we are often told to do is to be more playful, not to worry so much as to outcomes. Anyway, to give us some hope that we are all striving and it's indeed attainable, Seth adds, "My message to the reader will be, basically, you are no more of a physical personality than I am. And in telling you of my reality, I tell you of your own." Seth often asks us to listen, as I've mentioned, but not to his words, to our own inner voice, our true self of framework 2, where we have access to a bigger picture and links to our multidimensional personality and parallel selves. And if you're not familiar with this, think initially in terms of your gut feeling or your intuitive feelings, regardless of mental rationalizing or external physical world stimuli. When I write my own books, I often put ideas together in small, easy to read chunks in a very concise manner, and I'm very careful about the way I write the words, so that as they're read, they create connections in the mind between the words. To repeat Seth once again, the answers basically are not to be found by listening to me, although I can help you. The answers are to be found by listening to the inner voice within yourself. And in saying this, Seth acknowledges that the true depth of his message to us cannot be conveyed in the form of limited verbal language alone. But what he can do is arrange the language we have available to trigger an understanding within each of us, which is why I believe it's important to preserve Seth's quotes as originally given. Sometimes when we reread our Seth materials, we gain new insights, sometimes wondering how we managed to miss something, now so obvious, on our previous occasion of reading that particular chapter. If you remember, there were lots of occasions when, as Seth was communicating through Jane as Rupert, he often used to say that he had communicated with her at other levels, and she herself often said that she'd received information in addition and separate to the information that was being delivered to her classes. And once you begin to see the results of this approach gaining momentum in your own life, you can stop living in reverse. And as you see the results of your changed approach and physical feedback, it's so much easier to attract more of what you are seeing and experiencing in positive feeling ways. I've often found that, if we are looking at the world that we've got around us and not very happy with it, there's a tendency to build on that. And this is why in meditation often people shut their eyes, they shut out the physical stimuli of the world that is there so strongly in front of them. And they actually start to see in their mind's eye something of the world that they want the world to be, as if it already exists now. And once you actually get this into practice and you start creating more of the things that you desire in your life, and you see them actually coming into physical manifestation around you in your environment, you then look at those and think, well, I can build on that. That's really great. I'll have more of that. So rather than worrying about something and drawing something towards you don't want, you're suddenly seeing things that you really like. And it's so much easier once you start to manifest positively to carry on manifesting in that kind of a way. Seth actually puts it this way, because Seth, being as succinct as he is, change your beliefs and you change your material circumstances. And as quoted earlier, there is no need to search endlessly into the past of this life or any other for the original causes of beliefs. Making a change in the present of a certain kind will automatically alter all beliefs across the board, so to speak. You react to your beliefs habitually, often unthinking, and in usual ideas of time and in your experience of it. You must allow yourself some time to change that habitual behavior. So you can see here that he says, that we react to our habitual beliefs, or beliefs habitually, whichever way you like to look at it. And of course, if you're starting to create things that you like, they become your new habitual beliefs. So it gets easier. A friend of mine used to say, if you can't change your situation, change your attitude. Seth says, you cannot stay within a physical condition you consider hopeless and not change it, and expect any kind of creativity or help. You must either accept the situation wholeheartedly or reject it. This is another reason why we are often told that we should take some kind of an action towards our new beliefs, to show that they are starting to actually become our current beliefs, and that they are going to manifest in our reality. So linear time in your spacious present. Seth says, during your life, any event must come through your creaturehood with the built-in time recognition that is so largely a part of your neurological structures. So usually there is a lag, a lapse in time during which your beliefs cause material actualization. When you try to change your convictions in order to change your experience, you also have to first stop the momentum that you have already built up, so to speak. You are changing the messages while the body is used to reacting smoothly, unquestioningly to a certain set of beliefs. He goes on to say, the important lessons have never really appeared in your societies. The most beneficial use of the directed will with great expectations, and that coupled with the knowledge of framework 1 and 2 activities. And as you know, as Seth readers, Seth puts a lot of onus on expectation. In fact, it seems to be one of the strongest things that he suggests for us to get into the habit of. And of course, as mentioned, this knowledge of framework 1 and 2. Just to reiterate, framework 1 is the physical experience that we're experiencing in this sort of way. Framework 2 is the non-physical. And that kind of gives us a lot of access to a lot of other information. Seth slipped in another exercise for us and says, very simply, you want something, you dwell upon it consciously for a while, you consciously imagine it coming to the forefront of probabilities, closer to your actuality. Then you drop it like a pebble into framework 2. Forget about it as much as possible for a fortnight, and do this in a certain rhythm. Now, probabilities is something, again, that Seth really introduced us to in his work. And it's a vast subject, but just to give you an example of this imagining and bringing things to the forefront of probabilities. If you imagine looking out to a created space, imagine looking out into the darkness of space, and you've got various different size shapes and planets. And if you imagine some of them really sort of close up to you, and other ones very far away. So you've got lots of little dots and some of them completely disappearing to the distance. But the things that are most prominent in your thoughts and in your daily activity, these tend to be these larger probability things that are effectively closer to you. They're more in your proximity. And the thoughts that you have that are habitual thoughts, those that we said, tend to have the strongest attraction because you're acting on them all the time in various ways. Imagine those as almost like planet probabilities right in front of you. But that little idea that you might fancy an exotic holiday or a new house to live in, you'll find that possibly that is one of the small dots quite some distance away. But as you focus and you do the meditations, or you spend so much time a day really thinking and imagining that that is your lifestyle, as if you've already got it, imagining yourself maybe on that tropical island, or imagining yourself doing things around that house, the probability is brought closer to you. And with persistence, that probability becomes more and more solidified in your experience. But this idea of dropping it into framework too, Seth often says that we should have, a nonchalant attitude towards our creating and not to over worry about things. I liken it to, ordering something online. And when you order something online, you basically choose what you want, and you send off for it, and then you forget about it. And all you're thinking then is, you have the expectancy that it's just going to turn up in the mail and be delivered. What you don't do is ring up the supplier and start saying, well, I think that this thing I've ordered has to come via this route, and I want a particular driver to actually deliver it. Because what effectively happens is that your order was taken off the shelf and put in the van, but unfortunately that van's going on a different route. So out of the van, your order comes back on the shelf, and the next day it's the wrong driver. And you can see that this sort of interference really gets in the way. So the idea is to drop things into framework too. Just forget it. You know that the work is going to be done, so you can actually get on with something else. Anyway, that's just a little aside. And as we change, so does everything around us, for it has to. Seth actually said to Rob and Jane, "You and Rupert have changed since our sessions began. I have also changed. Because I have changed, you have changed. And because you have changed, I have changed. And each new encounter continually changes, yet in a way that has to do with developments, not single line continuity." And this is another thing, you see, what you've got there is initially you're thinking in terms of a sort of linear timeline, but Seth says very clearly here, it isn't a single line of continuity. This is the whole point of the spacious present. This is where everything is evolving and affecting everything else. This is why we have connection to absolutely everything in the whole universe, whether it, even at an atomic level. So that's what he's really saying, that it's like that small cog in a clock, a mechanical clock. It just turns a little bit and everything else moves very, very slightly. And with an understanding of the way our feeling tones colour the output of our language towards others, coupled with one another's filters in between, we can begin to see why we often observe those in physical reality as being almost equally divided in opinion on every subject known. Now I bring this up now because we've also got our own creating of our own reality. but we also have these sort of mass event realities as well, things that resonate with us, things that we kind of tune into as part of our own being. But over the last 15 or 20 years, you've probably noticed that when anybody says anything about anything at all, you get a very equal division of somebody saying they agree with one side and somebody agreeing with the other side. And this has really kind of caused us in physical reality quite a fragmentation in societies. It's made it quite difficult for us to really get things done in a way where we all feel an element of consensus from a physical point of view. So even to give you an example, you know, like in the UK, we've had Brexit leaving the European Union, and that vote was very, very close. I mean, it was to within about 4%. So it was almost a 50-50 split. And this is what's happening to us. Anyway, here's a few suggestions. Before you speak or post on social media, ask yourself, how could my words be received and interpreted? I remember when I was working, I used to be quite careful when I sent emails or text to people, because I used to think to myself, if I was to read this in a different tone of voice, does it still come across in the way that I actually want it to come across? Could it be misinterpreted? Could someone actually take offense or not take me seriously? So I would read it in two different ways. A way that was sort of almost like joking and jovial, and another way that sounded a bit critical, and then adjust it accordingly. Seth says as well, because you know we do tend to beat ourselves up a little bit over these things. Seth says, self-disapproval is always detrimental, so it does not help, as you know, to become angry at yourself. These negative beliefs are the beliefs you are trying to combat as well. Therefore, do not be angry with yourself when you fall susceptible to beliefs that are so paramount in your world. Be thankful that you can recognize them. I think it's very important that we start to try and recognize our beliefs, and it's something that Seth always talks about. Seth also says that really all our work really is mental and psychic, and that's where we can do a lot to help ourselves. So I would say question more often. Question what you read, watch or hear, and what other people tell you. Observe the world around you and notice any anomalies that do not make sense. And I've noticed actually there are things in our physical world that suddenly don't make any sense. I think one of the greatest things that actually doesn't make any sense is water. I mean, if you think about all the properties of water, you know, and I think anything that you sort of notice, you might just be walking down the street or something and notice something and you kind of think, hang on a minute, that doesn't seem quite right. Begin to think of the world too as cooperative rather than competitive. We've all kind of grown up with this idea, particularly in the Western world, that everything's a race, everything's about competing. It's that kind of almost, you know, attributed to a Darwinian approach to life, looking at nature and saying, well, it's survival of the fittest, and these animals and these organisms, they battle each other for the strongest, and you know that they breed out to the strongest animal. But actually, when you look at nature, it isn't really competitive in the way that you might think it is. It's actually very cooperative, and also everything in nature knows what's going on. It knows its place. It knows that it may be giving itself to something else for the betterment of the whole. So it's not really thinking in terms of competition, and it's not putting those human belief filters and emotions that we carry on the things that are going on. And also Seth says that no material object of any kind is formed without the cooperation and without the inner consent of the atoms and molecules that compose it. Form is not thrust upon matter. I have an interesting story about this as well, because I read a couple of books several years ago, and they were written by a chap called Kyriakos Markides, and he was observing a spiritual healer based in Greece. And the first book was called The Magus of Strovolos, and the second book was called Homage to the Sun. And I was particularly struck by something that he witnessed with the Magus in Homage to the Sun. And the Magus did a lot of healing, and but he also was quite experimental, and he had the ability to push his consciousness into other areas. And one of the things he wanted to try, just for fun really, was to see if he could turn a bit of lead into gold. Now, before you all start laughing, because it's so apocryphal to talk about turning lead into gold, and has lots of symbolism that people attach to it as well, so that they say, well, it wasn't really turning it into gold, that was symbolic of something. But the interesting thing was that the Magus had a go at turning some lead into gold, and he described it as so. He said, I projected my consciousness into the gold, and I looked at the way it was all held together, its molecular construction. And I did the same with the lead, and I noticed that there was quite close similarities. So then I decided to see if I could change the structure of the lead in that conscious state to match what I'd seen in the gold. And he said, indeed, the lead did turn to gold, but he said too, it didn't really last very long. It didn't stay as gold. Now, at the time, he didn't know why, and Kyriakos didn't suggest anything. But I think it comes down to, again, what Seth said. And I used to say, it's because the lead knows what it is, and it knows it's not gold. And Seth says here, no material object of any kind is formed without the cooperation and without the inner consent of the atoms and molecules that compose it. Form is not thrust upon matter. So I thought, well, you know, all these years later, Seth has pretty much answered that question. I think I've kind of come to the end of my talk time, and I hope that it's sort of resonated with a few of you. And I'm hoping that I may be able to answer a few of your questions. I don't know everything, so I'll be honest if I don't know an answer. But I'm the sort of person that will have a good stab at it in the context of my experience of the Seth material. So thank you very much.
And good morning, everybody. We are here live with Richard Gentle coming in from the UK. And we're very excited to kick off this live Q&A section. And now I'm going to hand it over to Lilia because she has some really lovely questions for Richard. So go ahead.
Thank you so much, Tom. So we'll kick it off with a question from Regina Joyce Clark, who is saying, about your description of dropping things into framework 2 and then forgetting about them, which is lovely. I've read that, but also read Seth's recommendations that we visualize what we desire for 15 minutes a day. So what is the difference here?
Well, thanks for that question, Regina. It's a very good question. And I think one of the things is that when we are thinking about what we want, we're tending to miss actually having it. So if we carry on thinking about it too much, we start focusing on the lack of having it rather than the fact that we have actually got it. And the idea of dropping something into this little pond in framework 2 is that we've already done the work. We already know what we want. So, you know, stop holding on to it. We have to let go. As I said in my talk, I kind of liken it to this idea of ordering something online. You know, you look through all the things that you want and you place your order and then you just wait for it to turn up. What you don't do is you don't ring up the supplier and say, I want Fred to deliver this a particular route. And it's got to actually be delivered on a certain day. And unless that's possible, the order goes back in on the shelf. So whilst your orders come out of the warehouse and gone into the van, suddenly it's got the wrong driver. So out it comes back into the warehouse again. So this is the idea of dropping something into that pond and just letting go of it, so you're not holding on to it. But obviously we do have to do a certain amount of work in our time-based reality of actually focusing on the sort of thing that we would actually like to have. So we build an impression, we feel it in our mind's eye, we imagine having what we want and living it as if we've already got it. But we don't want to hang on to it any further, we want to let go. And Seth suggests, I think, doing this every couple of weeks, really do your focus, then forget about it, and then perhaps in 2 weeks' time, if nothing's really come to the fore, just have another go at it. But it's important to surrender. A lot of the philosophers, including Seth, talk about letting go, surrendering, not holding on to things. So hopefully that helps to answer your question.
Thank you. Pam Benson writes, I have days when I'm feeling really, really good. And then what seems to happen is that the wheels fall off the bus. It all breaks down. And I'm left thinking, I attracted this somehow. But how? It seems to me like the opposite of what I'm feeling. What's going on here?
I think sometimes it can be very easy to get confused about in our own thinking. And also we do tend to worry, and we're always looking out for things. So there's a similarity here with the first question in a way.
Yes.
And so there are all sorts of things going off in our lives and all sorts of probable events. And as has been said by one or two in this conference, the probability of something occurring perhaps more than another probability, it all happens, at a very individual level. So things that perhaps are your feeling tone, your general feeling tone of who you are. So regardless of whether you're feeling upbeat or downbeat, over time, we have to use those terms because that's the life that we're sort of experiencing. We have a development of what our sort of level is, how we feel constantly, consistently. So even if I've had a really great day or a really bad day, overall, my great days and bad days are fairly, they kind of reach a certain level. So that's my point of attraction, really, at that level. So if you are practiced perhaps in spending more time worrying about things, and perhaps things aren't going too well for you quite a bit of the time, those little times that you dip into the better feeling, perhaps they're not being consistent enough. So it's always very good to try and reach for those feelings that make you feel good, to actually try and turn towards those things that you want, and just have a moment of actually experiencing them in your mind's eye, but a little bit more often perhaps.
Now going sort of to the broader level here of society, you talked about developing your own truth. But isn't developing your own truth the problem these days? It seems everyone is insisting that they have the truth, that their perspective is what counts. Isn't that the source of our conflicts as a society?
I think one of the things about that really is that, yes, certainly develop your own truth, but do you have to impose your truth on other people? And I think that's when you start getting the conflict. So it's fair that we should all have our own beliefs and our own feelings about things, but before we actually make a judgment on other people based on our beliefs about what we think is true, it's better to sort of just take that nonchalant attitude again that Seth often says, don't get too heated by the things that you see. And also don't forget, you create the reality that you're experiencing. So you have a part to play in what you're perceiving coming at you as being the right or the wrong or whatever. So from that, you do develop your idea of truth, but you can't really say that anybody particularly has the only truth. And because of that, we've got to be careful about judging everybody else. It's true that we often want to be involved in something. We might feel very strongly about a certain thing, and there's nothing wrong in the world that we're experiencing. That may be something that you actually get a certain joy out of, maybe protesting against something or standing up for something or saving something. So there's nothing wrong in you doing that. But when you actually try to impose that on everybody else, I think that's where you run into problems.
Definitely. Sort of related here, perhaps to the other ones, the issue of trying too hard and striving, and really having that sort of be the feeling tone for how you engage. How does this hold us back and sabotage us? And then what is the antidote? Because there's so much aspiration.
I think, again, the main difficulty is when you really want something, you're actually focusing on the fact that you don't have it. And all the imagination and vibration and everything about your personality and your feeling tones, rather than actually living as if you've already got something, you're sort of looking around you and saying, well, it ain't there. I can see, I live in reality. What I'm wanting isn't there, and the chances of me getting it. So you start putting up other barriers, because the more you overthink it, the more you come up with other reasons why you probably can't have something. And let's face it, most of us can look around and say, well, the odds are stacked against us from the position we're in. But that's not really how it works. So actually not focusing too much and letting go is a good thing, because it allows the work to be done in the background. So it is actually quite good. Focus with great intensity, and focus. Seth often says, focus with intensity, but don't worry as to the outcome. You've done the imagining. Just let the universe now get on with it. Don't keep putting your two penneth in. So again, that's surrender, let go. Very often, I've had times where I've had protracted times of things not working for years. And it gets to a point, because you tend to worry about the repercussions of you not coping in a certain situation. Finances is a big one for a lot of people. Indeed. And certainly it was something that affected me for many years. And in the end, I realized that I just couldn't control what was going to happen. And I basically threw my hands up in the air and said, forget it. I can't. If something's going to happen, it'll just have to happen, because I've thought of everything I can think of to change this situation, and I can't do it. So I'm letting go. And one of the things I've noticed is that when you reach that point, you genuinely have to let go. You can't just sort of pretend and think, I'll let go, and maybe, I'll think about it again tomorrow. You really have to give up. And it's tied in with a bit of a leap of faith. And it's also tied in with a lot of the things that Seth will often talk about as being the stuff that actually is the hidden bit. It's the bit that's between everything else. It's the feeling that you have that you can't explain. And when you actually attain these changes in any area of your life, you know what it is and you know what it feels like, but you can't actually describe it to anybody. Words fail you. And I think they call it a quail experience. I think it's Italian, which means that you have to have the experience to understand it. So in a way, as a man, I could say, oh yes, I can imagine what it might be like to give birth to a child. But unless I'm actually the person giving birth to the child, I can't really be certain that I've actually really experienced what that feels like, because I'm empathizing, but I'm not doing it. So hopefully that answers a bit.
Definitely. So for you personally, Richard, also, just as you've been working with the Seth material for quite a long time, And you talked a little bit about the financial challenges as a particular example, but has there been a challenge for you personally that really stands out, that you really found, this is the turning point for me? This is when I really I got to live Seth. This is when it clicked. Could you share a little bit about that?
I think there's been quite a few, and certainly the biggest one has been that financial one.
Yeah.
But I think there have been other ones where I found that often when I'm driving is when I'm most receptive to creating my reality experiences, because I'm occupied and concentrating, but I'm not really concentrating. So, I've let go of a part of me, and I can be driving along and think maybe that somebody might turn out in front of me a bit further on and impede my path. And within seconds, somebody will go and turn out with me. It's almost like I get instant materialization when I'm driving. And I spent a lot of time experimenting with that, so that I wasn't bothered if anybody turned out in front of me, or I wasn't bothered if I came across somebody who was going slower than the speed limit we're allowed to go. And very often when I actually then thought, if I consciously think that I'm not bothered, it doesn't matter, I'm not going anywhere, I'm not in a rush, 9 times out of 10, that person in front of me will actually turn off at the very next junction. It's quite amazing, really. That sort of thing happens. But certainly with the financial thing, it was quite a big thing for me, because I had so many years, almost 30 years of struggling, and just in the end decided that there was nothing else I could do, and there was a sort of letting go moment, and suddenly everything turned around. I did do 1 or 2 other little practices as well. I put a few other things in place, and gradually I found that now, instead of waking up on a morning and thinking, how could I afford to run the car, or how could I afford to pay a rent, or whatever, the question suddenly changed to what do you want to do with your life? Where do you want to go? What do you want to do? And it was a very different question from that one, how can I earn enough money this week to do something at the end of the month? And that doesn't happen anymore. So I'm not a rich person. I'm not one of these people who has gone from rags to riches, and there's one of those millionaires that we often meet in this sort of work. But I can say that it doesn't worry me in the slightest anymore, and it's something I don't even have to think about, which is very, very strange, coming from worrying where you're thinking about it every waking moment to almost overnight not even having to think about it at all. And that's the feeling that you will get when something changes, and that's really what Seth and the material has really helped me with, because I really started to see things differently. I've put my focus in different places, and I've stopped worrying. I've been more relaxed with myself, more gentle with myself, as my namesake. And I think it really has worked, and I think that I would attribute to a lot of the understanding of the Seth material.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Richard. I think we have come upon sort of the end of our time, but it's just been delightful to hear you share about a beautiful practice in the car while you're driving. It can be that simple and that specific, or it can be very broad and asking those big questions. What do I want to do with my life now? Thank you so much for your sharings.
Yeah, and thank you as well for letting me speak at the conference.
Very good.
Thank you.
Welcome back. It is time to bring our next speaker up onto our virtual stage, and our next speaker is Laura Shanley. Now, Laura is an author, a speaker, and a childbirth consultant. She is recognized as a leading voice in the natural birth movement. Laura is also an avid Seth reader since 1977. She began her childbirth experience using Seth-inspired practices, and her experience in natural birthing is frequently sought by television and movie production companies, and she has been featured in many of the major media, including ABC News, 2020, The Doctors, BBC, Disney, The New York Times, Reuters, and The Washington Post. Now, Laura has read everything in the large body known as the Seth material, including all the Seth books and all the Jane Roberts books as well. And she continues to be delighted and fascinated by the material, as many of us are. Now, Laura is humorous, refreshing as a speaker, and always looks forward to sharing and connecting with like-minded individuals. So I remember in 2014 I saw her speak at our conference, and I have to say her talk was truly electrifying because she brought a practical approach to the material and shared with us how she related it into her everyday life, including a childbirth. So today Laura will be speaking on My Magical Life, 44 Years of Seth Applied. So we really look forward to her talk this year. So let's welcome her to our virtual tour etheric stage.
Hi, my name is Laura Shanley, and the title of my talk is My Magical Life, 44 Years of Seth Applied. So since discovering Seth in 1977, I've had many fascinating experiences and synchronicities, and applied these concepts to all aspects of my life. So some more successfully than others. But I'm going to tell you about some of the more interesting ways I've applied these ideas. A few years ago, my husband and I went to New York. We like to go every so often to see Broadway shows. And my husband said to me, is there anybody here in New York that you want to see while you're here? So instantly I thought of Rick Stack, who some of you are familiar with. He's been writing and speaking about Seth for many years, and he was one of Jane Roberts' students, and he was one of the New York boys that she called them. So every time I've gone to New York over the years, I've always thought it would be wonderful to meet him, and especially now because I had just finished taking his online class. And so I thought, well, gee, I would really like to meet Rick, but if I call, I don't know his number. I would have to just email him and say, hi, I'm one of your students and I'd love to meet you. And I really didn't feel like dealing with rejection or like, well, yeah, that's nice, but no, thank you. So I decided, okay, well, yeah, I've always wanted to meet him, but maybe it's just not going to happen. So a few days later, we're in New York and we are shopping, and suddenly we realize that it's later than we thought and we have to get to a Broadway show. So we run out the door of this store and we try to get a cab. Can't get a cab. So we just start running, and I'm following my husband through the streets. I don't even know why he's going the way he's going, but he's going left and right and just wherever there aren't a lot of people or a lot of cars. And so I'm following him, we're running, and suddenly I look in front of me and there is Rick Stack. I'm face to face with Rick Stack. And what's interesting is that I knew his face really well because I had just taken his class, and most of the time I couldn't go to the class live. I had other things going on, so I would have to watch a recording. So I'd have to go to his site and I would go to his picture and click on his picture to get into the class. And then I'd watch a little bit and I'd go do something else, and then I'd come back and I would be logged out. So I'd have to click on his picture again, log back in, and then I could watch some more. And it happened over and over again to the point where it was driving me crazy. There's that damn picture. Why can't I just stay logged in? And I almost wrote to him and said, can you make it so that you're not logging me out, so quickly? But anyhow, what it did do in a way was it just cemented the image of him in my mind. It was almost like a vision board. So when I saw that face in front of me in the middle of a New York street, I knew it because I had seen it so many times. So I just said, Rick, hi, it's Laura Shanley. I just finished taking your class. And so he reached out and we hugged each other, and he said, I've got to run. I've got to get to my Tuesday night class. Great meeting you. And we went our separate ways. And then when I got home, I had a dream that in the dream I was saying, this changed my life, because if I can meet the one person in New York out of 8.5 million people, if I can run into the one person that I wanted to meet, then I can do anything. So that was a really fun synchronicity. Here's another one. So I was in Boulder. I lived in Boulder for about 35 years. And one day I was walking my dog around the park, and my dog got interested in another dog, and they're sniffing each other. And so I started to talk to the woman who had the dog and said, what kind of dog was he? And she told me, and I just didn't recognize the breed. And she said, I got him in upstate New York. And I said, I have family in upstate New York. My family had moved out to Colorado when I was 5, but most of the family stayed back there. And so she said, I have family in upstate New York. So I said, my family is in the Lake George area. And she said, my family's in the Lake George area. And I said, mine has an island. My family bought an island in 1950. And it's been in the family ever since. And so she said, my family has an island near Bolton Landing. And then she looks at me and she says, who are you? And I told her who I was and who my parents were and my grandparents. And she said, I'm your cousin. Our grandfathers are brothers. And she had left New York years ago. Her family still lived back there, but her grandfather was the oldest of 9, and my grandfather was the second oldest. And the 9 of them had bought this island back in 1950 for $37,000. And it was an artists and writers colony. And this was like the summer home for this artists and writers colony. And it was 100 years old. And my grandfather got what was called the playhouse and half of one of the bridges. On the bridges, you can sleep. There's apartments up there. And so my grandfather took half of one of the bridges, and her grandfather took the other half of that same bridge. So I did remember maybe when I was, like 4 or 5, seeing her. And when she told me her name, I hadn't seen her since then, hadn't had any contact with her. So, and we have been friends ever since. Another interesting thing about that island is that when I looked into the history of it, I discovered that it was originally owned by Katrina Trask. And Katrina Trask was a writer and a mystic, and she lived in Saratoga Springs, which is maybe 45 minutes from Lake George. And some of you might remember Saratoga Springs because that's where Jane Roberts was born. And when Jane was young, she used to go to a writer's colony called Yaddo. And eventually she submitted some of her work there, and she talked about, I think it was in The God of Jane, she talked about sitting on the steps of Yaddo. And so when I was doing the research, I found that the island that my family had bought was the summer home for Yaddo. Katrina Trask is the woman who started Yaddo. And she had had a vision to go to Lake George and buy an island, and she bought these 3 islands, and her vision was to connect them with bridges. And then eventually it ended up in my family. So just so many interesting connections. This next story is another synchronicity. This happened, I think, about 2 years ago when my daughter Michelle decided she wanted to go to Ancestry.com and just see if she could find out more about our ancestry, which I pretty much know with me that my family was Jewish on both sides, but with my ex-husband, we weren't too sure. We thought English and Scottish, maybe Irish. But anyhow, she did her DNA, and no big surprises really. But I decided, well, I'm going to do mine too, just out of curiosity, and even fewer surprises, 100% Eastern European Jew. So, but one thing that happened was that somebody sent us a message, and it said, I was adopted and I have been looking for my father for 30 years. Can you help me? I don't know anything about him other than he lived for a while in Sandusky, Ohio. So, but it shows that you are my second cousin. So I talked to my family, and my sister said, do not help this woman. Like she is probably, she's an illegitimate child. The father may not know about her, and it could wreak havoc on his marriage. But I felt for this woman. Her birth mother, she had eventually found, but she had died, and her actual adopted mother had died in a car accident, and so and her father had died also. So she really wanted to find her real father. So I decided I would help her. So all that we knew really was that she had matched up on my mother's side of the family. And she thought that her mother had said, I think the last name was Squires. Well, my mother's family is Swire. So I thought, okay, it must be, your father must be one of my mother's 15 first cousins. But the problem is, how do I go to any of them? First of all, I'm not in touch with any of them. Secondly, how do I go to one of them and say, this might be your daughter? This is awkward. As my sister said, this would be really awkward, if not damaging. The other option is that I could maybe go to one of their children and approach them about it. But I thought, well, I'll just see what I can do. So instantly I thought, okay, there's 16 of them, and I think only 5 of the cousins, or my mother's cousins, were men. So we were able to narrow it down to those 5. So, but I thought, okay, I'm not in touch with them. And the only person I'm in touch with, the only one of my second cousins that I'm in touch with, because everybody lives back east and I'm in Colorado, and the only one of my second cousins that I'm in touch with is my cousin Cynthia. And she was the one that I met when I was walking around the lake. So I went to Cynthia and I said, did your dad ever live, this is kind of odd, but I want to talk to you about it. Here's this person that approached me. She's adopted, been looking for her father for 30 years. Was your dad ever in Sandusky, Ohio? So she said, not that I know of. He's never said anything to me about that. And I asked my mother, I said, did any of your cousins ever live there? And she said, I think everybody stayed back east for the most part. So, and the other problem was that Cynthia was really estranged from her family, and she only talked to her dad a few times a year. So, but she said, well, maybe next time he calls, I will ask him. So, a few months later, and the 3 of us started communicating after that. And then a few months later, Cynthia's dad called her, and she decided she was going to ask him about his life. And she said, I know you were in the Navy, but what did you do when you got out of the Navy? And he said, well, I moved to Sandusky, Ohio for a little bit, and that was it. She decided to tell him that this woman had approached us, and gave information. She had given us information about her mother, her birth mother, and Cynthia's dad said, yes, I was involved with her, and she never told me that she was pregnant, and I moved away, and we never had contact again. And so meanwhile, Cynthia was an only child, and so they ended up to be sisters, and they did end up doing their DNA. Cynthia did her DNA just for verification, and they said, yes, they're sisters. And they have been then in communication and talking on the phone ever since. So it was a wonderful experience. And what was interesting too is that Betsy, my cousin, then she was a writer, and she lived in Pennsylvania. But while all this was going on, actually, I think it was maybe a few days after they discovered that she really was Cynthia's sister, she had planned to go to a writers' conference in Colorado. And so the three of us decided to get together. And at that point, we knew that they were sisters, and we got together. And Betsy brought all her pictures, and her son actually looked quite a bit like their father. And she did actually get in touch with her dad, and they never really did form much of a relationship. He's since died, but she and Cynthia did become very close. One of the first areas of my life that I applied Seth's concepts to were my births. So I had discovered Seth in 1977, and actually, I think it was a few months later that I got pregnant. And I had never really wanted to have kids because it just terrified me. I was frightened of doctors, and I had always heard horrible things about, birth is the worst thing you'll ever go through, and it's painful, it's dangerous. But here I had the Seth material, and I thought, well, what if I believed that birth could be easy and painless, or relatively painless? Why should the very thing that ensures the continuation of the race be the worst thing you ever go through? And I started reading, and one of the books that I read was called Spiritual Midwifery by Ina May Gaskin. And I loved the birth stories in there, because a lot of these women were having really easy births, and they were having them on this farm, and they had midwives. But one woman talked about how with her first birth, her first labor, she felt contractions, but she felt like she was in an altered state of consciousness. With her second birth, she didn't feel any contractions. All she felt was the altered state of consciousness, and then the baby was born, and the midwife barely made it there in time. So I decided that's the kind of birth I'm going to have. So soon after I got pregnant, my husband and I, he was also reading the Seth material, and he was really on board with this. Like, okay, we are going to create these births that are easy and gentle, and we'll just do it ourselves, because if we bring in anybody, we're going to have to explain this to them. And so I got pregnant, and I had a very easy pregnancy. I threw up one day, and I thought, okay, well, why am I throwing up? Food is supposed to go in and come out. It's not supposed to come back up. What kind of sense does that make? I questioned everything that I had been told, that society tells you about pregnancy and birth. So, and I thought, I'm not afraid of the birth. Why am I rejecting my food? Why am I having this feeling? And I realized I was afraid of motherhood. So I began saying belief suggestions, that I wasn't afraid to be a mother, that I knew I was going to be a good mother, and I never threw up again with any of my pregnancies. Never had any symptoms of pregnancy, that so-called symptoms. I just loved being pregnant. I never got prenatal care. I just ate what I wanted, and I got exercise, fresh air. I worked on my dreams. I practiced giving birth in dreams. In the beginning of my pregnancy, I was dreaming that I was in a hospital surrounded by my father, a physician, who you can imagine how he felt about this. I was surrounded by my father and other doctors, and I was in pain. By the end of my pregnancy, I was dreaming that I was giving birth at home, and it was easy and gentle and wonderful. So when I went into labor with him, we had a filmmaker there who was interested in making a film about us. So we called him, and he came over, and we had a friend staying with us, and so he was there. And then my ex-boyfriend was interested, and his new boyfriend, and they just had been fascinated by what we had been telling them about the Seth material and about birth and what we believed it could be. And so they came. And so it was me and 5 men, which is pretty unusual. But so I did feel the contractions. I did feel some pain, which I was thinking I was going to go into this altered state of consciousness and not feel any pain, and the baby was going to pop out. I did feel some pain, but it wasn't anything that I couldn't handle. And so I was in the bathroom, sitting on the toilet, which was like the most comfortable place for me to be, and which a lot of women say in labor, it's a really comfortable place to be. And we were actually using a Ouija board at the time. So I'm sitting on the toilet, we're using a Ouija board, and suddenly my water breaks, and I feel the baby's face down there. So I think, okay, baby's coming. And I didn't say anything to anybody that the baby was coming, but the filmmaker backed up to let me through, and I got over to the bed, and I was on my hands and knees about to turn over, and I heard a voice, an inner voice, say, "Don't turn over." I had planned on just giving birth on my back because I thought that's how babies were born. But there was no denying this voice that was saying, "Don't turn over." So I was on my hands and knees, and my baby literally came flying out of me. And there was none of this pushing and panting and struggling and "you can do it" and "count to 10" and any of that. I didn't time contractions. I didn't check dilation. I just trusted that the same consciousness that knew how to take an egg and a sperm and turn it into a human being could get that human being out of my body if I just allowed it to happen. If I could just grasp the concept of what it means to basically do nothing. I didn't have to figure out how to grow fingers and toes, so I didn't feel like I had to figure out how to birth this baby. I just needed to move out of the way and let it happen. So that's what I did. So my husband caught him in midair, and meanwhile the cameraman is standing there. He had turned off the camera to let me through to the bed, and so it's not on film. But it was just a wonderful experience. And so with my second baby, I decided, this was 2 years later, and I thought, okay, I'm just going to give birth on my hands and knees because that had worked so well. And once again, I had a wonderful pregnancy, no vomiting. And but one night I had a dream, and I was watching a woman giving birth, and she was standing up over this little plastic baby bathtub, and she was catching the baby herself. And I heard a voice say to me, "Tell her to remember not to do too much." That, as I said, it's not a matter of learning how to breathe correctly or push correctly. It really is a matter of not doing anything and just allowing it to happen, just like you allow yourself to go to sleep, or you have sex and you're not reading a manual, you're just feeling your way through it, and you do what feels right. And so in the dream, the woman catches the baby herself as she's standing, and I thought, that's how I'm going to have this baby. So I went into labor one morning with him, and I was feeling some pain, and I decided to take a shower, and then I was walking across the room, and my water broke. And after that, I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel any pain. And so I reached my hand inside myself. I could feel my muscles going like this. So I knew that I was having contractions, but I wasn't in any pain. So I took out my little plastic baby bathtub, because with my first birth, right after my water bag broke, the baby came out. So I thought, okay, baby's coming. So I took out the little plastic baby bathtub and I stood over it and a foot popped out. Now, I had not been expecting a foot to come out. And actually my friend, one of my friends who had been at my first birth, my boyfriend's boyfriend, former boyfriend's boyfriend, had said during that pregnancy, he said, I had a dream, but I saw the baby inside you standing right side up. But I thought, well, maybe that's symbolic of something else. So anyhow, here I am with this foot hanging out of me. And he's like pointing his toes, like he's testing the water, wiggling his foot around. And my 2-year-old is pointing and says, what's that? And I said, that's the baby's foot. And my husband says, what should we do? You know, should I call an ambulance? What do you want to do? And I thought, no, I trusted that I was fine. I know most people freak out at breech births, but I felt like I feel like my body knows what it's doing. So basically, I wasn't in any pain, so it was really pretty easy. So I just said my belief suggestions. I said, I believe I have inner help. I believe I trust my body. I trust my baby. And within a few minutes, like his foot got lower, a little bit lower and lower, and then his other foot popped out. And then I just gave one push-pull and guided him out. And he was great. He was fine. I'll talk about one more birth. And with that second birth, 12 years later, when I wrote my book, I wrote a book called Unassisted Childbirth. And I put up a website, unassistedchildbirth.com. And when I was writing my book, I came across a passage from a doctor who eventually asked if he could write the introduction to my book, Michelle O'Dant, and I said yes. And in this book, he said that breech babies can be born vaginally, but there's 2 key things to keep in mind. Keep the woman in a standing squat or upright position and do absolutely nothing to interfere if at all possible. And this is what I felt had been the message of the dream. Stand and don't do anything. So I felt like I could have had a dream that showed me I was having a breech baby, but that would have frightened me because there is a lot of fear around breech births. People don't understand it and they're afraid of it. And so, but I didn't. I had a dream that showed me what to do. And so that was just a fantastic experience. This last birth that I'll tell you about was my daughter. I had decided, my daughter Joy, I had decided that, you know what, if my husband's there, fine. But if he's not, I'll just do it myself. And actually, with my second baby, I didn't realize it, but he really wasn't in the room at the time that the baby came out. I didn't know it until I was writing my book. And I said to him, asked him a question about the birth, and he was like, I don't know, I wasn't there. He had gone into the other room. But I was so within myself that I didn't realize he wasn't there. So with this one, I thought, okay, if he's there, he's there. If he's not, he's not. And as it turned out, I went into labor with her and he wasn't there. He was at the library. And so my other 2 kids were sleeping. And once again, I took out my little plastic baby bathtub. This time I got down, I sort of straddled it. I got down on one knee and one foot. And my water bag hadn't broken. But I looked down, but I felt her coming. And I looked down and I saw her face through the water bag. It hadn't popped yet. And so I could see her looking at me through the water. And we just looked at each other. And you talk about a connection, you know, spectacular. And we looked at each other. And then my water broke and she slid into my hands. And I remember feeling like this is the most beautiful gift I have ever received. And I felt like we were the only 2 people in the world. It was just one of the highlights of my life. And I remember feeling like I touched the eternal. Like even if I never have another psychic experience or physical experience like that again, I know that there is something beyond what we can see, what we can perceive with our physical senses. And it was such a powerful, life-changing experience for me, which is probably one of the reasons that I am still talking about it all these years later. And now she is pregnant with her second baby and planning a home birth. This next experience happened in 2000. And like many Seth readers, I have attempted to make money using these concepts. And I have been successful off and on over the years. So in 2000, and I had actually published my book, Unassisted Childbirth. It had been published by an academic press, which meant that I got very little money. And so I had, and actually it took years before, I had to make a change at the last minute. So even by 2000, I don't think I had received my first check yet. I was thrilled that someone wanted to publish my book and wasn't asking me for any money, but I hadn't made money off my writing yet. I had been writing for small magazines that didn't pay, but once again, I was thrilled to be published. So in 2000, someone sent me an email and they said, here's this great website, and it's called ThemeStream, and they're paying writers 10 cents a hit for articles. And I thought 10 cents a hit on the internet is a lot of money. And so, and a friend of mine, I told a friend of mine about it, and she posted her thing. She never made enough money to get her $20 check, because a lot of people, they had 40,000 writers at one point writing for that site. But what I had is, I had a website at that time, well, I still do, and I was getting a lot of traffic to my site. And a lot of people were coming to my site because they thought I was a nutcase, but they were coming to my site. So, and I had my birth stories on my site, and I had articles I had written. So what I decided to do was to put my birth stories and my articles on this site, ThemeStream, so that when people went to my website, they would click on an article or birth story, and instead of just going to another page on my site, a new window would open up and they would be going to ThemeStream, reading it on ThemeStream. So I posted all my birth stories. I posted any article I had ever written that, and since I wasn't paid for them, I still owned the rights to them. I had written children's poetry. I posted those. I started thinking of things to write about. And pretty soon I started making money. And at first I was like, I don't even know if this site is for real. And it took a while before you would get your first check, because they didn't pay until like 6 weeks after the end of the first quarter. So I was writing thinking, I hope this site is for real. And, but I wrote in the last few weeks of the first quarter of 2000. And then 6 weeks later, I got my first check for $600. I thought, this is the first money I have made off my writing. So then I really threw myself into the site and really got inspired. So, and I had told my husband, when the next check comes, I'm going to cash it and I'm going to spread it out on the bed and I'm going to roll around in the money. This was my fantasy. So my next check came after 3 months, and it was for $8,000. And I cashed it, spread it out on the bed, and rolled in it. And he was mad. He was like, you're wrinkling the bills. But I was really loving it. And I just started letting the inspiration come. Like, what could I possibly write about? And this article popped, these words popped into my head. Nude photos of broccoli spears. And I was like, what in the hell is that? And I wrote this, I think it was a 160-word parody about teen singing sensation, Broccoli Spears posed nude for the Farmer's Almanac. And how she had merged with Cauliflower, or they had this melody that they had recorded together. It was really kind of silly, but as we know in the Seth material, Seth talks about the importance of play. And to me, this was just this playful little thing that I had done. Well, for some reason, this nude photos of broccoli spears starts getting picked up by the search engines. And you start Googling nude photos, and on the first page of results, nude photos of broccoli spears is coming up. And people are clicking on it, and I'm making my dimes. And so I remember my parents were in China at the time, and I remember writing to them, and I wrote them a letter. I said, I'm living off broccoli, because this article, I was making $100 a day off of this article. And then, or if you Google broccoli, like broccoli recipes, this article was coming up. And so, and then pretty soon my whole website started coming up. And so I learned a little something about marketing. There were a few of us who were interested in marketing. And so I started advertising my articles for like a penny or 2 pennies each, but I was making 10 cents off them. So I eventually became like the 5th highest paid writer on the site. And I was in the New York Times and I was author of the week. And I got to the point where I was making $1,000 a day. And I was in heaven. And then maybe 2 weeks after I got my last $50,000 check, the site went under. So, but it was something that, definitely was life-changing. I mean, first of all, I was making money for the first time in my life off my writing. And it just showed me that, just when you have fun with these ideas and you get creative and you think outside the box, that wonderful things can happen. Another interesting thing that has happened in my life occurred after the birth of my first child, John. My husband and I had read in a book, I had had a little bit of trouble with breastfeeding. I had never seen anyone breastfeed. And so I didn't know what I was doing, and I did eventually get it. But in the meantime, I read in a book that men were physiologically capable of producing milk. Now, my husband didn't actually want to nurse our child, but he wanted to see if he could produce milk simply through suggestion. So he began suggesting to himself that he would produce milk. And in this book, it had talked about how there had been a Native American who had produced milk for babies in the tribe, and there are documented cases of it throughout history. Men have nipples. They have glands that are capable of producing milk. It's maybe nature's backup system. So, but in any case, he began suggesting to himself that he would produce milk. And one day he was sitting there reading, and milk began dripping out of one breast. He felt something on his shirt and lifted up his shirt, and he showed me, and milk is dripping out of his breast. So we showed my father, a physician, and he said, obviously there is something physiologically wrong with David. But we knew that that wasn't the case, that this was an experiment for us in the power of the mind. And so he decided, okay, I know I can do it now, and I'm just going to turn it off. And he did. And within a few days, it went away. So when I was writing for that one website for ThemeStream, that was one of the things I did write about. That was also a very popular article, Milkmen, Fathers Who Breastfeed. And I've since collected other anecdotes from people who have produced breast milk. In most cases, they use a breast pump. Anybody that uses a breast pump on their nipple will produce breast milk eventually. It's an interesting phenomenon. And so there are, we knew a gay couple that had adopted a baby and nursed the baby. And I have gone on to speak about this. It's not something my children are particularly proud of, but I have spoken about it on Animal Planet and on the Learning Channel, and they mentioned it in the New York Times. And so that's been, just another interesting way of applying these concepts. So once again, my name is Laura Shanley, and my website is unassistedchildbirth.com, or freebirth.com will get you there too. And I'm always happy to hear from people. I'd love to hear about your experiences with the Seth material. And I've enjoyed speaking with you today. Thank you.
All right, here we are with Laura Shanley live And I just want to say thank you for sharing your birth stories with us. To me, when I hear when I hear your stories, it's less like, to be able to take that natural process and reclaim it and make it the natural process that it is, and just really have, to have that co-creation of both, having that allowing of the natural forces, that's really, it's like channeling life through us. It's just really, to me, it's just super inspiring to hear these stories. So thank you for bringing that into the conference. And so, as you know, the format already, Lilia is going to pick out some of the best questions from the Q&A. So I'm going to turn it over to Lilia.
Thank you, Tom. Laura, just mesmerizing. And along those lines, let's jump off with the stories of birthing and the birthing process. And Nadia Aragon in particular wants to know whether you had any pregnancy-related dreams before actually getting pregnant, because you had mentioned that wasn't in your plan. You didn't want to do that.
I didn't have, that I can recall, I didn't have any pregnancy dreams, but the night that I conceived, which I don't think I talked about in this talk, I remember I had a very vivid dream that I was taking my hands together like this, as if I was forming something in between them, and a blue spark appeared. And I woke up my husband and I said, I feel like I just created something. And I wrote it down in my journal, November 30th. And then when I found out that I was pregnant, which was the one time in all my pregnancies that I did go into a clinic and I did get a pregnancy test, because this was 43 years ago. And I think that's how we were doing it then. I went into a clinic and they said, okay, you would have conceived on November 30th. And so I looked back in my dream journal, and that's where I found that. Now, since then, I have read accounts, and I think you can Google this, of other women who said that they felt or saw a blue spark when they conceived. And then, and during my pregnancy, I remember having dreams of that same color blue, of seeing my baby floating in a blue, beautiful balloon. So I think, pregnancy, like our dreams are just one of our natural resources that we can tap into. When people say, God, weren't you afraid to be alone? I'm like, I didn't look at myself as being alone. I looked that I was tapping into my natural resources, which are visualization, affirmations, dreams, impulses. That was so strong to me, and that was so powerful that no, I didn't miss having this outside voice telling me, in the world that I live in, we sometimes refer to it as prenatal scare rather than prenatal care, because they tell you, pregnancy is this, you're going to have all these symptoms, and then birth, you're going to have all these problems, and you're going to have to try really hard. No, it's really a matter of just trying to forget as much as you can of what you've learned and be open to a new way of looking at birth. Why shouldn't this be one of the most wonderful things that a woman goes through? Why should conception be fantastic or potentially fantastic, but birth is horrible? Doesn't make sense.
Exactly. Sort of we're here to suffer.
Right.
Yeah.
But along those lines and suffering, you mentioned, right, that you set the intention you're not going to feel pain. But is there value in pain?
I think
from your perspective, any insight?
I know Seth talks about suffering, because people have asked Seth that about suffering. And he said the only value really in suffering is teaching you not to suffer, or something along those lines. And yet I understand that suffering and pain are a part of life. And I didn't have completely pain-free births. I do think, I did have some pain in all of my labors, but it wasn't anything where I felt like, oh my God, I have got to go get that epidural.
Exactly.
For me, it was more like learning to ride the waves. And I wrote an article about swimming with my daughter and how I had tried to stay on top of the water. And finally I decided, I'm going to get my hair wet. And then for the rest of the afternoon, we were having tea parties under the water. And I use the analogy of in birth, people try to stay on top of the contractions. And I think it's that resistance, I'm going to stay on top of this. I'm just going to try not to feel this. If you go with it, and you kind of allow, if you live from here up, which a lot of people do, yes. Birth will take you into your body. Absolutely. You will feel it. If you are comfortable living in your body and you are comfortable with your sexuality, because birth is just the continuation of the end of the sex act. If you're comfortable, you're not ashamed of your sexuality, you love your sexuality, you don't feel guilty, then it can be a wonderful experience. I've written articles and I've spoken about orgasmic childbirth, that some women have orgasms during birth. I mean, it's a phenomenon that has happened over and over again. It's the same organs, it's the same hormones. So is there a function? Is there a reason we have pain? I don't claim to understand all that. I just know that I studied this when I first got into this. I was also studying a little bit about childbirth and how much of the pain is fear triggering the fight-flight response. It's the same thing like you turn white when you're afraid. They say people turn white as a ghost. Why? Because blood and oxygen is rushing into your arms and legs so you can fight this danger or run from it. And your body thinks it's doing you a favor. Well, the blood and oxygen when you're afraid in labor isn't going to the uterus, and the uterus of a frightened woman is literally white. It doesn't have the fuel it needs, and so we have pain. This made sense to me, and I felt like if I can just trust, then I can allow that blood and oxygen to flow to the uterus. It can gently contract and get that baby out, and that's what happened.
Beautiful, beautiful. So you really speak about the power of allowing, that to allow it to happen, that we're not pushing, trying. We have been, as women in the U.S. healthcare system, that we have to try. Birth is hard work. This right. is how it's done. We have to push.
Right.
But sort of broadening that a little bit from your experience in childbirth and then your experience in the day-to-day, how do you experience and see the balance between allowing, the power of allowing, and the power of doing? How do you?
I would have to say that I really was good at this in my births. And so, and I grasped what it meant. And because to me, birth, the hard part of giving birth the way I did was coming up against a society that said you are stupid and crazy. Yes. That was the hard part, and going against a family, and my dad, a physician, my mother, a medical researcher, my sister, a labor and delivery nurse. The easy part was the birth, because I did grasp that concept of what it means to just allow. In other areas of my life, I would say that I just kind of feel my way through things. And I think, to me, like getting into that zone where you're sort of having fun, which I talked about with the broccoli spears thing, that was my most successful article. Because I sort of just got in this fun zone, and the energy started flowing and the words just sort of came. And it is, I think, a matter of just sort of feeling your way through life and knowing when to, maybe paying attention to your impulses and to your dreams and to your intuition, and knowing when do I allow and when do I, like they say, make a miracle happen and allow a miracle to happen. And I mean, it's something that, to tell you the truth, I still struggle with to a degree. Like, how much do I know what to do? I remember once my husband, we went gambling in the mountains. And he said, okay, now walk around to the machines and just see what calls out to you. I walk around the machines. I go up to a machine. I put $100 in and I lose it. He walks up and just feeling his way through, and he puts $100 in a machine and bells start going off and $4,500, And the next morning, he's like, okay, pick another one. I pick one and I lose $100. He sits down next to me and wins $500. Something like, for him, he doesn't have resistance to money. And I've apples, he's one. He doesn't have that resistance there. And so for him, he gets into some kind of a flow. For me, I don't have resistance in birth. That's not my battleground, as Seth says, you know. And sometimes we all do kind of have our battlegrounds where things will, you know, just, we can try and try and try. I don't know. What I do try to do is think about my births a lot and that state that I was able to get in. And I do try to apply it to other areas of my life. But it is really still a process for me, and learning how I think so much of it gets back to self-approval. And how I'm still to this day realizing I am enough, I'm good enough. And what EJ talked about, and just, you know, approving of yourself. And the more you approve of yourself, the more these magical things come into our lives.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. Beautiful, Ty.
It's such a blending of action and non-action, of acting on the impulse, but then completely surrendering the outcome. It's such a beautiful dance. Yeah.
Absolutely. Another question here. This one is referring to the information in your introduction, Laura, that in your intro, you mentioned that you healed cavities in your teeth. How did that happen? And how long did it take you to do that? Teeth feel so solid and crystallized. How on earth?
Well, you know, everything is alive. Like they say, even everything has consciousness. Why should we assume that our teeth don't have consciousness? When I was growing up, I usually had 6 to 8 cavities every time I went to the dentist. And I was so terrified of dentists and doctors that my mother wouldn't tell me we were going to the dentist until we pulled into the parking lot. But when in 1990, I hadn't been to the dentist in a few years, and I wasn't going to doctors, but I decided I'd go to the dentist. I went to the dentist, and he said I needed about $1,000 worth of dental work, and that I had 8 cavities. So I decided to take a year, and I did not try really hard. I basically looked at, why am I attacking my teeth? And I realized that I had struggled with my weight a good amount of my life. And I felt like I attacked my teeth as part of my anger towards myself, that I'm eating too much. And maybe if I attack my teeth, I don't know, somehow I felt that anger at myself was coming out in that way. I also felt that my worry, the way some people get holes in their stomach, you know, they get ulcers or whatever, I felt like I was getting holes in my teeth. When you are continually triggering fight, flight, you turn off digestion, you turn off birth. Your body's trying to save your life. It's, as I said, it's sending blood and oxygen into the arms and legs. It doesn't send it to your digestive system. So you stop digesting food sits in your stomach, which is why if you tell your child sugar is bad for you, and then they eat sugar, then they get a stomach ache because you've told them it's bad, and they basically stop digestion. Well, what you also stop is saliva production, because that's the first step in the digestive process. So if you're in a continual state of fear, or you're about to give a speech, your mouth might get really dry because you've turned off digestion, you've turned off saliva production. Saliva production is one of the things that helps with protecting our teeth, that saliva protects our teeth. If you're in a state of fear all the time, your teeth are more vulnerable. So that's just on a physiological level. But on a psychological level, I said, okay, I'm going to visualize the holes filling back in. I didn't do it a lot. I didn't do it 5 minutes a day. I know Seth, I just basically every so often, whenever I thought about it, I visualized the holes filling back in. I told myself that I loved myself, that I was not going to attack my teeth anymore. I went back a year later. Basically, at that point, I was like, I'd better go face the music. And the dentist took x-rays, and I thought, just fill the worst ones first, which shows you I did have some doubt. But he said, what did you do? And he held the x-rays, and he said, here's where the holes were, and here's where they're not. So he said, new tooth had filled in. So for me, once again, it was more a matter of not resisting. Like, why do we feel, we live in a society that is, when it comes to dentistry, it's drill and fill. And I think especially when I was a child, you have the slightest little cavity and my teeth are just filled with fillings, I've hardly had anything since 1990. It just was like, okay, I just let my body work the way it was designed. I opened my book with the quote from Seth, "Miracles are nature unimpeded." And that was what I felt like I did with the births, what I did with my teeth. It wasn't that I tried really hard. I didn't do a lot of things. I basically just didn't impede the miracle. And now, as I've said, I've done it more successfully in some areas of my life than in others, and that's still I didn't expect to be in this place after reading Seth all these years. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to have everything I want, By the time I'm 30, my life is just going to be perfect. And no, it still is a process. I'm still learning. I still have resistance, but I try to focus on the areas where I have been able to let go of that resistance and have that trust.
Yes, and have that inform and sort of feed those areas that perhaps where you feel more resistance.
Right.
Just in hearing the stories that you related, it seems that you engage in a very critical practice that's subtle, but yet very, very powerful. You ask a question of yourself, that you question what has been offered to you, let's say by the U.S. healthcare system or by neighbors or by dentists. So how do you step into that space of asking questions? For example, when the vomiting, you say, oh, it must mean this, and then you get the insight to work on self-love or allowing or whatever it is. So how do you relate to that practice of asking questions and then getting the
insight? To the belief, to what's generated.
Yes, exactly.
I do things like paying attention to when I'm walking down the street and I hear a bit of a conversation. I pay attention to that. People that strike up conversations with me, being aware of a feeling I'm having. Oh, I don't feel good right now, emotionally or whatever, trying to trace it back to the thought that initiated that. Right. But I guess I'm just I'm an analytical person. And if something doesn't make sense to me, when I know Seth talks about people see things as truths, they don't recognize them as beliefs. So the thing about pregnancy and you vomit, and some people say, well, it's you're getting rid of toxins,
right?
And people have gotten on my case because I put in my book that I ate whatever I wanted when I was pregnant, and I said I ate M&Ms, and somebody wrote to me, or I met somebody, and she's like, oh, you're the M&M lady. And it was like, that was the one thing that stood out to her, because no, you're not supposed to eat sugar. Sugar is bad for you. Mm-hmm. And I've even met many Seth people who were still saying, I create my own reality, but sugar is bad for you. It will rot your teeth. This is, I have cleaned up my diet. Like, I have a well-balanced diet, but I just believed Seth, when I read Seth, and it just was like natural for me, I guess, to just question everything. And if something didn't make sense to me, like vomiting during pregnancy, very few people know that 50% of women in the world do not vomit during pregnancy. Some people would say, well, they have a better diet. Well, here's me and my M&Ms, I ate whatever I wanted. And you look in my book, there's no diet advice. It's eat what feels right to you. And I just, in moderation, I didn't sit there all day with my chips and M&Ms, but I just felt like people give so much power to food and not enough power to their own beliefs.
Yes.
My word.
What you believe about what you eat is more important than what you eat. And so I just think it's just natural for me to question anything that and that didn't feel right to me, that you should vomit. And it didn't feel right to me that birth should be the most horrendous thing that a woman goes through. Why? There's no, when people say, well, we've evolved and our heads are too big. And, my first husband was 6'8". I'm 5'4". And people said, you are going to have these huge babies that are going to rip you apart. I have these little 6-pounders, 1 7-pounder, but it's like, I just trusted I will grow a baby that's the right size for my body. And even big babies, though, if you are relaxed and unafraid, genitals are designed to expand, and we see it in men. Well, it happens in women. So it's just trusting that there is an intelligence behind and within us, and it's not stupid. And the fact that sometimes we get sick or sometimes things go wrong does not prove that the larger consciousness is stupid or that the larger consciousness doesn't exist. It's that we have not learned how to cooperate with that larger consciousness.
Yes.
And that's okay. We're learning, we're learning, and we're going to stumble. And as Seth says, you can't kick away the old belief systems. It's going to take a long time. I thought my book was going to be a bestseller. I did find a publisher pretty quickly, and I was like, my book went into bookstores, and now it's going to be a bestseller. And like, nobody bought it, although it's still in print. But it's I have learned that it's taking society. It's going to take each of us individually a while. We have to be patient with ourselves and with society, because this is a whole new way of thinking, and we just have to be patient.
And
there's that sense of zero insistence on a particular outcome, and just that's that allowing part, and just let it materialize the way it needs to after we've taken the action on the impulses. And it's beautiful, the curiosity. That's what I use, is what would I have to believe is true, always questioning, why am I getting this reality? And I really loved how you brought in the vomiting, like relating that to your fear of being a mother, being a good mother. Like, that's just amazing to be able to make that link between the belief system and the physiological response that, quote unquote, is a normal part, that other people define it that way. So great. Yeah. Do we have time for more?
Well, that's it. We're going a tiny bit over.
Right.
So no worries. But thank you so much, Laura. Just delightful and wondrous.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for coming out here, theoretically at least. So we'll do more, and we'll definitely be in touch. And so now we're going to transition to our next segment. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for our next speaker. Our next speaker is Mary Fahey. She is, as many of our speakers, a longtime Seth reader since 1974. She has been a lone reader for over 20 years, but then she enjoyed coming out and meeting other fellow Seth readers at the Colorado Seth Conference. And as many of us, she found the Seth books life-changing and life-enriching. Moving from administration to teaching, Mary was able to take her work into mainstream teaching in London, England, where she now lives. And her teaching work was and still is inspired by the large body of the Seth material. Mary has a very practical, intuitive, down-to-earth approach to her work and life, and believes in teaching and learning through joy, which is what I believe in. So great. She conducted numerous courses, workshops, inner journeys, lectures, talks, and personal consultations in the US and the UK, and she's been featured in the media. Now semi-retired, she had a 2-hour weekly show on the community radio station entitled Seth Through the Back Door. She also enjoyed hosting a monthly Seth group that ran for a good 8 years. And now, today, coming from England, Mary will be speaking on, her talk will be titled, Once Upon a Seth Book, Life Changes. So let's give Mary a very heartfelt and warm welcome to our etheric, to our virtual stage here at the California Seth Conference.
So this is Mary Fahey from London, and I'm going to kickstart my talk by reading the lovely Psychic Manifesto, just an extract from our Jane Roberts. And magically, Kate, and Ashara have made it so that it's in front of the Seth house. So I'm there, really. A Psychic Manifesto. My life is its own definition. So is yours. Let us leave the priests to their hells and heavens and confine the scientists to their dying universe with its accidentally created stars. Let us each Let us each dare to open our dream's door and explore the unofficial thresholds where we begin. This is Mary Fahey here from London, England. And for my second segment of the presentation today, I've called it Once Upon a Seth Book, Life Changes, Big Time, because it's true for me. So why me, why now, you may ask? Well, I thought, Mr. Biden over there is, I hear he's 78 years old and he thinks he can run America. Well, has anyone given him the book? And I'm 77 in London town, and I thought, I'll give a go at this Zoom fandango and present at the Seth Conference in San Francisco. Okay. So, why did I choose the book, The Individual and Nature of Mass Events, you may ask? Well, in many respects, it chose me. So let's just give you a bit of background. I'll tell you the story. Last March, we had lockdown discussed here in London, which I have to say I didn't really believe, but it did happen. Life changed quite dramatically, the isolation and so on. But I went about my day as best I could, and during that time, I went to bed one night and found myself dreaming of a Seth book. Yes, it was The Individual and Nature of Mass Events. I woke up in the morning and, chose to duck it really. I thought there's no significance here. Went about my day. The second night, again, I went off to bed. And once again, I found myself dreaming of reading that book, The Individual and Nature of Mass Events. And this time in the morning, there was a significance. It was a sharper dream, a much brighter dream, a fuller dream. And the content of the dream stayed with me, although I couldn't remember the content of the book. So the third night, I went to bed again, and this time, dreaming of the book, I woke up dreaming of the book. And so with a sigh, I'll go and get that book. So I came downstairs, went to my bookcase, and there the book was, shining at me, waiting to be picked up, The Individual and Nature of Mass Events. So I picked it up, went back to bed, opened it, and it's all about the pandemic, viruses, earthquakes. I can't share this. I can't read this now. But I couldn't put it down. So I must have read it for about an hour, with my mouth open. And in the morning, still anxious about the content and not feeling able to share it, I rang my younger sister. And she was the only one at that time who was reading the Seth books along with me. Otherwise, I was a total solo reader. And she'd ring up every now and again and go, Mary, have you got another Seth book yet? Because in those days, the 80s and 90s, we had to wait 6 months for a copy, would you believe, coming over from America. Counting the days. Anyway, I told her about the content of the book just briefly, and she said, I think that should be shared, Mary, it's important. I thought, no relief there, because I still didn't feel confident about sharing it with anyone, because the pace of getting a vaccine, getting tested, make sure you've got enough masks, be clear about distancing, stay at home, was all the rage here. So I quietly carried on reading it bit by bit, going about my days. And out of the blue, I got an email from America from my friend Mike, who's in California. We've gone to many Seth conferences together, had lovely times, especially the one in Elmira, where these books were written by Jane Roberts. And in his email, out of the blue, he invited me to attend a Seth conference in California by Zoom. And I thought, because I used to run Seth groups for many years. And I thought, oh, I will. Even though it was near my bedtime, it was 9 p.m. in the evening, 1 o'clock California time. So I zoomed in, and Paul, the host of the Seth group, warmly welcomed me and asked me how London town was and so on. And I just told him how I dreamt about reading the book. And it seemed immediately he suggested we change the book we're reading and we'll start reading that, The Individual and Nature of Mass Events. I was a bit taken aback, but also I felt pleased. Relieved, really. And at the end of the session, as I went off to bed, I realised how much lighter I felt. And I thought, this Seth group, these people are seasoned Seth readers. They'll sort it out. They'll help me out. And I felt safe. God, did I sleep well that night? So I continued attending Seth group meetings in San Francisco every 2 weeks, not every time, because sometimes I just fell asleep before it started. And one of the weeks, Jeff, one of the members, just said, almost in passing, it seems to me, that they were thinking of doing a Seth conference by Zoom. And it was just amazing to me how I found myself automatically saying, I want to present. It was like a light bulb moment. I want to present at that conference. And here I am. Well, it's just to recap there, the 3 easy steps, easy and effortless, apart from me ignoring the wake-up calls by the dreams. Then the email, and then the setup of the Seth Conference, all given to me. And I have to say that's Linda Dahl, lovely woman who I really believe is a sister of mine in another lifetime, set up the Seth Network International along with other colleagues. She's written many books, and one of the books is 1,000 Whispers. Well, I've got to tell you, Linda, I don't hear the whispers, love. I seem to need shouts 3 times this time round. Okay, so the individual and nature of mass events. And all of Seth's books are long titles. I mean, they take a day to digest, never mind any of the content. But just think of that wonderful title. I love it. The Individual and Nature of Mass Events. For me, it implies that we are all connected, and we're all equal too. And I want to give a first quote now from The Codicils by Jane Roberts, from her book, Psychic Politics. And think of that in the 70s, writing a book called Psychic Politics. Love it. Wonderful woman, wonderful book. I'm just going to read, there's about 10 or 11 codicils. I sort of compare them to the 10 Commandments, if you like, that all start with thou shalt not. These are more affirmative, and this one is my favourite. All of creation is sacred and alive, each part connected to each other part, and each communicating in a creative cooperative commerce in which the smallest and the largest are equally involved. Smallest and the largest are equally involved. And that, to me, apart from the wonder of the equality and the cooperation, it implies that the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom, have all got lives of their own too, and they're all part of it. So we've got to step up to the plate sometime to actually respect all life, haven't we? So the book, The Individual and Nature of Mass Events, I'm going to just refer to it as mass events from now on because it's such a mouthful. It's in 4 parts. I'm not going to do the whole part because obviously we'd be here for a fortnight. But I'm going to bring out the what I see as the important parts. And I've done my best to highlight it. And because we're still in lockdown, I haven't been able to photocopy because our printer is out of order here. I haven't been able to photocopy the extract, so I've had to sort of put cards in with. Anyway, so where am I? Now, the first chapter, let me just read the title of that one. The chapters alone, the titles are enough. Part 1, the events of nature, epidemics and natural disasters. Chapter 1, the natural body and its defences. Again, it implies we've got our own defences. I just love it. Okay. Let's start. The question of epidemics, for example, cannot be answered from a biological standpoint alone. It involves great sweeping psychological attitudes on the part of many and meets the needs and desires of those involved. Needs which, in your terms, arise in a framework of religious, psychological, and cultural realities that cannot be isolated from biological results. So I think in our time right now, we are just looking at it all from a biological standpoint. You know, the droplets in the air, we can breathe them in. Look at the vaccine so that you can give you a little drop of the virus to create our own immunity. But there's something else going on as well. And what Seth actually says, and I really find myself in sympathy with it, it's about social change. You know, there's a lot of hardship going on right now, isn't there? And I want to start by highlighting the plague, which again was in the UK, and why it was decimating. I remember doing it at school. And here we go. To a certain extent, epidemics are the result of a mass suicide phenomenon on the parts of those involved. Oh. In some historical periods, the plight of the poor was so horrible, so unendurable, that outbreaks of the plague occurred, literally resulting in a complete destruction of large areas of the environment in which, here we go, such social, political, and economic conditions existed. Those plagues took rich and poor alike. However, so the complacent, well-to-do could see quite clearly, for example, that to some extent sanitary conditions, privacy, peace of mind had to be granted to the poor alike, for the results of their dissatisfaction would have quite practical results. Those deaths were deaths of protest. And interestingly, with the plague, I remember vaguely at school about how the social chain came in. There was no sewage systems. You know, I mean, can you imagine? But all those structures by the survivors who actually became in contact with the people who were affected, or the devastation just near their area, really took a constructive effort to make a huge difference for rich and poor alike. So the sewage systems were set up, travel was set up, and so on. So and of course there's always been the talk about, thank goodness diseases are catching, because everybody will kind of look after each other. Yeah. Here we are. The environment in which an outbreak occurs points at the political, sociological, and economic conditions that have evolved, causing such disasters. Often such outbreaks take place after ineffective political or social action. That is, after some unified mass social protest has failed or is considered hopeless. They often occur also in wartime on the part of the populace that is against a given war in which its country is involved. And it reminds me of the Jarrow marches here in England, from Newcastle and up north. Many people after the First World War en masse marched to London, hundreds of miles. They were starving, and the only way they could bring the truth of their dilemma was to get to the House of Parliament, our legislative bodies in London. And as a result of those marches, you know, more work was created, better living standards were created, they built more houses, you know. So it's a shame that we seem to need to have these big protests to actually affect change, but that seems a way of it right now. Still staying with the chapter 1, the natural body, says the epidemics then serve many purposes, warning that certain conditions will not be tolerated. There is a biological outrage that will be continually expressed until the conditions are changed. Amazing, because that really reminds me of that Jarrow March. They were outraged when they passed the Ritz Hotel and saw the wealth and the opulence there. And apparently, so rumour has it, that some of the men just barged in there. I don't know whether that's true or not, but anyway, the conditions did change. And also, epidemics, by their public nature, speak of public problems. So it's food for thought, don't you think? Okay, we're moving on now to chapter 2, headed Mass Meditations, in quotes, health, close quotes, plans for disease, epidemics of beliefs, and effective mental inoculations against despair. And just let's think about that title. I've never thought of epidemics of beliefs. You know, we think about epidemics on the physical plane, don't we? Not on the mental sphere of our beliefs and our thoughts and our thinking. And going back to getting the book that night, I looked in the front of the book and I'd purchased it in 1996, which is 25 years ago. And with each Seth book, I had to read them twice. The first time, it was too deep and indigestible. The second time reading, I got some of the gist. I obviously saw this book as something historical, maybe hysterical, but certainly not affecting me in any way. It was written in America, nothing to do with London. But when I picked it up this time, it was all alive in 3D. So epidemics of beliefs, how about that? Just the thought of that makes you change how you think. And mental inoculations against despair. Well, we always talk about inoculations and vaccines, giving you the minute dose of the actual disease so that you can build up your immune system, which we have to say has worked pretty effectively in terms of TB, smallpox, scarlet fever, and so on. But Seth gives another dynamic about social change. So if we start with that and change our social structures, maybe we won't need to look at vaccines. Who knows? Oh, yes. Oh, this is an interesting snippet. I laughed out loud. It's still in the chapter 2. It's under the mass meditations part. On a conscious level, and with your conscious reserves alone, you couldn't keep your body alive for an hour. How about that? You wouldn't know how to do it, for your life flows through you automatically and spontaneously. You take the details for granted, and we do, don't we? We don't have to say, hold on, I've just got to take a few breaths now. It's a given. The breathing, the inner mechanisms of nourishment and elimination, the circulation, and the maintenance of your psychological continuity, all of that is taken for granted, taken care of for you in Framework 2. Just to touch on Framework 2 that Seth talks about. Framework 2 is his term for the inner world, the inner life, the God part, the soul part. For me, it's where our wisdom resides, readily available when we allow and accept and ask for it. Framework 1 is our physical bodies, which apparently wouldn't last for an hour without the backup of Framework 2. How about that? So on the note of it all being taken care of, I'd like to give you, because I'm sprinkling in around other books as well as the Seth book and James, about how we're taken care of, comes to mind from Psychic Politics, James' book. What a wonderful title, Psychic Politics. a poem called The Sumari Healing Song. And I'm just going to read the opening verse. While you were sleeping, all the cupboards of the earth were filled. Mother Earth sought out each need. Read the rest when you have time. It's just a beautiful, enabling poem. And it just makes me so clear that we're taken care of. And that God didn't run out when it was your turn or my turn. All the goodies are there for all of us. And what is even better, that Seth's doctrine implies that your gain isn't my loss. My gain isn't your loss. In fact, your gain is my gain. And fulfillment and better is for all of us. Cooperation really does reign, you know. And going on about Framework 1 and Framework 2 again, I'm going to quote from Rob Butts, the co-author of the Seth books, did all the transcribing. And he did a little story, if you like, and he called it his credo, and they both used it to actually make Framework 2 become more alive in their life. And he starts his credo, and they've got it on their wall apparently. I have the simple, profound faith that anything I desire in this life can come to me from Framework 2. There are no impediments in Framework 2. Framework 2 can creatively produce everything I desire. And he goes on to details. Well, for me, I do a simpler version. As much as I know how to, and I catch myself, I think and expect the best. And often that the old way was to prepare for the worst. But I've decided I'm going to dump that bit. I just expect the best. And obviously in my life I have challenges, difficulties and pain and so on. But I try as much as I can to look for the gift there. And that works for me. And in terms of bringing Framework 2 alive, you can look at, I hope you'll find the next segment on the 4 I's, all inner work, the impulses, inspiration, intuition, inner knowing. And I see that as a gestalt for imagination. Because of course our imagination creates our world. There we are, that's the credo, Rob's credo. This was one I couldn't quite digest, and I'm still working with it, but we're still, we've moved to myths and physical events. And I quote, objectively, whatever the appearances, storms, earthquakes, floods, etc., are quite necessary to the well-being of the earth. Well, the only context I can put it in is that when we have a heavy rain downpour, there's a lovely sweetness in the air. There's a real clearing and freshness in the air. And the grass seems to grow quicker. The flowers open and bloom afterwards. But it's when the rain doesn't stop that becomes a tsunami that's a bit of a challenge. But I'll leave that with you. And of course, again, in the change of seasons, in the wintertime, animals, being wise, many of them hibernate. And over the years as I've got older, I tend to slow right down in the wintertime. Curl up in front of the fire, read a book, leave the outside, because it's much warmer and cosier inside. So there's sort of the downtime and the electric uptime, isn't it? Where are we now? This chapter is referring to Framework 2. But I just love the idea that Seth talks about how, and we know this because when we're born as children, we never have to say, oh, I hope my skin doesn't grow too long on my hands, do we? Or one leg is, moving out sideways. It's all uniform and beautiful, isn't it? So he says at birth, each person is automatically equipped with the capacity toward natural growth that will most completely satisfy its own abilities, not at the expense of others, but an overall context in which the fulfillment of each individual assures the fulfillment of each other individual. Oh, I love that. And let's imagine it's true. Make our place a different place. Although competition with yourself is healthy, but competition we place largely by cooperation. And this is another pause to actually read another quote from Jane Roberts, the poem Self-Love, Self-Expression and Poetry from her book, If We Live Again. When we are young children, we are in love with ourselves in a way that perhaps animals are, almost unthinkingly, automatically enjoying ourselves as states of being. The sounds and sensations of our own bodies delight us, and in our acceptance of ourselves, we add to the enjoyment of other people who watch our innocent absorption. And that's so true to life, isn't it? You can see young children, they don't know how to walk. They skip and jump and hop, don't they? Full of life. Like the animals, the dog that charges after you and looks at you with big eyes for the tiniest morsel. Magic. Moving on here. We've reached the section, the mechanics of experience. It's chapter 5. Your world and everything in it exists first in the imagination. You have been taught to focus all of your attention upon physical events so that they carry the authenticity of reality for you. Thoughts, feelings, or beliefs appear to be secondary, subjective, or somehow not real, and they seem to rise in response to an already established field of physical data. You usually think, for example, that your feelings about a given event are primarily reactions to the event itself, but Seth talks about it being the other way round. It seldom occurs to you that the feelings themselves might be primary, and that the particular event was somehow a response to your emotions, rather than the other way around. So that's really interesting that, the thoughts, our beliefs, feed our world, feed our experiences. So it's a good idea to look at our beliefs and thoughts, isn't it? Eventually. Because, the world is created through our imagination. And the feelings are the measure of how we are. If we feel good, that's great. We attract good to us. If we feel bad, we attract the stuff that's not so good for us or called negative. And it's worth looking at our thoughts and our feelings to make the measure about our own personal well-being. Seth says your feelings, however, cause the events you perceive. Secondarily, you do, of course, then react to those events. Moving on. Where are we? Positive and negative behaviour. Where are we? Oh, yeah. The good, the bad, and the catastrophic is the year. There is nothing more stimulating, more worthy of actualization than the desire to change the world for the better. That is indeed each person's mission. You begin by working in that area of activity that is your own unique one, with your own life and activities. You begin in the corner of an office, or on the assembly line, or in the advertising agency, or in the kitchen. You begin where you are. You begin where you are. When you fulfill your own abilities, when you express your personal idealism through acting it out to the best of your abilities in your daily life, then you are changing the world for the better. Well, go to it, innit? So, summing up, if I can, the pandemic, COVID-19 as it's called sometimes, what was its purpose? Everything must have a purpose for me. So for me now, with the understanding that I have, the purpose of the pandemic was social change for the better. There's been an awful lot of hardship. And, you know, I can go out any day now. I go for my walks because it's very limited access, but I go for my walks and I always find someone sleeping rough. That certainly wasn't the case when I was growing up. So there's been huge changes, not always for the good, that's caused hardship and that we've got to address as a nation, as a people. And so I really would like to see social change for the better. And I like the word socialism, although it often gets a bad press. It basically means sharing what's available with everyone. I think we're socialists at home. We look after each other, we help each other, we pick each other up, don't we? Wouldn't it be wonderful if the whole community can adopt socialism? Well, it only means sharing what's available, sharing it for all. After all, as Seth says, we're practicing idealists. I love that. So let's give up blaming. Transmute, if you can, your feelings of anger. And importantly, anger is a natural phenomenon. It's a good release, but it's your emotion, no one else's. So don't give your anger to others. You know, if you feel you need to release the pent-up feelings, get in front of a mirror. I do it. How dare you speak to me, or whatever it is that's working you. And in a few minutes, you can feel the release of that anger. Sometimes compassion comes in, sometimes it doesn't. But you can share the feelings with an equanimity that you couldn't when there's anger behind it. And along with the anger, look at the word selfish. I'd like that taken out of the dictionary, please, and be replaced by a healthy self-interest. It has far more of a positive outlook. And this healthy self-interest is good for us, it's good for all of us. Our own well-being always starts first. Seth says, start where you are. And finally, nearly finally, gifts of the virus. Well, for me, it's like a wake-up call. Priorities have to change. There's too much hardship, increasing homelessness, wars are still going on, or mass murders, as Seth calls them. We have to change our priorities. I've certainly changed mine since the lockdown, which we're still here in London town, to really change my values, that me time is good for me, that I can have quiet time of reflection, of just sitting, looking out the window, doing nothing, but the imagination, that film inside rolling. I look inwards much more naturally. And when I look outwards, I'm more aware of nature, more aware of the sky and the earth, seeing the aliveness in the trees, having far more compassion for my fellow humans, well, most of them. And I want to say what I've really noticed over the last few years, really, is the quickening in our young ones. They seem to get this inner work far more spontaneously. It never really was spontaneous for me. I had to have it knocked into my inside door. So I want to finish now with a lovely poem, if I can find it. You are born loving. And it's from the book, The Nature of Massive Events. And take it in at a deep level. You are born loving. You are born compassionate. You are born curious about yourself and your world. Those attributes also belong to natural law. You are born knowing that you possess a unique, intimate sense of being that is itself, that seeks its own fulfillment and the fulfillment of others. I love that line. That seeks its own fulfillment and the fulfillment of others. You are born seeking the actualization of the ideal. You are born seeking to add value to the quality of life, to add characteristics, energies, abilities to life that only you individually can contribute to the world, and to attain a state of being that is uniquely yours, while adding to the value fulfillment of the world. All these qualities and attributes are given you by natural law. You are a cooperative species, and you are a loving one. There we are.
Okay.
And here we are. We're here with Mary. And so we're very glad to have her here all the way from England. And so we're about to have this nice, lovely Q&A interaction. We've got some good questions queued up. So I'm going to hand it over to Lilia. Let's bring in the first question.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Tom. And thank you so much, Mary. So to begin, how do you see your role in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic? You hold certain beliefs. You're a reader of Seth. So how do you see your role?
Well, it's a bit of a nuisance, isn't it, the whole damn thing? But I'm not a bit surprised that there was some sort of gross dilemma, because the bitter disappointment about Brexit over here and the loss of a possible socialist leader, and conversely in America, Sanders being knocked out of the race, I felt a real sense of depression about that. But so that being said, when the pandemic came out, I found it very difficult to believe it would go anywhere, but obviously I couldn't have been more wrong. But following on from, there's a couple of questions about the vaccine, and it's my take on it, but I'm very uncomfortable about having the vaccine because I feel it's being imposed on me and I don't need it. I haven't had it to date. I'm in the situation of being in the seniors category. So my GP, my doctor, is ringing me every day to ask me to come into the surgery for the vaccination. And I've just said I haven't made up my mind yet. Obviously, I'm not going to be a martyr and not be able to go to restaurants or to travel or go and see my family because I have to show a vaccine certificate. If I have to, I will have it. And I know that I'll be fine with it. But it's not my choice. I resent the lack of choice because it's getting really quite Well, it's almost like a hysteria to me about people are whooping up over the moon that they've got the vaccine, and I'm the opposite. And so I just have to say, well, I'm really pleased you're getting what you want. But I honestly don't share it publicly that I don't want the vaccine. But we'll see. You'll have to watch this space.
Definitely. So again, if you could elaborate just a little bit on how you then inoculate yourself against the despair. How do you do that? Then again, in the face of everything that's happening and Bernie Sanders was not elected and so on and so forth. So how do you inoculate yourself against that mentally, emotionally, and physically?
I mean, largely, I think I compared it initially with the flu. Now, you know, we have seasons of the flu, and I know Seth talks about that. But, you know, so I've been hounded for about 7 years to have the flu vaccine. I've got the choice, and I've said, no, thank you. And I've never had the flu. So there we go. Now, for me, in terms of, I know it will pass. It's not going to be permanent. It's not static. It's not going to go on forever and ever, although it felt like it with the lockdown. We're still in lockdown here, but tomorrow things are going to open up a bit. So I have the firm belief that it will pass, and I'm still here. And I still feel that I can be totally comfortable with people having the vaccine and trying to persuade me to do it. And I've learned the line now. Let's agree to differ. I'm very well. You're very well. You've had the vaccine. I might have to have it, but we're both well. So let's move on. Let's talk about the technique. You know, so I don't think I've ever had despair about it, but people who've actually been isolated where I live here, I mean, the way I go through it is on very practical terms. I'll cook them dinner and deliver it with a mask on. Don't go in. I use their dishes and not mine. And so it's the practical approach that I think I'm alive to and used to doing. Does that answer some of it? Or?
Yes, definitely. Just sort of in your day-to-day. And just sort of as a follow-up, do you experience or have you experienced the societal impact of the epidemic in your body? I mean, there's the phenomenon of, okay, I didn't get COVID, but because we're experiencing mass events, do you experience the other impacts of these mass events in your body?
Well, that's interesting because, well, I've had a lot of fatigue. And
yes.
I think it was initially, I mean, this is just me looking back on the top of my head, too much information about the virus. We've got the three clowns, or MP and the Prime Minister, talking about the, you know, what you have to do and so on. And I found it so overwhelming and so negative that my way of dealing with it, because I thought, oh, well, I must watch it, I must be responsible. But in the end, I decided, like largely with the news, not to watch it. And that has given me back my energy and my sense of well-being. And, you know, the days are longer, I'm in the garden more. Well, I can put that book away. I mean, I told you about the intro of that. I mean, it seems as if I need to have a really loud call to actually, I'm kicking and screaming into things that are good for me to actually focus on. But I mean, I've had I think fatigue rather than the despair or depression has been my main focus. That I was shocked just how tired I was. And, you know, falling asleep in the day. I mean, I do like having an afternoon nap because that's when I do my side time, but it was more than that. But that seems to have passed. I think I just tune into the coronavirus about once a week, but it's on about 6 times a day. Does that help?
Yes, yes, definitely. So we have a question here also about, again, you talked about the differing opinions and you hinted at, well, for the folks who are in a lot of fear, you know, kind of offering comfort. I believe it's Oana Dimitropol. Sorry, I don't mean to massacre the names there. She's asking, how can we bring comfort to the ones who are in fear? especially when our opinions about the pandemic are very different?
Well, firstly, I won't give my opinions. I think by your example, your own sense of well-being, that's what radiates out to people, I think. And I mean, there's a couple of people here, because this is a, sheltered housing, so we're all seniors. A couple of people have been very low. Well, I've gone and bought some daffodils. I think to actually give an outward sign of something of beauty in nature, rather than giving my 2 pennies that I know won't be received well. I mean, some of my family really identify with the Seth books, but the majority don't. Why do I have to beat myself up to try and proselytize it? I don't do it. I might have done. Got my fingers burnt. But I think the practical, like doing a bit of dinner, having a cuppa in the garden, sitting on a bench with the masks, is far more helpful and reassuring and calming than, some lecture about what I think. Unless someone specifically asks, why don't you want the vaccine? And I go, well, I compare it to the flu jab. I've never had the flu, well, for years, and I believe I won't have COVID. But that's me. But that's how I leave it.
And how do you find that the person that you're engaging with,
I'm just going to follow on. Yes, they don't accept it. Mary, you won't be able to go into cafes. You won't. I said, I'll have to take that on board. And if need be, I'll have to have the thing, but I'll be kicking and screaming. But no, the majority of people who've had the vaccine here don't agree with me at all. So I just say it in passing, and they'll say, have you had the vaccine? I said, no, I'm still thinking about it. And that's the truth. But I mean, I want to go to America reinvigorated with all this one more time with Katie. And I'll have to have the jab. I mean, get over it, Mary, I'm not going to make it another thing to work with.
Definitely. Mary, is there, you have such a beautiful value for, or a value of the simple things, the day-to-day, reaching out to people where they are, offering beauty, offering sort of listening ear. That is so touching. For yourself, what do you do? How do you keep yourself in this space so that you can be giving to people as you do? What is there a practice that you?
Yes, I mean, I meditate really every morning. Yeah, I meditate every morning, but I think the biggest thing. I mean, I'm so enveloped in the Seth philosophy that we create our own reality. That we're here to learn through joy. And you don't have to pick up other people's problems. So as best I can, I don't actually move into their problem. I hear it, but sometimes you get more sucked in than you would want. But I've got an optimism through the Seth books that I never had, even when I was a practicing Catholic going to Mass every morning in my teenage years. I never had that euphoria that you read 5 minutes of Seth, and I mean, you're on cloud 9. I mean, look at that line, you won't last 5 minutes without the backup of framework to it. It just makes me laugh out loud, We're so connected, and I'm not frightened of death anymore. Because I always felt as a child having to go to confession and not knowing what sins to say I had as a young child, that I'd go to heaven for being dishonest about that. But now I'm not. I mean, obviously I'm looking forward to meeting a lot of people, and I've had out of bodies and I've had past lives and all the rest of it, but it's another chapter, isn't it? It's not something to dread.
Yeah, so you've really touched upon a beautiful way of holding the space with people. I don't need to proselytize. I don't need to be right. I don't need to have you change so that I can be in my joy, so that I can connect.
You're a born orator, you are. You'll need to come on the next session.
With joy, Mary, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. I'll hold you to that.
Now, is there one last thing? We just got a minute left. Just one last thing that you want to really remind us
Emphasize.
of or emphasize?
Start where you are. I think that's the biggest gift, to be reminded of that. You know, okay, you wish you'd have done this, you could have done that, I've handled that badly. Start where you are.
Absolutely.
And begin to build on that trust. You know, we're taken care of. And on the talk, because I had to turn it off to come on this level, did the 4 eyes come up in the talk or not? Oh, right. And the guided meditation.
Yeah,
we
we weren't able
to receive it. I'll have to send it, however. Yeah, because I think the 4 eyes is that's how I practice, you know, impulses, inspiration, intuition, and inner knowing. The catalyst,
beautiful.
The imagination.
Beautiful. Yes, this is excellent. We will follow up.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And
Right.
That glass of wine is calling me now.
Oh, yes. That's one of my favorites.
Right on.
Thank you again. I see
you,
these
Mary.
3 people, listeners, as pioneers. You've done a wonderful job. It's been seamless and so professional. I'm knocked out.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you,
Jeff.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. And Tom, of course. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, absolutely. The whole shebang.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot. Can I just say, I wanted to thank the Seth group, because they're actually, dear Seth members, you did more than you know in making me have the confidence to do this presentation. So thank you.
Gorgeous.
I'm glad I said that. Yeah, it's true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Looking forward.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Kiefer, and I'm one of the conference organizers. While working with our archive videos, I discovered the most asked about presentation in our collection. The one where Mary Dillman interviews Lawrence Davidson, and that was from our 2015 conference. It was the last time they were both together. We lovingly present this interview as a tribute and remembrance for them both. So without keeping you waiting, here they are.
We're going to spend the next hour or so, I believe, with Mary, who is going to be interviewing Lawrence, and we're going to hear all the fabulous stories of being a New York boy, yeah?
A 65-year-old.
Excellent. Welcome to your own stage.
Thank you. Oh, I guess this goes to her.
Thanks. I just have a temporary thing here.
You didn't do that for me. No. Okay.
So, Lawrence.
Wait a minute.
No, I'm wired.
Oh, you're wired.
So I understand you were part of the New York group that went up to visit Jane.
Yeah, I've heard that.
But you also told me that you were interested in talking about how you've been using the material. And
Oh, okay.
How it affected
All
you
right,
now.
that's what we were going to talk about tonight. Okay. Well, I think I need to start with backing up and trying not too hard to focus upon this stuff. But when I began going to class, I was in pretty bad shape, and I was almost a recovering addict, and I was a semi-recovering addict, and I I was involved with this Gnostic school of teaching, and it still was a huge part of my belief system. And some of the other boys who had not been allowed into the school or had been kicked out of the school had found a way to get to Jane's class. Our pal Jeffrey Marcus had written. He had written to Jane and told her he had read the books and he was, would really like to go to class and see what it's like. So Jane said, okay. She let Jeffrey come up, and Jeffrey took a bus. And you got to remember, we were a group of guys living in, I was in Manhattan. The rest of the guys, some of us were in the Bronx, but we all grew up in Whitestone. This strange neighborhood near the Throgs Neck Bridge in Queens. And, most of those guys had known each other since kindergarten. They were incredibly bound to one another. And I was an outsider. But at any rate, I became friends with Richard Kendall and Jeffrey, and they kind of brought me into that group. And while I was in the school, the teacher, who in Sue's book, if any of you remember in Sue's book, when they talk about the Gnostic teacher Arturo, that I was in his school, and he, the quick, cute little interesting story is he would call Jane every week. He would call. He basically was trying, like a fair amount of people, was trying to figure out ways, how do I access Seth without Jane? Because Jane knew this guy was full of shit. I mean, she just was like, what's this guy's problem? And she was worried about the boys, that this guy had so much influence over us, and what he was teaching was not, in the long run, was not going to be very healthy for us. And so anyway, he was kind of like a mosquito in her ear, and she wasn't too fond of him. And he wasn't very fond of her, but he was very fond of Seth. And at any rate, Jane got worried enough about Francois that she decided to send Helper. And if everybody remembers who Helper is, Helper was one of Seth. Helper was one of Jane's attributes, buddies, powers. I don't know how you would put it. But if sometimes, somebody would be really sick or whatever, and she would just think, all right, Helper, go help this person. Well, she sent Helper down to New York. Swear to God. Francois, who was just this, I said Francois, I didn't say Arturo. How about that?
Yeah.
I'm in trouble now.
No, Francois in the library.
Francois, who probably was maybe 42, 41 years old, probably a bodybuilder. He has this incredibly powerful guy. He was walking down the street with his girlfriend and keeled over and dropped dead. And for quite some time after that fact, we were all, you know, you don't want to piss Jane off.
I don't think Jane was into killing people.
Yeah, and because by that point we were beginning to understand there's no coincidences, we were like, you know, you don't want to fool with Helper. And at any rate, Francois dies, and because he was dead, the school needed more males, and luckily or unluckily, they decided to let me and Rick into the school. So I was thrilled. I mean, I had gotten into the school that I really wanted to get into, and I was the sex toy for about 15 women. And I was 22 years old, and I thought I had died and gone to heaven. And I thought everything was pretty good. But more and more and more, the other guys who at that point, they were Ricky and Richard Kendall and Jeffrey, were becoming regulars going to Elmira. And they would have all these, at some day when the class transcripts get published, you could just see these arguments going on between Ricky and Richard about just Gnostic minutia, just, you know, and the poor people in class just had to like, oh my God, here they go again, you know. And that they'd be arguing about how do you get rid of this? How do you make this work with the Seth material? And you don't. And they had a really hard time realizing that. And at any rate, I think I told most of this last time, but finally, Dickie and Jeffrey they got really concerned that I was really getting sucked into the Gnostic school, and there's a pun in there, and that you know, they were going to have to get me out with a crowbar, and finally they almost kidnapped me. They were like, do you want to go to class? And I said, yeah, eventually. But I was still, to me, you know, Seth was another teacher. I didn't have, you know, my head wrapped around exactly, you know, what Seth was. I mean, I knew, you know, there were a couple of books. The ESV Power, Seth Material, Seth Speaks. And when I got to class, maybe a month or two later, Oversoul 7 came out, and then Personal Reality. But those guys talked to Jane, and Jane said, yeah, you can bring a guest. And they brought me up, but they had to do it in 2 cars because Rick would have gone ballistic. I mean, he did not want me to go, all right, because he wanted to play both sides of the field. And so at any rate, the boys took me up, and we thundered like it was like a herd of buffalo. We parked the car and flew up the stairs because you wanted to get the couch or you wanted to get the floor right by the rocker. And I lucked out. I mean, we got there a little early. I was on the couch, but when we came in, Jane was in the rocker, and I'd run up the stairs with the other guys, and I was like, "Why are we running?" And I walked in, and I was kind of standing there looking around, and Jane turned around and looked at me, and it was just, I know you, and I'm home. And she just smiled. This pretty magical smile, and I just knew I was home. And this gigantic weight had been taken off of my shoulders. And we sat down, and as the class went on, at one point, the argument between Ricky and Dickie starts up again. And, meanwhile, I'm kind of checking out the classmates and listening to Jane, and it was just, pretty spectacular stuff. And Seth comes through. And I did have hair on my neck at that point, and it stood up. It was just, it really, again, I apologize to you guys who've heard this over and over again, but it was truly an alien experience. And I use that word specifically. And it was just, Seth came through almost barking at these guys. Something about, why he's arguing, you both are convinced you're right, and this is why wars happen, and why don't you guys, I'm paraphrasing like crazy here, but he was basically going, when are you guys going to shut up about this stuff? And I was like, here's this thing, yelling at two of my best friends, and where's the door? Just in case. And that night, at one point, Seth looked right at me, and he mentioned something about how, you can, all right. The first words out of his mouth to me, Seth looked at me and he said, value your ego. It is a good and valuable friend. And I was like, where'd you come up with that? None of the other books I read said anything like that. I'm supposed to transcend the ego somehow or whatever. The ego wasn't particularly didn't come across as something that you really wanted to nurture or anything like that. So he did the ego thing, and at the end of his little piece about the ego, again, he's looking right at me, and he says, basically something like, you should talk to yourself or be fond of yourself as much as you would a squirrel. Now, my friends don't know anything about this stuff, right? And all my life, one of my main totems has been the squirrels. I'd look at the squirrels, and I always knew that they were very magical, and they were playing with time. It would be like I would be in my when I lived in Elmira, I had this great tree, squirrel center, and the cats would come into the yard and they would kind of creep up, get somewhere near the squirrels, and the squirrels would let them get pretty close, and then they'd be up on the tree chattering down, and you knew they were telling the cat, you schmuck, there's no way you're ever going to catch me. And I was always really drawn to them. For whatever reason, they were a strong symbol of positive, powerful, running away and laughing and playing with life kind of stuff. And there was something else that night. I mean, he hit a couple of nails on the head that I just was like, my God, I got to come back here. And all night as the class went on, I knew I was going to have to, when it was all over, I was going to have to go over and ask Jane if I could come back. And I was terrified. I mean, I was terrified that she might say no. And basically I went, we were getting ready to leave, and the class had left, and the guys always kind of stayed a little longer because, we were about to go for another 5-hour drive, and Jane would, let us hang out a little while. Once in a blue moon, Seth would come through. Of course, none of that's on tape, but at any rate, I had my tail between my legs and kind of had my head down, and I was very shy at that point in life. And, I asked her if I could come back, and she smiled and she said, of course, you belong here. And, that night was definitely a high water mark, in my life. And at any rate, now that that's out of the way, but coming from that point, for the first 6 months, 8 months, or whatever it was that I was going to class, Seth spent a lot of time working on the guys from New York, tearing down this belief system that we had bought into. And, just all this completely nutso Gnostic stuff about archons and angels. You had to, when you died, there were like, committees basically that had swords, and, they would ask you questions, and if you came up with the wrong answer, they would crush your soul like a grape. And I was like, nah, I don't think that doesn't sound like fun. And we were all terrified because we had believed it. So obviously, if we had died at that point, I would have been a crushed grape because I didn't know the right answers at that point because Francois hadn't given them to me. And Seth went on, and I mean, you can find this stuff in some of the books where Seth is like very emotional about any time anyone comes to you and tells you that they have the answers. You turn around and run as fast as you can. Because, he didn't, this isn't how he ended it, but I took it to mean, you run as fast as you can because they don't know jack, for them to even be able to say that, clearly they don't know what they're talking about. And that's why I get uncomfortable still when people come around and say, well, I'm a Seth teacher. I can teach you the Seth material. And I'm like, well, Seth called himself an unteacher for a reason. And there it really is. I mean, I think the relationship between you and the physical book, it's really kind of, you have a direct line. This is a telephone, the material is, really whatever you need to come from the material, you're going to create it. It's going to be there. I know I'm not the only one in the room who has, read the same book numerous times and thinks, yeah, I know what's in that book. And one day, something is kind of, there's something you're working on or thinking about, and you kind of pick up Seth material at random, and you open it up and you think, oh yeah, Seth material, Seth 101, there's nothing in there. And there's this incredible amount of pretty involved material there. And I've opened up the book and I'm like, I know that wasn't there the last time that I know it wasn't there. The book has changed. I mean, you close the book, the letters run around, and next time you sit back and you open up the book and you need a certain answer, hi, Lawrence, and you're like, wow, oh my God. I mean, I've had that numerous times with ESP power. People think, oh, ESP power, there's nothing in there. Well, as long as Seth is in there, there's something in there. It's, I don't think, not that I'm biased or whatever, but for me, all of the Seth books are incredibly valuable. And again, for me, maybe because I'm a dinosaur, Seth, when Seth said, read the books in order of publication, over and over and over again, he said that. And these last couple of years, I've been kind of trying to, bite my tongue when people come to, send me an email and said, I just started reading the material and I bought the early sessions and I'm all ready to go. And I'm like, well, it's good that you bought the early sessions. Everybody should have the early sessions, but put them away. put them in a closet somewhere and pick up Seth material and then Seth Speaks and Personal Reality and on that way. Because without the foundation that the published book gives you, the early sessions is just gonna, fly right over your head. And also the shock of opening up the early sessions and I forget what, it's like 12 pages of gibberish of 12 pages of Ouija board, the kind of stuff that happens when I touch the Ouija board, gobbledygook and whatnot. And, it goes like that for a little while. And then out of nowhere, Seth is just full blast, laying out this incredible stuff. And I look and I'm like, I am just so impressed that Jane and Rob didn't run out of the room, because it was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, a minute ago you were talking about Frank Waters, Frank Watts, whatever, and now all of a sudden you're talking about this incredibly detailed new way of looking at reality.
Well, Lawrence, I hate to interrupt, but since you're the only one in the room, to my knowledge, that actually attended the ESP classes, or Jane's classes. Could you talk a little bit about what particular classes after the initial time meant the most to you, or did Seth address you particularly about an experience or two that you had, or maybe get back on that track a little bit?
No, thank you. Please, that's why you're here. You know, once that string in the back of my head gets pulled, I just, okay, I'll tell these stories. You got to.
Well, no, there's nothing wrong with your story.
I need a rudder, you know. And again, when people ask, what did I get from the material? It is a rudder. Guaranteed, without the material, I wouldn't be here. Well, I'd have nothing to be saying to you folks that you'd want to hear. But I'd be dead. I had you know, like a lot of people in the early 70s, I was searching for meaning and doing all of that spiritual stuff and reading Carlos Castaneda and taking lots of chemicals and reading Alan Watts and then taking a lot more chemicals, and there was a pattern growing there. And, you know, when I started reading Seth, the chemicals were a joke, because I got higher from reading the material than I ever got from, yeah, no, I can say that. I got the, you know, an out-of-body trumps a ball of hashish any day of the week. But some of the classes that were that just stand out as that really stand out for me is sorry, local Bay Area people, but I had one, you know, we had one class, and for some reason, I told this story about how my sister-in-law died in my arms, and I don't know how it came up, but Mary died of an overdose while I was holding her and smacking her, throwing water, you know, trying to wake her up, and we wait for the ambulance to come, and my brother couldn't be in the house when they showed up because he was on parole. And if, you know, he was found in a house where there were drugs, they'd put him back in prison. So I had to deal with all this stuff. And so at one point, I'm shaking Mary, I'm shaking Mary, I'm smacking her, throwing water in her face, I'm screaming, Mary, 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 come on, wake up. And I could feel her. And then at one moment, I was alone in the room. And, you know, she was still breathing. She was still kind of, you know, her body was still functioning to some degree. But I was alone in the room, and I knew it. And it was kind of tough. And I told the story in class, and I had bottled the whole thing up because I had to go and tell my brother and his son that Eddie, your wife is gone, and the kid, you've got no mom. And it still chokes me up, sorry. But I told the thing in class, and next thing I knew, I was sobbing. And Samari comes through. And Samari comes, they look at me, and they start singing this song. And then at one moment, there's it kind of started out where it was a Samari song, and it sounded like, you know, there were multiple, you know, it was like a bunch of people singing through Jane, which unfortunately doesn't really come across on the tapes, but sometimes during Samari you would hear in the song, and it really was like, you know, there was, you knew there was more than one voice coming out of her. Like there were times it was like a choir. And this one started out where there was a bunch of voices basically trying to get my attention. And then there was Mary, and she reached over and she kind of, you know, patted me on the knee and looked at me, and I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever that, I mean, I could feel, I mean, that was Mary. And she was smiling, she was glowing, and I just, inside, I could basically feel what she was saying. And she was saying, why are you sad? Now, here I am. I'm doing great. This place rocks. I'm having a great time. Don't be an idiot, you know? And I kind of like, oh, well, okay. And the song went on for a while, but I'm not kidding you. From that moment on, I had absolutely no doubt whatsoever about the survival of the soul. I mean, after a couple of out-of-bodies, I was pretty sure, well, you know, there is no death, you know. But when Mary let me know that not only was there no death, there was like a party going on. And it was like, she was having a real good time. Now, I couldn't quite explain this to my brother, but he was like, well, okay, if you say she's okay, well, fine. You know, I just wished I could have made that clearer to him. But at any rate, that was pretty special. And just some of those times when, you know, Seth would come through, and there would be times Seth would come through and just kind of sit there, and there would be a conversation between the other class members, and I always knew. I was like, uh-huh. You know, I could feel, you know, he was pretty easy to feel, you know, when Seth came, it was just kind of, there was an effect on the camouflage, you know, it was just kind of, things got a little, it became a little more apparent that, you know, this stuff isn't real, it isn't solid, you know, Seth is, you know, Seth, and Seth actually, there were numerous times where Jane would be talking and you could feel Seth in the room. You knew he was gonna, you know, he was waiting for to make his grand entrance and pop in and, you know.
Didn't you guys bait him a little bit?
Oh, yeah, well, there was, actually, it was pretty much a contest at times. If we had driven 250 miles up there, and being in a car with these particular people, and it was a challenge. And so when we got up there, we kind of really expected, you know, we expected something to happen. We expected Seth to come through. there were times Seth, didn't come through, and they were great classes. A lot of the best stuff that happened up there that doesn't get, talked about a whole lot was, there were classes where, Jane just kind of, held court all night, and just this amazing stuff would come through. And
just a little aside on that, Richard Kendall transcribed, because they had not been transcribed before when it was just Jane. So a number of years ago, he transcribed those. So they actually, I believe, are at the library now. I think anyway. I have them, I know. So, but you're right. They were terrific. Jane had some wonderful things to say.
What?
Pardon me?
He's asking if they're in Sterling or some other library.
Sterling. Sorry. Yeah, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Although Rick may publish them at some time, I'm not sure, because there are tapes.
Yeah. What else? The wig story. I don't want to tell the wig story.
No, but would you tell the Civil War story?
Okay.
Are you sick of that? Because I like that one.
Now I'm not going to get out of this room alive. Some of the Bay Area Seth folks will be laying in wait with lead pipes and whatever. But I'll do the Civil War guy. Actually, I can feel the Civil War guy tonight. When I was doing, while I was going to class, and this is one of the pieces I wrote for Sue's book. We had been doing a lot of reincarnational work at work. We had been talking about reincarnation a lot in class, and I would get stuff in dreams and whatnot, little bits and pieces, but nothing really spectacular. And then one day, really, it was like a Thursday or something like that, and I got up. I'm getting ready to go to work. Shower, come out, and I'm just getting ready to shave. And I'm shaving, and all of a sudden, here's my face in the mirror, and behind me there's the bathroom wall. And I'm shaving, and all of a sudden, the bathroom wall in the mirror is gone, and there's the forest there. And I was like, well, this is interesting. Now, do I run out of the room screaming like, oh my God, I've gone crazy? Or do I go for a ride here? And I said, all right, I'll go for a ride. And then the face changed. And then I was in this forest. I was in this guy's head. And this was a Confederate soldier, I believe a lieutenant. And he was not a nice guy. And he really offended me. He really scared the bejesus out of me. And I did not like being in his head. I did not like looking out through this guy's eyes. Even at that moment, I knew, obviously, that this was some aspect of me. And even though it probably lasted 4 minutes or something like that. It felt like I was in there for, you know, a half hour or something like that. It was just time didn't mean it. Funny, time didn't mean a thing, you know. And you know, he was about to torture. He was threatening to torture this prisoner that they had, and he was talking about like cutting off this guy's digits and other pieces that you don't want anybody to cut off of you. And I just was like, oh my God. And I came up to class, and you know, we started with, did anybody have any good dreams this week or any experiences? And I was like, well, I got a little one, you know. And I told what had happened. And as I was telling it, I was kind of getting angry that you know, that there was a part of me. You know, I'm a kid. Maybe I was 23 when this happened, and you know, I had a pony, I had hair, and it was down to the middle of my back, and I had burnt my draft card, and you know, I was not a big war guy, and so I was talking about this guy and how creepy he was and how scary this guy was, and really focusing on the differences between me and this guy. And then Seth comes through, kind of booming at me, and he said, did it ever occur to you that while you were looking out through his eyes, that he was looking out through yours? And he was wondering where these thoughts of cowardness were coming from, because that's how he read who I was. And I was like, well, you can call me a lot of things, but coward, you know? I thought it was, you know, I thought everybody in that room, in the ESP class, were heroes in their own way. They were, I mean, not like Jane and Rob, but they were pioneers. It wasn't like now where, you know, there's a lot of people who talk about this stuff, who experience this stuff, and, you know, they're not, they don't feel like they're gonna get locked up for talking about this stuff. And when Seth said that, I kind of started to realize there was stuff I would be able to get from this guy, and that I would be able to give to him. And long story short, this guy had absolutely no problem trusting his energy. I mean, he created his reality, and he wasn't worried about the consequences. You know, he's like, I'm who I am. I'm in charge. I'm doing what's right. And if you don't like it, it means nothing to me that you don't like it. Whereas I was, you know, trying to make everybody happy, and I was afraid of my energy. I was afraid of, I was afraid of creating grief for someone. I was afraid of making the wrong move, the wrong decision, whatever. And this guy never, I don't think that ever crossed his mind. And over the years, he softened out a little bit, and I did learn to trust my energy. And oddly enough, I mean, I owe a whole lot of that to him. And in other aspects of my life, he would pop up. it was like, the first time I went horseback riding. I was astonishing. I was great. It was just kind of like I knew everything there was to know about, how to be on a horse and look astonishing, and look really good, And how does a guy from Whitestone, Queens know how to do that, And at any rate, that I got from him, and then just recently, he's kind of popped up again, and I've been getting kind of an update as to, what happened to him when he went home. Yeah. When he went home back to Georgia or wherever the hell, he had come from, there was nothing there. It was all gone. He's burnt to the ground, So he moved out west and got involved with the beef industry, which, again, I hardly eat beef. I feel anytime I eat beef, I kind of feel guilty, And here's this guy who probably had thousands of longhorns and drove them up, to Kansas to sell to make his money back, and he did. And that also answered another question that I had for myself, which was, why do you love watching Westerns so much? Why do you so feel at home? And I still, for when I need to escape, when I need a break, life's getting too crazy or whatever, I'll pick up a Western. After the first 5 pages, I know how the damn thing's going to end, but that's not the point. The point is, for 123 pages, it's black and white, and they're good guys, they're bad guys. It's not complex, and you can pretty much pick out, who the, who's the good pretty gal, who's the bad pretty gal. I mean, all this stuff is kind of right there for you, and those guys don't make the mistakes that I make in real life. So that's the big secret, right? Since I can't do drugs, and I don't drink, my weakness is Westerns written in the early 50s, so.
Well, Lawrence, I understand we're down to 10 minutes
left.
Maybe
okay.
9 now. So.
Let me think.
Your most important.
My most important
message to all of us.
Okay. Well. Okay. Let me figure out
how. Send me $1 million doesn't come.
How to phrase this. I have lived most of my life studying the material. I still have, I still have problems. My house has gone into foreclosure. I've got health issues, and it's okay. It's really okay. I don't freak out about it. I know, in my gut, I know that sooner or later, I usually, I'll reach into the bottom of the hat and I'll pull out that rabbit, and I'll find a way to make things work. And I cannot, I don't really have the words to explain how blessed my life has been because of the material. you know, the folks in this room can, you know, are one of the few places that I could say this and not get carted off. But we are so lucky. We are so blessed to have what we have now. You know, besides the published, the books that were meant for publication, and of course the early sessions and personal sessions were also meant for publication, but in a slightly different way. I think we're looking at 41 books or something like that at this point.
A lot of books, yeah. And
it cracks me up when I get on Facebook and I see people freaking out because they think there's like a secret stash somewhere of more and more and more and more books, and I'm like, you haven't read those 40 books yet. You can't fool me, you know? I said, when you get those 40 books under your belt and you know those inside and out, you're not going to need a 42nd book, you know? And we all, at some point, we all realize that as we grow and we change, the books grow and change. So it's like, you know, again, I've been reading, I'm not bragging, but I've been reading this stuff since 1972, and I can go back and I can pick up Seth material and find stuff in there that I never saw before. And I wasn't really kidding when I said, you know, the type moves around when we're not looking. And
Seth wrote for many levels.
Yeah.
At one time, so.
And it's one other thing I want to point out. We have an advantage that Jane and Rob didn't have. They didn't have all the material like we have. You know, people talk sometimes about, well, why didn't she do this, or why didn't they do that, or whatever. And I'm like, well, Sue hadn't written her index yet. You know, they didn't know to look up in, you know, where to look to find the answer for that stuff, because they hadn't channeled it yet. They hadn't created it yet. We are blessed beyond belief. You know, I mean, it's, you know, when Seth talks about we've been given the gifts of the gods, that we create our reality, and you know, when you sit back and you really, really think about what that means, it's just jaw-dropping. It's frightening, and it's the most beautiful, exciting thing in the world at the same time. It's I had the honor, I had the privilege at SethNet 97 to stand up in front of 400 people with tears in my eyes and tell Rob basically how much I loved him, how grateful I was for what he had done, for what Jane had done. And you know, I cried, he cried. You know, it's just, I'm losing it, but here, I mean, you know, it's, again, besides us being blessed with the material itself, we're also blessed with this family that a lot of us don't really quite understand how important that family is, how strong some of these bonds are, and not just Samari, you know, all the families. I happen to be a little biased about the Samari part, but I'm telling you all, you picked a really great time to be alive, and you picked a really good time to be able to read. And as that stuff becomes more available in the cloud, or some of my dear friends keep talking to me about having all, holding up these little machines and saying, I have almost all of the books in here. And I'm like, that's just not fair. Well, I would have to carry a backpack that would snap me in half, to carry all of my books. And but I'm a technophobe, and that's probably okay. That well, at any rate, it's. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. It's the shit. It's the best. It's having the material in your life is just this magical, wonderful thing. And if I'm any help at all to inspire or scare, I hope I don't scare anybody away, but I hope to inspire people to say, look, I mean, I was this close to the edge when I found the material, and the material completely turned me around and has helped me numerous times. And even though there were a couple of times in my life where I needed, I kind of needed a vacation, a couple of years where I just wanted to, just be a redneck and, drive a pickup truck and drink a lot and not think about the material, But it doesn't work that way, and at some point, you turn around to one of your redneck friends and you go, well, why are you creating that? And they, what? And then you realize, well, this isn't going to work. I'm going to have to find my family and find some Seth readers and, go home, be with the people that I'm supposed to be with. And
here we are.
That's it. Here we are.
Hi, everybody. You know, I'm not a public speaker. I'm an IT guy. But it was important to me to introduce our next speaker to you. Please excuse me for reading my notes during the introduction. Thomas Leichardt has passionately studied and practiced Seth material alongside his study and practice of Chinese medicine, the energetic healing arts, and Taoist inner alchemy. Teaching people to unlock their own awareness is a real passion for Thomas, for it mirrors his own passion for unlocking, awakening, and exploring the furthest reaches of consciousness, and then translating this expansion back into physical terms. He is a dear friend of mine and a mystery school brother. It is with the greatest pleasure that I introduce to you Thomas Leichardt.
Welcome. I'm really excited to get to this point in the conference when I really get to share one of my emerging passions with everybody here. So I'm glad I get to share this excitement, because what I'm going to talk about is what has been developing in my life in the last year or so, but has been a long time coming. And this is the development of the art of channeling. And so this talk will be titled Entering the Channeling State. And the idea is basically I'm going to go through a how-to guide on connecting to higher dimensional aspects of ourselves so that we can begin to entrain ourselves to do what we admire that Jane has done with the Seth material. And of course, not everybody's slated to be the type of channel that Jane was, but I truly believe that all of us can and do enter channeling states, and we can, through these states, bring through more and more of our true natural selves and infuse our lives with those true natural selves and literally begin to create the life of our dreams. So in part, I believe that channeling really is about becoming lucid in our waking life so that we constantly bring more and more of our true natural selves into our lives and then project that out into the events that we experience, and then get that wonderful feedback of having more of our true selves reflected back to us. So let's go ahead and dive in. First, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. Some of you have known me because I've spoken at some of the other conferences. So of course I am a longtime reader of Seth. He was the original channeled material that I got into and have for a long time. He has been the bedrock of what I know to be wonderful channeled material. So I began reading Seth in my early 20s and really just kept reading, and it augmented everything else that was developing in my life at the time as well. So I do have a great and tremendous love for channeled material. Seth is the main source. I have dabbled a little bit in Abraham Hicks, as some of you know. And of course, lately I've really been into Bashar as well as a wonderful channeled entity. So a little more about me is I am an energy medicine practitioner. So I practice all kinds of energy works and energy medicines, ranging all the way from acupuncture to medical qigong, which is a form of, it's an Asian-based, based out of China, and energy work from there. And more than anything, what I love to do is I'm a core belief rearranger or unlocker from negative beliefs. I love helping people unlock from the negative beliefs so that they can begin to bring through more and more of their true natural selves into their lives. And another thing that I love to do is I love crystal bowls, and you will see how that dovetails into the art of channeling as I progress in the talk. And we are building a mystery school in San Jose. Beyond the teaching of the medical Qigong, we have a growing community, which is not just local in San Jose, but growing into vast, all over the world, really. We're creating a network of people who are really interested in awakening to more of their true natural selves. And so I do have a website that should be easy to remember because it is Sumari Healing Arts. So many of you will remember Sumari is a state or a family of consciousness that Seth described. And of course, my most recent adventure, which is really the culmination of everything that I just described to you, is jumping off into the channeling arts and actually beginning to really apply everything that I've learned from Seth, from my early 20s, and through my entire journey of life, and now beginning to bring that into the channeling arts. So I'm really excited to share that with y'all today because I believe channeling states are available to all of us. So let's go ahead and define a little bit of what I'm talking about. So when I say a channeling state, what I'm referring to is the translation of our higher dimensional selves, whether you call that the soul, the oversoul, the entity, even other aspects of ourselves and other existences, other dimensions, translating that information or that beingness of who we are and these other levels of consciousness into physical terms and physical words and physical expressions, whether they be vocal or written or through the arts or even through the sciences and technologies. We'll discover that the channeling state can be quite a broad definition. So essentially, it's when our personality self, our physically focused self, allows more and more of the larger being that we are to come through and begin to be expressed in physical terms. And then continuing on, broadening the definition of a channeling state, I truly believe that acting on our passion, and as Seth often said, acting on our impulses and being completely immersed in that passion, the state of flow and grace that we experience when we're truly focused on something that we really, really love to do, that is a channeling state. That is a flow state. So in a sense, it's a heightened state of connectivity and hyperconnectivity in the brain. We experience it as, all the neurons are firing in synchronicity. There's just a tremendous harmonization of brain states, and that translates, or that is the translation of the harmonization of all these different aspects of who we are and levels of consciousness of who we are coming into sync and into alignment. So I've heard this also described as a flow state of mind, a state of mind where you're just in pure flow and at one with what you are doing. So examples of channeling states, writers, obviously writers, we know from Jane Roberts, but writers that just sit down and just literally channel the information through them. They become completely immersed in the story or the material that they're delivering. That is a channeling state. Actors who become fully immersed in the role that they're playing, in a sense, begin to channel their aspect selves and other dimensions of their consciousness and really embody that role fully, get completely immersed in it. That is a channeling state. An artist that becomes completely immersed with the artwork that they're creating, they're literally translating higher dimensional knowledge into artwork, that is a form of channeling. A singer getting completely lost in the song, we know obviously that Jane went into song from time to time. And so she was translating the material into song and into poetry. She did some paintings, as we have discovered as well. So she was translating it in all kinds of different ways and not just purely as that one aspect of consciousness as we know, have come to know as Seth. And even then, she channeled stories as well that we know, Oversoul 7 and Cypress and all the characters therein that took on a life of their own because they probably were reflections of aspects of her consciousness. So the arts definitely have a lot to do with channeling states. An inventor, now we don't not always think of it related to the sciences, but it very much relates when an inventor is able to tap into that field of consciousness that is a simultaneous time. They're able to pull inventions and they're able to match whatever is in existence, literally pulling down from the ethers inventions that are becoming highly relevant for the society that they are living in. So inventors very much can be can experience those channeling states, and as well scientists. Now you can think of Nikola Tesla, you can think of Einstein. They've described states whereby they drop into these powerful states of meditative repose and literally pull the information, become one with the universe. They become the information that they later then translate into theories, into inventions, and into comprehensions of the universe. So another aspect is athletics. People who drop so deeply into the role that they're playing within the game, they become one with the game. They drop into that flow state. And so through the sports is another example of entering the channeling state. And what does it feel like? As you can already surmise, it's total immersion in whatever you're doing. So you don't even have the sense of passage of time, or the passage of time becomes highly distorted because you're really dropping into a unified field consciousness, and you can almost feel yourself dropping into this place where time becomes simultaneous and is not perceived in the linear format that we're used to. It's a feeling of being completely at one with yourself and whatever is your object of focus. The distinction between self and not self begins to dissolve. A state of immense interconnectivity of consciousness where you feel the oneness and the unification of consciousness and the synchronization, harmonization between all these states and levels of consciousness. Of course, with that comes a heightened sense of inner perceptions. Your inner senses become activated and available because you're in a harmonic state whereby you're able to access deeper portions of yourself and the inner senses that lead you to perceptions of the inner dimensions. Sometimes it's described as moving into a state that feels very much like a daydream, where you might still feel somewhat anchored in physical terms, but you're also becoming aware of many other channels of information coming through the inner senses. And so all in all, you have access to more and more of your true natural self as the personality allows more of that to flow into your physical experience. So in this broader definition, you can see that many of the arts are produced in channeling states, and many scientific discoveries also are produced from these channeling states. And by extension, then, you'll realize many of us actually enter channeling states as we go and move about through our daily lives. We always have those activities in our lives that truly bring through us, pull through us more of our true natural selves. We feel that sense of great elation and expansion and joy and ecstasy as we focus on certain activities in our life that are truly in alignment with who we truly are. So, as I said before, a flow state of consciousness is how it is sometimes described, a state of hyper-connectivity and conductivity within the being, the energy being, the self, and even down to the brain states of the way there's a synchronization of the firing of the individual neurons within the brain. So you could stretch the description or the definition of the channeling state to actually begin to encompass all of our lives, because in a manner of looking from a certain point of view, you could say that our lives are channeled states, because we as these personality selves are constantly channeling our greater self into these physical vehicles of consciousness and then expressing that self as best as we can through these vehicles of consciousness. Now, however, for this talk, we are going to narrow it down, or shall we say focus it down, to the art of vocal channeling, the art of translating channeling states into vocalized language. So we're translating our natural selves and these different layers of consciousness into spoken word and language that can later be understood. But I did want to first broaden out that definition of channeling, because I want you all to recognize that these are states accessible to all of us. They're a natural part of human evolution and not something strange and odd and something that only happens to very select individuals. We all have the capacity to become channelers of a variety of arts and sciences and passions that really speak to us. So in a sense, the definition here will be the allowance and translation of our higher mind or soul or oversoul or entity, even aspect selves, into words and into spoken language that then at the same time the personality self, the physical mind, is relaxing its sense of control to allow more of these messages to come through without all of the heavy filtering and the inhibitions that have become part of the physical mind as it acquired many negative beliefs about its ability to express what it truly is and who we truly are. So vocal channeling then by definition will be the translation of our higher dimensional self into spoken word. And of course, this is what Jane Roberts did when she channeled the Seth books. She was able to access these higher states of consciousness and translate them into physicalized, verbalized language that we can all then relate to and understand and certainly appreciate. So obviously then vocal channeling is the subject of this talk. And as I have been saying, we all have access to these multidimensional states of consciousness, and we all can translate our higher dimensional selves into words and into guidance. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean we all have to go public with it and write books. We can receive it just for our own benefit. We can drop into channeling states when we come into a decision point in our lives, or when we feel like our personality is starting to feel cut off from those other portions of ourselves. We can enter a channeling state and create a channel, a dialogue, a connection, a dialogue between this physical self and the higher dimensional selves that we are. Essentially, it is one self, but we can use the channeling state to reinforce that sense of connection that it is one state, rather than falling into this sense of separation and isolation as the physical mind version of ourselves tends to do from the negative beliefs and the conditioning of the society. So how does one do it? And this is what I'm really excited to share, is the how-to guide of how to really get into these channeling states. So here's one way. Of course, there are many ways, and this is the way that I did it. So I'm going to describe the process that I used. So what I discovered really works, and some of this comes from the prompting of Bashar, which is another channeled entity. And so the idea was that I grabbed a trusted friend. So you can grab a friend that you really trust and basically have them ask you questions after you've gone into a meditative state. So this is a practice session, so you don't want to put a lot of stress upon it. But the idea is, let this friend ask you questions after you've entered a meditative state and just start speaking. Don't wait for, words to just completely drop ready-made. You actually want to reach for the words and kind of like reach halfway with your personality, reach into these upper dimensions, shift your frequency upwards, and then begin to speak. And sometimes it might feel like you're trying to prime the pump a little bit, and so you just let words come. Don't worry about being perfect. Just open the spigot and just let the words flow. Don't worry about making nonsense. Don't worry about being wrong. Don't worry about sounding silly, because your negative beliefs are going to tell you, you're stepping out on a limb here. You're doing something that, maybe you won't sound that quite perfect, or, you have all this crosstalk of the personality. So you really want to attenuate that and just let it flow and just let it be an experiment, just like an artist might experiment with blocks of clay, or an artist might experiment with creating abstract art. It doesn't mean every single piece is going to be in a museum. Some pieces are just there for experimentation. So let your session just flow in whatever way it wants to. Remember, this is your trusted friend. You trust this individual to hold a neutral space without judgment. You're not broadcasting this to 10,000 people. So just let it flow and let yourself stumble around in there in that state and just practice. That's really the best advice that I can give you. Allow the questions that your friend asks to pull the information through you. It helps to ground and create a circuit. When somebody else asks a question, then you can just be in that receptive state and just allow yourself to start translating whatever comes to you. So allow yourself to feel silly. Allow these negative beliefs that come in and say, "Oh, that sounds fake," or "Oh, you're making nonsense," or it's like all these negative beliefs are going to start coming to the surface. But this is good, because you want to get in touch with what negative beliefs you have that would otherwise prevent you from moving forward upon this path. So process through whatever comes up. Allow this to be a process of growth and acceleration, and even the revelation of negative beliefs is part of this process. So allow yourself to process through whatever comes up, be it positive or negative. And if negative feelings come up, follow them to the source. Use your Seth material knowledge to follow the feelings to the beliefs that generate them. And you can, we'll talk about that a little bit further down the line. How do you work with the negative beliefs that come up and the negative feelings? But the idea is that once you see a belief, you have the power to let it go. So allow the revelation of the negativity, because once you're aware of it, then it's no longer, quote unquote, lurking in the subconscious. It's there and available, and you can work with it. Once it's conscious, you can work with it in a conscious way. So I definitely encourage that, because that's how I learned. So I know firsthand how those negative beliefs can just keep coming. So if a belief persists, once you identify it, then you have another belief that tells you that buying into this belief somehow serves you or benefits you. So you want to go and identify what that belief is, because oftentimes these come in links and chains. So you want to be very curious and be very investigative of what are these beliefs. And we will talk more about this a little bit further down the line. So continuing on the advice of how to make it, how to begin channeling and entering channeling states, is you want to physicalize your channeling. You want to make it as tangible as possible, because these connections to the higher minds, they can seem a little like kind of misty, and we're not quite sure what it is. So the idea is to make it physical, bring it down to a physical level. So one way of physicalizing it is actually recording your channelings. Record your practice sessions. When your friend hears you, that's one way in which it becomes physical. If you can record it into a physical device, this is another way that you're actually making it physical and tangible. You're anchoring it into a physicalized, crystallized event, which reinforces that this is important, and it gives it a sense of validity, and it reinforces and keeps the momentum going. So even just when you vocalize, you're translating these higher dimensional frequencies into sound, into something tangible. So even just channeling out loud, even if it is to yourself, vocalizing the words out loud, you're translating these non-physical frequencies into actual physical sound vibrations, and that physicalizes it, and so that helps. And then of course, if you record it, it becomes physical in yet another way. When your friend hears you, it becomes physical in yet another way. So you're reinforcing that connection. You're anchoring your higher mind's intuitive abilities by bringing it into the physical. So that I just, I keep repeating that because it is very important to physicalize it into something tangible. So, of course, as I said, once you record it, yes, it becomes physical. And the more physical it becomes, then it builds this bridge, a powerful bridge between you and that higher mind. This is similar to when traditions tell you to write down your dreams. This builds a bridge between your physicalized consciousness and your dreaming self. Likewise, when you record your channelings, the more physical you make them, you're building a bridge between your physical mind and the higher mind. Now, after your channeling session, what you want to do is just get honest feedback from your friend. Have a dialogue about what it felt like, because when you're in the meditative channeling state, sometimes your perceptions aren't exactly the way your friend perceives you, so it can be very valuable to get that feedback. And of course, don't expect to be perfect on day one. Give yourself a lot of leeway. This is like learning to play a musical instrument. You wouldn't just expect to pick up a guitar if you've never played it before and just to start rocking out. It's going to take some time, and you are the instrument here. You are the translator of non-physical energy into these physicalized terms. So your personality has to acclimate to becoming a conduit through which the greater version of who you are can be channeled and funneled down into physical terms, into physicalized language, just like a musician is learning to translate their feelings and their intuitions into music. Through the musical language, you're learning to translate these higher dimensional energies into your spoken word. So just as much as you want to have a review session with your friend, you can also review your recorded session. If you've recorded your channeling, you can come back to it at a later time and just listen to it and evaluate it from your normal physical state of consciousness. You might actually find that there's a lot more value in there than you perceived, and so we'll unpack that a little bit later as well. But also recognize that any negative beliefs that come up, this is actually a good thing. You really want the negative beliefs to come up so you can work with them in a conscious way. Otherwise, they remain unconscious and they remain there constraining you and telling you that, you know, you can't do it, or you're not good enough, or you don't sound as good as somebody else. So you don't want those negative beliefs to be in your subconscious and unconscious mind. You want them to come to the surface so you can work with them, transform them directly in the light of your consciousness. Now, of course, every time you act on your passion, or as Seth says, every time you act on your impulses, they will reveal more and more of these constrictions and restrictions that you have to the greater flow of your true natural self. So when you act on your passion, that is also prepping you and priming you for receiving more of this higher dimensional energy. Because when you act on your passion, you're translating higher dimensional energy into physicalized terms. So my vocal channeling, my journey of channeling vocally, it's been a long time in the making. You can say that ever since I picked up my first Seth book, there was a deep ping in my physical consciousness from the higher dimensional self. The draw, the attraction, the resonance with what I was reading was very, very powerful. So you can say the seed was planted, or perhaps revealed for the first time to my physical mind at that time. However, it's been in the last year that I really committed to bringing this art form into physicalized terms, into vocalized terms, and recording it and sharing it with others. So how I began was I had my good friend Lilia ask me questions. She was that trusted friend who would ask me questions, and then we just kept practicing, again and again and again and again. That old phrase, practice makes perfect, is really appropriate, because we spent hours and hours and hours just going through questions. And God bless her for having the support, for creating that supportive field within which I could practice and develop this art. Because in the beginning, it sounded a little clunky, or I felt uncomfortable, and I got, it's through that repetition, my personality over time got more and more comfortable and more out of the way, and relinquished its sense of control, and allowed these higher dimensional frequencies to come in and express themselves through me. So it's learning to trust the flow, and sometimes that just takes time. I also recorded myself into my phone, so that helps to anchor the frequency into a physicalized way. It really felt like I was anchoring. I didn't even go through and review every single recording, but the act of having that camera going and running, it was real. Like all of a sudden it was real. So that really helped me a lot, actually. And then, so of course, as the phone recorded me, it was just one more way it became physicalized and tangible. Now, how did it feel? At first, honestly, I felt like I was making it up. Like, I kind of felt like I was repeating what I've read in Seth books, what I've heard Bashar talk about. I kind of felt like I was just, repeating what I've heard from others. And then as the physical mind began to relax, it allowed more and more of these higher dimensional frequencies to come in, and it became more and more original. And that said, of course, then there's still many similarities, even between channels that are, highly popular. You'll see many veins of similarities. So some of these universal truths, of course, are universal, but I did start to develop more and more of my own, spin on them, so to speak. And this occurred gradually, because it was just over time. It was that idea of practicing again and again and again, until the point where my personality just begins to open and relax and allow more of that flow to come through me. So one of the best things I did really was risking, quote unquote, risking doing this in front of others, having other people hear me. When I had Lelia ask me questions, just the act that I was doing it with somebody present, like it was all of a sudden, it was like, oh my God, this is real. We're really doing it. And it just allowed these reverberations to move through and from the personality self up through all these layers of consciousness. And then it's like I engaged the process. It's like you're flipping a switch and now you're receiving all this help. It's like, I could imagine kind of humorously saying that, the other aspect selves are up there saying, oh, he finally acted on his passion, or hey, let's work with him, he's finally doing it, right? So it really requires action on the physical part to create that circuit and that conduit. And that is what accelerated. That's when things really started to accelerate. So my personal experience, still to this day, it very much feels like there are a lot of quote unquote borrowed ideas that come through me through the channeling state. And of course, a lot of this is because, like I was saying earlier, a lot of themes are very universal. So simultaneous time is something we dip into all the time. Parallel realities, the idea that there's many concurrent parallel realities, that we tap into a lot as well. The idea that Seth brought into our world, the idea that we create our own reality, that is a powerful theme of my channeling. This idea that spontaneity knows its own order, that really comes through very powerfully as well. And that synchronicity is the revelation of a higher order of events that might escape our physical mind's notice, but it lets us know that, hey, there's a grander orchestration taking place. So that also is an aspect of my channeling. The idea to act on our passion and to act on our impulses, that comes through very powerfully in my sessions as well. Some other universal laws, law of attraction, we're all quite familiar with that one. That one is addressed quite often as well. The idea of existence as being a natural state of consciousness, and that we exist, that existence is the basis, that comes up a lot. They love to talk about existence. That the idea that everything here is here and now, which is the idea of synchronous, simultaneous time, and that all is one and one is the all. The sense that everything is interlocked as a one unified consciousness, that all that is literally all that is, and that we are aspects of all that is, and whatever we interact with, essentially we're interacting with other aspects of our own self at the highest level. So these ideas, they just keep coming out. Another spin on the law of attraction is this idea that what you put out is what you get back. Whatever energy you're putting out, you're going to get that reflection. Whatever you believe to be true, you're going to get that reflection coming back to you. So these are these universal concepts that I feel like I'm tapping into, which at first I felt like, oh, I'm just repeating stuff I heard, but then I realized, well, this is it's kind of the way things are. So don't be surprised if you tap into universal themes that might sound similar to other channelers, but they sound similar because for thousands of years we've been hearing these truths, put in slightly different language, slightly different clothing, but truth is truth, that's all I can say. So another one of these, everything changes, the idea of change is the only constant. That's another one that comes up as a theme. So I'm going to go into a little bit more of what it's like to experience the channeling state. So the idea is, for me, what it feels like is that my physical mind holds many ideas that I've gathered from Seth, from Bashar, from other teachings, from medical Qigong, from all walks of life and all spiritual traditions. So my physical mind has many of these concepts. And then it feels like my higher dimensional self can sometimes literally just come in and highlight certain portions of these knowledges and kind of weave them together, like weaving a necklace, a string of pearls. It'll just come in and say, oh, highlight this one and highlight, and it's just the unique arrangement of how these things are put together becomes the channeling, complete with sometimes some original ideas, some original metaphors. Sometimes it's like, oh, this will work here. And it's like you're literally weaving together a story out of what I have explored, and also other higher dimensional metaphors that come in, and it just weaves everything together into this beautiful, beautiful tale. And I get to experience all that front row, so to speak. So it's very exciting for me to be in that state. So sometimes along with that come various images and symbols and metaphors that I can speak about. And sometimes it's just like sacred geometrical patterns of light. Sometimes I call this the language of light. It's like you're just getting these, it's like they're indescribable. So I can't really translate them, but I get a sense that that's part of the transmission. And sometimes I literally feel as if my body becomes a conduit through which higher dimensional energy is literally vibrating besides the vocalized words that I'm creating as well to match that vibration. So it's really wonderful, especially, I don't get the visuals all the time, but there are times where I'm just feeling like, it's like I get to see a light show with the actual channeled state. And of course, with that comes, no insistence. Each session is different. Sometimes they're super soft where I can barely tell there's a higher dimensional frequency coming in, and other times it's just like really like, oh wow, this is gonna be a good one. So but they're all good. That's the thing is we get what we get the proper dosage of the medicine. I really believe there's a higher wisdom to that, to how it comes in and the strength with which it comes in. So the experience with that, it can be very, very subtle, very soft, or it can be very powerful, or everything in between. And of course, we come to that question, well, what am I channeling? So of course, I just define this, and I've come to know this to be as my higher mind. And higher mind is, in that sense, kind of a generic term, and purposefully so, because I really feel that just above physical consciousness, there is a higher mind, which acts as a kind of a grand central almost. It's the first non-physical portion of who we are. And through that is channeled into that, it connects up into the oversoul self, and then from the oversoul it can go out into the aspect selves, and then from the oversoul there's an oversoul, all the way to all that is. So I think I receive it in the sensation of the higher mind, and then that becomes like a grand central, and then it's like there's a composite energy of all these different aspects and the oversoul, and that comes amalgamated together, and then I receive that as a translated message. So like a switchboard of consciousness is one of the best ways I can describe it. I can feel circuits being made, and sometimes circuits transitioning from one aspect to the next, but it's very, very subtle at this point in my development. I'm not getting very clear like, oh, this is a such and such entity from such and such dimension. It's starting to come in, and I'll talk about that a little bit, but at this point I still just see it more as a composite energy that I'm translating into physical terms. So I do get glimpses of aspects that are what I call extra dimensional. So it's like this is where it gets into indescribable. Yeah, I don't even know how to describe it, but entities that are non-physical, it just feels like they're part of this family of consciousness, and I tap into them. The ones that are a little more distinct are actually ones that come in with a little more of a flavor of, dare I say, extraterrestrial, in the sense of physicalized civilizations outside of the sphere of Earth, spread out throughout the cosmos. So one system that I tap into, and this kind of teeters on, is it extra dimensional? Is it extraterrestrial? Sometimes the lines are a little bit blurred. But the Sirius star system, as either it's an archetype or it's literally coming from there, I can just feel myself tapping into the Sirius star system. And I've just had, we don't have time to go into it, but the experience is like really powerfully connecting with Sirius as an energy. So that's one flavor. Another one is Tau Ceti, which is another which to me feels like a civilization, and getting that perhaps I have aspect selves in that area. So that's always interesting. So different flavors. There's what sometimes people refer to as the quote-unquote mantis beings. There's the Pleiadian energy. I've had really powerful connections to the Pleiadian system, which has been really subtle lately, but when I began to open the channel, it was just like, all this Pleiadian type energy came in, and through dreams and whatnot. And that's why you'll see often, if you look at materials that I'm putting out, I very often include images of the Pleiades in there as well, just to honor that connection. That was a starting point for me. So a lot of interesting things out there, and I think over time it'll develop. I'll get a sense of which aspects I might be tapping into. Although you never know, maybe it'll just stay in its conglomerated consciousness state. That's a mystery. That's gonna remain to be seen. So sometimes people ask, well, do I have a name for this channeled energy? And a name that came to me after my good friend Jeff kept prodding me for a name. It's like, he kept saying, we need a name. Because it's like, what do we like to have names. So they don't, I'm not getting a sense names are used at this level of consciousness, at least, the way I understand it at this point. But I did get a name of Eli, which is an Sasani or Shikani word for a mirror. And I had many experiences in dream time and in almost like daydream type visionary experiences of this quality of the mirror. And, we don't really have a lot of time to unpack that right now. But, I had very powerful indications. In one dream, I was like walking through a mirror and then coming back through the mirror and then walking through it. And then, time and again, I would just keep going through this portal of a mirror with the backdrop of it was a dream of ascending a staircase and a landing. I find this large mirror and I'm just walking through it. And then it's like, walking back and just really feeling that. And so to me, what the name really means is that when I channel, I feel like I'm entering a state of consciousness that becomes a reflective mirror for others through this experience of receiving channeling from me. They're in a sense getting a reflection of their own higher mind. So I'm in a sense helping to facilitate as a mirror for them to develop a connection to their own higher minds. So, if I can, humorously speaking, channel my way out of a job, that's the idea, is that I want to help other people make this connection themselves. And I'm just facilitating that as a reflective mirror to help people to create that sense of connection to their own higher minds. So that basically is the word for now, Eli. Even the way the word is written is, you'll see that it creates almost a mirror reflection within itself, which is another interesting play within that as well. So if you are interested in the channelings that I do, you can simply just search for my name on YouTube and look for Conversations with the Higher Mind. You'll find a whole series of videos that I put out of me entering the channeling state. So you're welcome to find those. I've also channeled and been asked to channel at the Seth House for the Seth House, the Sunday show that they do, as well as the Bay Area Seth group. So you'll find those videos on there as well. All you have to do is just look for my name and then look for Conversations with the Higher Mind. And I will actually create a very, very special channeled message for the viewers of this conference, and I'll make that available after the conference on my YouTube channel as well. So you're welcome to check that out. So challenges. There are challenges to the channeling state. Of course, one of the first ones that I experienced, and is common for people to experience, is it feels like you're making it up. It feels like you go into this meditative state of consciousness, and you feel like you're just, you're answering the questions, and it feels like you're kind of making it up. Like sometimes that's how it feels. And it can feel very familiar to you because you are moving into a state of consciousness that is more of your true natural self. So it literally feels like you're coming home to yourself. And as you begin to speak from this higher dimensional version of you, it feels as if what you're saying is what you've already known, always known to be true. So it feels like, well, doesn't everybody know? It just feels like you're just expressing what is very simple in understanding. Later, when you come out of the channeling state and you listen to it, or you ask your friend for feedback, you might recognize that you actually did go into quite a different state of consciousness. It only felt normal to you because it feels normal from that state of consciousness. So this is why having the friend and having the recordings as feedback can be very powerful to serve to give you that reflection that, it wasn't just you talking, or it was you talking, but it was you talking from another level. So it's really good to have the feedback that way. Sometimes the higher dimensional energy comes in super, super softly so that you can barely perceive that it's there. So that's another challenge, as your physical mind might come in and say, oh, you're just making that up, or this is, it's just your normal self speaking. So just keep practicing, because you're honing a skill. You're not trying to be perfect the first day. You're practicing, enjoy the process of practice. just like a musician would enjoy practicing an instrument because they love to play it, not because it's, they insist that it's going to sound a certain way, from the get-go. So sometimes also you acclimate to the energy, right? You get really used to this high vibrational state to the point it feels like, oh, that's just kind of normal. But then you realize, after the fact, or you listen to the recording, you realize that you just got used to the it's a very high powered energy, but you just get so acclimated to it, it just starts to feel, that's normal. So that's another interesting challenge. So generally what I've discovered is that higher dimensional consciousness doesn't try to overpower you. They don't want to overpower you. Those aspects of yourself are not there to overpower you, nor prove their existence to you or their power to you. So the tendency is they'll come on very, very gentle and very softly. You'll feel like a very, very sweet and subtle embrace. And, these higher dimensional consciousnesses or aspects of who we are, they really want us to step into this role as a light worker or a light transmitter in a very gentle and supportive way. And so the soft entrance is more likely to be than the strong. Of course, every person is different, and you might have just incredibly powerful experiences. Sometimes you might even have to ask your higher mind to tone it down a little bit because it's getting a little too intense. So, both are possible. But what I've noticed over time and just studying various materials of other people opening the channel is that it usually comes on very, very softly. And you can actually ask your higher mind to turn up the volume a little bit. So in terms of continuing to talk about beginning channeling, as we embark on this new adventure, we sometimes tend to really focus on these dramatic stories that we've heard. We remember the story of Seth when he came knocking on Jane's door and the experience that she had with him. We might hear the story of Bashar, how Daryl began to channel Bashar. He had a fairly dramatic experience, how this energy introduced itself to him. So sometimes we can get a little discouraged by these stories when we compare them to ourselves and we start receiving super, super subtle messages. So you really don't want to get too caught up in the dramatic stories that we hear out there. Now, your story, maybe it will be dramatic, but it might not be. It might come out in a completely different way, in a much more subtle way. So you don't want to have insistence that it's going to show up for you in any specific way, and just roll with it in whatever way it does come to you. Now, of course, just continuing down here, my experience, as I've said, it was very much on the subtle side. It was like the volume was very quiet, and it was just gradually increased as my personality allowed more and more of this energy to come through. The volume just felt like it was turning up slowly and very gradually. But that was really good for me because my personality had a lot of these negative beliefs, and it just there needed to be time to process through all the negativity that was coming up around engaging in this particular art. So one thing I can say from personal experience, even if the energy comes on subtle, you might be in for quite a wild ride in terms of personal and radical transformation of the personality self. So that is definitely in the wings if you open up to more of your true natural self as you channel. So some of the benefits, as you can already kind of surmise, is you do get to transform your life from the inside out. You're building a powerful bridge, a connection, a link to your higher mind. And that in of itself, by definition, is absolutely life transforming from the inside out. You're experiencing your life infused with higher dimensional energy and frequency, and that's both very exciting, but also, very powerfully transformative. It does bring things to the surface for transformation. Channeling as a benefit really teaches you to trust in these other layers of consciousness that through our socialization and cultural getting acclimated to the culture when we're born, we're usually trained to cut ourselves off, and we're trained that the physical mind is supposed to rule everything and figure everything out. And now we're learning to calm the physical mind and realize that it can trust these other portions of ourselves, and that they aren't, unruly or undependable. They're in fact very incredibly dependable, because these aspects of consciousness is from where our physical life and our physical personality springs and emerges out of these deeper states of consciousness. These other levels are there and available at all times. So we learn to trust our spontaneous natural self. Our trust in our natural spontaneity very much increases, and it becomes much more easier to flow through life and to really trust the flow of our lives, and our responses to the way our life unfolds becomes more and more increasingly natural. We're really in the flow, and we trust the flow rather than creating all kinds of resistance that the negative beliefs within the physical mind, they will create resistances of all kinds. And so we're learning to let those go so that we can truly flow downstream with the greater portions of who we are. So conversely, the flip side of that coin is we have less and less desire and tendency to attempt to control and orchestrate our lives from the physical mind level. The physical mind can very much relax and allow the higher mind to flow through, and we can trust what comes from the higher mind. So it really infuses our life with a sense of trust, a sense of wonder, a sense of magic, a sense of perfect unfoldment and perfect orchestration, even when that includes the negativity being brought to the surface, so that we can look at it, work with it, make it conscious, and transform it. So even that becomes a part of the magic and unfolding of our lives. So continuing on to the benefits is the sense of incredible confidence that we build as we open up the channel, because we're learning that the physical mind is completely supported by these other portions of consciousness, and so we can rest in confidence having that support. We're tapping into this incredible flow, and we can trust that. And this idea of going into a stream of consciousness, rather than trying to physically and logically trying to figure everything out, we can just allow that greater flow. And one couple areas where this really has helped me, for example, when I teach the medical Qigong classes, I can trust and surrender that knowledge will come and flow through me, and I can start speaking on that knowledge and let it move through me without necessarily having to meticulously plan it out point by point. So being able to speak stream of consciousness is one of the ways in which this has really helped me a lot. And in general, just trusting the natural spontaneity of the self, the impulses that come, and the passion that comes, that I know that I can act on it and trust that it is coming from the higher mind. And as I have been saying, it also reveals to us all that is out of alignment. So any negative beliefs that we might have about ourselves and about our world, those are brought to the surface, which is actually a very positive development, because we want the negativity to come up so that we can look at it and release it and transform through it. So, in other words, when you start channeling, definitely bring your seatbelt, because it is truly a wild and incredible and exhilarating ride. So let's talk a little bit about tips and tricks here. How these are some of the ideas of how to help you out in your channeling state. So you want to take time to really build your skills. And that means practicing regularly. Anything that you really want to develop a sense of mastery, you just have to do again and again and again. And it's not because you're forcing yourself to do it. It's because it's your passion. So if this is your passion, then by all means, just let yourself practice. Don't let your negative beliefs talk you out of it, and just keep going and keep going and keep going. Repeat again and again and again, and it will develop just like anything else you have passion for. If you do it repeatedly, it will transform your life from the inside out and become a reflection of you. It'll become a part of who you are. So practicing with someone you trust, as I've been saying, that trusted friend to ask you questions, that is a very, very, very good tip. And then, as I've been saying, also to record your sessions. This makes it more real and more tangible, and lets your higher mind know that you are serious. You're taking the steps, and you take a step, you get more impulses, you get more passion. You take another step, and you get more impulses. But if you don't take a step, there's no flow. There's no, like, it's like you receive a certain element of impulse or passion, but then you don't translate it into action. Then so you're backing up the flow. So you have to keep acting, keep stepping, and the next step is revealed. You take a step and the next step is revealed. So definitely take the action, and then review your recordings. If you have recorded, then you want to go over and review the recordings that you have made, because that can be a powerful feedback for you. You also want to be mindful that as you embark on this new journey, you don't necessarily want to be putting this out in front of a lot of skeptics, because you don't want to be attracting or calling out a lot of negative energy at the get-go. Think of it as like a tiny little sapling, a little tree, or a little plant. At first, you want to give it a really nurturing, positive environment, and then as it grows and develops, then it can weather the different storms and the different trials and tribulations. If people throw a lot of negativity at you, once you're really anchored in the art, it's just going to roll off you, because you're going to trust it. But in the very beginning, you just want to keep it to a close-knit group of friends, to friends that you really trust, that will support you in this new adventure. Now, you also want to let go of any need to prove anything. Of course, if you get into this sense, and this is why you want to stay away from people that are skeptical, because this really dovetails into this. If you find yourself needing to prove yourself, then you've already gone into a state of consciousness which is going to really attenuate your connection to the higher mind. So you let go of any sense or need to prove yourself or that anything is true. Remember, all realities exist, therefore everyone can believe their own truth, and you don't have to convince anybody of any particular truth for your truth to be true, because they're all true, right? So let go of that need to convince anybody of anything, and certainly don't compare yourself to others as well. Certainly don't compare yourself to Seth. I mean, he certainly is a gold standard, but at the same time, your channeling may come in completely differently. It might not even come in spoken word. Maybe you'll find a path leading you to expression in art or in music or in poetry. I mean, it can come in all kinds of different ways. So just trust me. Don't compare yourself to others. And just let it be your expression. And it doesn't even have to go public ever. It might just be you channeling for yourself, or maybe for a friend or two, and practicing your connection to the higher mind. But the advice and the impulses and the passion that you receive from that might flow into another aspect of your life. So it can express itself in all kinds of different ways. You don't want to compare yourself to anybody else, because your experience is highly unique, and only you get to be the you that you are. And also don't insist that it sounds in a certain way, because of course, again, your expression is your unique expression. And of course, consider experimenting with different modes of expression, because like I'm saying, you might start off on the adventure of vocal channeling, but you might realize that it comes through better in writing. Maybe you're a nonverbal channeler and you're receiving these downloads of these geometric patterns, and you feel drawn that you want to draw them. You want to paint them, or you want to create them in graphic computer imagery. It might surprise you. You never know where this will lead you. So you might be drawn to poetry, to singing, to other avenues of expression. So allow yourself to express it in whatever way really suits you. I know some channelers, they get geometric patterns. They don't necessarily get the spoken word. They just get these higher dimensional images, and those inspire their lives, and they translate into other activities in their life, but they are very much receiving these higher dimensional images that really support and inspire their lives. So for me, another avenue of expression has been the crystal bowls. If you, some of you that know me, and if you explore my YouTube channel, you'll see that I am involved with the crystal bowls, and I have crystal bowl meditations. And I used to do sound healings here at my place regularly back in the days before COVID. And of course, I will do them again, where I got a group of people together and played the bowls. And I literally felt like I was channeling higher dimensional energies through the bowls, and I would get inspired to play the bowls in a certain way. And I felt like that was another avenue of expressing and connecting to the channeling state. In a lot of ways, it served as a precursor to, prime the pump, so to speak, to get me into an interim step before I went into vocal channeling. But I still very much appreciate the bowls as another avenue, as another expression of that. Something else I got into recently is also playing the didgeridoo, which seems unrelated, but when I followed through on that passion, I realized it greatly enhanced my vocal channeling. So these side paths, as long as they come with the impulse and the passion, then you want to follow those and you want to act on those, because they will reveal more of your true natural self to you, even if to your physical mind it seems unrelated at the time. So allow yourself to be inspired into other avenues, because you really never know. Like, your higher mind is giving you an impulse, and from, if you read Jane's books, how much she wrestled with impulses. You want to act on them, because even if they're unrelated to quote unquote your work or your career or your whatever your adventure, your endeavor is, they might be leading you on a side path that will reveal some portion of yourself back to yourself, that will then dovetail into your main adventure in a way that your physical mind could not even begin to comprehend. Sometimes you get to know after the fact. So I just want to encourage that. So you can also communicate with your higher mind. You can ask your higher mind or whatever entity you're connecting to increase or decrease the flow of energy. If you feel it's too subtle, you can ask for amplification. If you feel like you're getting bowled over by energy, you can ask for it to be toned down a little bit. So you can ask for whatever you feel will help you. Ask whatever this energy that you're tapping into, these other versions of yourself, ask for help and assistance from that energy as well. And then, of course, on a physical level, you can always follow your favorite channel and let their energy rub off on you. If you find a particular channel really inspiring you, by all means immerse yourself in that energy and let that inspire you to take the action. For me, listening to Bashar sessions has really, really helped inspire me to do that, because I look at these sessions and often find myself saying, I want to do that, I really want to do that. So when you have somebody else expressing their passion in a vein that's similar to what you want to do, it can really inspire you to take the actions yourself. And very much enjoy the process as much as you can, and do it because you love it. Let the passion drive you. Let the passion be what crystallizes into all the actions that you take on this magical path of discovery. A little bit on impulses, passion, and excitement. Another way, this is part of the tips and tricks still. The idea is your life, in a very, very, very broad sense, is channeled, because you're translating non-physical you into a physicalized version of you through the personality structure. So any impulse, any passion, any excitement is a message. It's a translation of your higher dimensional self into physical terms. So let your life be channeled. Act on your passion and act on your inspirations, and trust that it is guiding you. Even if it takes you on these paths that don't make sense to the logical mind, you are being guided to uncover and unveil more and more of your true natural self through these expressions. There's a reason you're receiving that impulse. So you definitely want to act on that impulse, because impulses are coming from our higher minds. And when we act on them, we ground that non-physical energy of who we are into physical terms that we can then experience as reflections back to us through our physical events that we crystallize around us. So impulses are the body's translation of higher dimensional guidance. That's another way of putting it. So the more we act on our impulses, the higher our frequency of our physical personality self becomes, and the easier then it is to connect to the higher mind. So as you raise the frequency of your physicalized personality self, then you have less of a distance, vibrationally speaking, to travel to make that connection, and it just becomes easier and easier from there. So there's less vibrational distance to your higher mind when you allow yourself to live in passion, to live in joy, to act on those impulses which are leading you to that transformation, which sometimes includes the revelation of the negativity, so that you can let it go, so that you can ascend in frequency and vibration. So act on those seemingly unrelated impulses as well. For me, the crystal bowls, the didgeridoo, we don't have time to unpack all the variety of these, but these are two examples that when I acted on them, they greatly enhanced my vocal channeling as well, in ways that I wouldn't have been able to predict with the physical mind. So whatever that is for you, maybe it's singing, maybe it's spending time in nature, maybe it's acting, maybe it's learning to program computers. I don't know. The physical mind will not be able to figure out all the meanings of these impulses. Like I heard recently, Jeff and I were talking, a friend of mine, about the production of the conference, and the way the physical aspect of actually getting all of these channels to go through the software. It was almost like a reflection of the higher mind, and the way it serves as a meeting point, a switchboard of consciousness, as I've used before. So sometimes these very physical metaphors come in, and we can't really figure out why we're drawn to a certain thing. It seems completely unrelated, and then we start working with it, and it all of a sudden reveals that this is very metaphorical, and it's helping us understand all these other layers of consciousness through this physical act that we're taking. So trust the spontaneity and the nature of your being, and you will be magically and very pleasantly surprised. Now, coming back a little bit to this idea of the negativity that comes up, this is very, very real. And it's when you act on your passion, and when you act on your impulses, because you are beginning to run and translate more of your higher dimensional self into physical terms, it's going to begin to highlight any resistances within the physicalized, crystallized physical mind. And so it's like when you turn on the light in the closet, you might realize what disarray it's in. So when the light begins to really move through you and shine through you, it's going to begin to illuminate all these tight spots and definitions that are out of alignment with who you truly are. So you want to use that as fuel for growth. It's not an interruption in your flow. It's not an interruption in your channeling. You might be taking time to really, energetically detoxify all these negative beliefs that you might have accumulated on your physical trail. And as you turn up that light, all of a sudden you're becoming conscious of them. This is actually a very positive, it's a positive result, though it can feel very negative because you are bringing awareness into negative energy. So as the negative feelings come up, follow them to the negative beliefs that generate them. Negative feelings don't exist in a vacuum. So you can always go back and ask yourself, what belief is generating this experience of this feeling, this emotion. So you can ask yourself the question in one of two ways. One is, what would I have to believe is true about myself in this situation to feel this way? That's a very powerful question, that it leads you to the belief that's generating that feeling that you're experiencing. And like I said, no feelings exist in a vacuum, so you can trust that there's a belief system generating these feelings. And the positive aspect of this is that the negative feeling gives away the position of the negative belief if you have the curiosity and the willingness to look. So that's why I say the revelation of negative feelings is positive, because now you have something to work with to let go and surrender that negative belief. And the flip side of the coin is, you can ask yourself, relating it to this channeling, is what am I afraid will happen if I fully follow the impulse to begin channeling? And just see what comes up. You might start having aspects of fear come up, and you can follow that fear to the belief that generates them. So this is a very, very powerful process of transformation, and it will engage you with the negative beliefs that you have accumulated on your physical trail. Now, those of you that have read Jane's books, and I'm not talking about necessarily the Seth books, but the books that Jane wrote on her own, quote unquote, you know how she wrestled with her impulses. And particularly the book, The God of Jane, A Psychic Manifesto, she really unpacks her process in dealing with what it means to follow her impulses, to act on her impulses. So that's a wonderful book if you really want to feel like, how has Jane dealt with this? That's a powerful book. So she discovered, of course, many negative beliefs within herself about her own impulses. And as she began to act on her impulses, many of these negative beliefs came to the surface. So it's a very powerful book that reveals her process. And I'm going to give you some quotes from that book. And this is her describing encountering her own negative beliefs. So she's writing, "Any fool knows that impulses were 1. Unsavory urges from man's bestial past. 2. Unsavory, best hidden urges from the private, primitive subconscious. And 3. At best, contradictory and chaotic and unreasonable and dumb. I run through the entire sequence of feelings and beliefs in my mind. Then I tell myself firmly, I didn't believe any of that nonsense anymore. So this is a quote as she's really just describing her own, the revelation of her own thoughts about impulses as she's beginning to act on them. Now, continuing down the line, she writes, if we really want to form our own realities according to our own ideas, then we must rip out the beliefs that tell us we are evil, demented, powerless, the pounds of fate and chromosomes, the victims of genetics or society. It means forsaking not family and friends, but families of beliefs with whom we've become more than friendly, and in which we've already invested a good deal of time and effort. It means forsaking belief systems that define our existence for us. And that's, again, reading from The God of Jane, A Psychic Manifesto. So great book for really seeing her process and in quite intimate detail describing the negativity that she dealt with. And here's another quote from Jane. Anyhow, Seth says that impulses emerge from the deepest sources of the psyche, that they're meant to help us follow the paths of our greatest development and to interwork with the impulses of others so that the entire species is benefited. And this affair certainly seems to suggest such relatedness. So, of course, we are very, very incredibly happy and grateful. She did follow through on her impulses, and she wrote all the books that she wrote. She really followed her passion to deliver this wonderful material, even when her physical mind might have been feeding her all kinds of negative beliefs and giving her reasons why not to move forward with this on this journey. So we're very grateful for her for having that courage to do so. As far as continuing dealing with negativity on a personal level, this is my time to be a little vulnerable. These are some of the negative beliefs that I experienced. And so I was afraid to be seen as a channeler. And, the fears that came up for me is the idea that people ridicule me and make fun of me. The idea that I don't really have what it takes. I'm not as good as, this channeler or that channeler. The idea that I'm not good enough or that I sound like a fraud and that, it's all fake and it's all like, oh, don't bother, it's like you're not good enough. All these negative beliefs would come in. And especially the one where like, oh, you're just making it up. Oh, you're just repeating what you read from Seth. Oh, you're just repeating what you heard from Bashar. So a lot of negative beliefs, but particularly the strongest one was this idea that I'll get ridiculed. What will people think? What will my family think? People will make fun of me. It was like really like stepping out into this was like the fear of God of, all this negativity is going to come down on me. So that is something I have worked through and continue to work through as I come out more and more publicly with this art. So another negative belief is, oh, I'll never be as good as Jane and I'll never be as good as Bashar. I think I've mentioned that one already. So here's another good one. It's like, well, there's already so many channelers out there and they're all great. Like, what worth am I to, what value do I have to add to that mix? And these are just some of the ones that I dealt with. Of course, there's many negative beliefs that will come to the surface in whatever flavor that you've accumulated them on your physical trail. But the idea is that once you identify a negative belief, you can let it go. You have that power. You have the power to choose otherwise. But first you have to realize you are making a choice, that these aren't attributes of reality. These are beliefs, and that you're buying into a certain belief. And that's a very powerful revelation when you can see it and you realize, like, I'm buying into this. This isn't necessarily true. It's just what I've been taught. It's the experience that I've had growing up. So we begin to see that we're buying into these and they're not necessarily true, so we can let them go. Now, the idea is, we cannot really change what we do not own. So first, this process of revelation and taking ownership, taking stock of what we actually believe to be true. And then from there, that enables us to work with it in a conscious way. So if you keep buying into a negative belief, even after you become conscious of it, It means you have another belief, or perhaps a series of beliefs telling you that it's worth it for you to continue to buy into that belief, that somehow it serves you, that you'll be safe this way, you'll avoid ridicule, you'll avoid being downtrodden. There's all these different beliefs that can sometimes come in and support other negative beliefs, and they can create these matrices so that if you find yourself unveiling negative beliefs but you still find yourself behaving as if they're true, then you have other beliefs coming in and supporting them that you have yet to make conscious. So basically, keep digging, keep looking, and you will unravel this. If I can do it, you certainly can do it, because I had a load of negative beliefs that I was brought up with, and so it's just like you just keep plugging away at it, and it will eventually, the web of negative beliefs eventually will loosen. When you undo enough of the links, it starts to loosen, and you start to feel that ascension frequency, and you're on the right path. So definitely curiosity. Go in with curiosity. Don't put judgment on yourself. Don't beat yourself up. Just have curiosity. Why? Ask those penetrating questions. What would I have to believe is true about myself in this situation to feel this way, to think this way, to act this way? And just keep being curious and keep looking, and you will discover and you will untether yourself from all that is not in alignment with who you truly are. So this path, in short, it will reveal all your negative beliefs, so get ready. But that's exciting, because you don't want to be living your life under the influence of these negative beliefs. Trust me, you don't. You really want to step into your true natural self. That's where all the excitement is. That's where all the passion is. So trust the revelation, even of the negativity, that you can use it in a positive way. Now, there's also this idea of the degree of consciousness when you go into the channeling state. I've touched upon this a little bit. The idea is now the earth is going through a powerful ascension process, transformation process. We are going through a major arc of transformation from darkness to light, from limitation to freedom. We are truly awakening to our true natural selves. And because that is happening, that the degree of consciousness that you go into when you channel, it might not be the deep trance that was described, 10 years ago, 30 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago. Because the collective consciousness is rising in frequency, the distance between the physical minds of the collective consciousness and the higher mind isn't as great as it was back in the day. So we've already come a long way. I mean, look at the way the Seth material has proliferated, and how many artists and scientists and writers have used it as a springboard into higher consciousness. So it's woven its way into the fabric of the collective consciousness. We are at a higher level than we were. And now the modern channelers, you'll notice they don't go into as deep of a trance because they don't have to, because the collective consciousness has already shifted upwards towards being closer to the higher mind. So there's less of a degree of difference. And so the degree of consciousness in your channeling state might not be the way that Edgar Cayce did it, the way that Jane Roberts did, the way that, it's like you'll see that through, as we progress as a society, that the necessity for these deep trance states isn't as necessary. So that's something to consider and something to ponder. So I really believe that channeling is going to become more and more conscious, and eventually when we really shift into the higher dimensional frequency of who we are in this world, even as physical creatures, we're closing that gap between the physical mind and the higher mind, and more so our lives will be channeled states, because essentially even in our dense field, like I was saying at the beginning of this talk, it is as if our lives are channeled. You know what I mean? It's like we are translating our higher dimensional selves into these personality selves and then acting, but we have so many negative beliefs in the way. So we create this idea of a channeling state, which we define as a flow state, which feels different than the usual state that we experience through the personality matrix. But I feel like we're closing that gap. So we're going to become more and more in alignment with our true natural selves. And so we're going to experience this channeling state, this flow state is going to become the normal state of consciousness. And that's very exciting. So when each of you opens to channel, you're actually helping the collective consciousness move into that. And so you might notice that you don't go into as deep of a quote unquote trance. You can just take that as, that's the way, that's the progression of channeling in our modern times. Now, how it feels is, it might feel like you're entering into a daydream, a very dreamlike state, a kind of a visionary state, a very dreamy state, but you might feel quite conscious. And the paradox is sometimes that you shift and you take your consciousness with you, so it feels like you're in a normal state and yet you're quite altered at the same time. So it's kind of a fun play of consciousness when you get into that. Now, this is why having feedback from a friend can be so good, because they can let you know, it's like, yeah, you really shifted in consciousness, because to you, it might feel like not that much of a shift. To an observer, it might feel like, oh yeah, you really sounded different in the channeling state. And the recordings, of course, can help you with that. As you review your recordings, you will actually see that, oh, that was actually more of a shift than I thought, because again, you're moving into natural aspects of who you are. They're going to feel they're going to feel natural. They're going to feel like you're coming home. And so to you, subjectively, the experience might be different than those that are observing you from the outside. So in other words, what might feel like normal talking to you in the channeling state might be quite evolved and elevated to somebody else looking in, or to you even hearing your own recording later. So this is why reviewing those recordings is very, very beneficial. Now, for me, creating the recordings has been absolutely instrumental in helping me refine this art. So, I videotape what's through the phone, through the iPhone. So it's pretty easy these days. We all have these great recording devices. So I let the phone record me when I channel, and then I edit the video later. And, when I go back and edit the video, I'm listening to it and I'm just like, yeah, this guy's not that bad, you know what I mean? Whereas when I'm in the channeling state, sometimes I feel like, I'm repeating Seth. It just feels like I'm saying what's obvious and what's normal, but it is normal from that state of consciousness. So it's good to have that video as a feedback. So also when you work with video, whether you edit it or you just listen to it later, the idea is now you're listening to yourself channeling from your quote-unquote normal state of consciousness, your normal waking consciousness. And so it's almost as if you're getting a chance to hear that message that was delivered from a higher state of consciousness to your quote-unquote normal waking consciousness. So it's almost as if you're channeling for yourself. And as you listen to it from your more normalized consciousness, you are getting a lot of insight from what felt like common knowledge and normal to that state feels like revelation and insight from this state. So you're helping bridge that gap as you listen back to your own recordings later down the line. So for me, it really feels as if when I'm editing the videos, it's like I'm having the experience of my physical mind receiving this message from other portions of myself, but now I can digest it from this quote-unquote normal personality self level, and it feels very insightful for me from that level, even though it felt quote-unquote normal or common sense from the higher state of consciousness. And of course, I really truly believe that anyone can channel for themselves and play it back later, even if you don't produce the video in a way that you share it on YouTube or social media. You might just get a lot of benefit from channeling for yourself and then playing back the channelings back to yourself from another state of consciousness. So I encourage you, even if you don't want to go public, consider recording as a reflective mirror, because it literally feels like you get to look in the mirror as you look in the video later, and you'll find there's all kinds of consciousness expanding qualities to that we don't even have time to get into, but I'll just leave that as a pleasant surprise for yourself. And a book that I recommend for channeling is called Opening to Channel by Sanaya Roman. It's very excellent. It's a powerful how-to manual. It's a classic on the subject in its own right. Now, it does use a lot of colloquial language like connecting to spirit guides, connecting to your soul. And of course, as Seth readers, you might prefer the Seth terminology. However, putting all that aside, the information in there is really excellent as a guide of how to enter these states of consciousness. It gives a lot of preliminary meditations, and then it gives you some visualizations for connecting to your higher dimensional selves, your soul, your oversoul, your quote-unquote guides. So it's a great book, even if if you don't, you might not like the language so much if you're a Seth reader, but I'm a Seth reader, and I'm telling you, I read this book like 4 or 5 times, so it's that good. So I highly recommend it. It's really an excellent manual for connecting to higher states of consciousness. And so now in closing, I sincerely hope this talk has really inspired anyone that's curious to try, or on the fence to try the channeling state, to really do it, and ultimately there is no try. It's like you either do or you don't. So I encourage you to just go for it, let it be an experiment. Don't put a lot of insistence on it that it needs to sound a certain way. Don't insist it has to go public. Just play with the exuberance of connecting to other aspects of your consciousness. So you can do that through meditation, but you can also do it through the channeling state, and you have very different results. I've been meditating for most of my life, and I can tell you that the channeling state is very different from the meditative state. They do overlap, but there's a different level of engagement with the channeling state. So if you do feel that impulse and it feels like your passion, I encourage you, act on it, and you will be most pleasantly surprised. And so, as I've mentioned, I am creating a very special channeled message for the conference, and that will be available after the conference concludes on my YouTube channel. So I hope those of you that are interested will give that a go as well. So this being a Seth conference, I didn't want to go into a channeling state. I wanted to honor, Seth as the channel that he was, and save this as a kind of a how-to guide within the conference. But after the conference, certainly, if you feel curious to check out the channeling that I offer, you certainly are welcome. I invite you to play with me in these higher dimensional realms. Now, the one that I will post under, I will call it Channeled Message for the 2021 California Seth Conference. So it should be easy to find. And I sincerely appreciate that you've taken the time to listen to this talk. I sincerely hope it's inspired you, if not into channeling states, then certainly to act on your impulses, to act on your passion, to begin to crystallize and materialize the higher, the multidimensional version of who you are into physical terms by acting on those impulses. So thank you so much for listening, for being a part of this conference. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being the wonderful being that you are. May this talk inspire you to be even more of that true natural self. So thank you, and I wish you a fond good day. Welcome back. It is time for our next speaker. So let's give a warm, heartfelt welcome to Virginia Bennett. She is a clinical psychologist and hypnotherapist, and she provides a bridge between traditional psychotherapy and non-traditional approaches. She is a member of the Bay Area Seth Group for decades, and she spoke at many of our California Seth conferences out here, and she gave some really wonderful talks on aspect psychology, which is Jane Roberts' contribution to our understanding of the multidimensional self. And I have to say, aspect psychology is really near and dear to my heart, because Jane really unpacked the nature of the multidimensional self, something that very deeply interests me as well. Now, Virginia has also hosted a number of Seth-inspired events at her local residence, all before the days of COVID, of course. And her topic today, it may raise some eyebrows, and we like that here at the conference. She will be speaking today on Seth and psychedelics, a discussion. So we look forward to what she has to say on this very intriguing topic. And so let's give her a very warm welcome to our etheric, to our virtual stage here at the California Seth Conference.
Hi, I'm Virginia Bennett. I'm going to be presenting today on the topic of Seth and psychedelics, or Seth on psychedelics, we could put it that way, and actually both of those would be relevant to my presentation. I want to start with first telling you what I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you to do psychedelics. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist. I'm rather fond of my license, and I'm not in any position to tell somebody to do anything that is illegal, immoral, or fattening. Well, okay, maybe fattening. For those of you who are Seth readers, it will probably come as no surprise that I'm also not going to tell you that Seth told you to do psychedelics. And on the other side of it, however, I'm also not going to be telling you to not do psychedelics, because I'm assuming for some of you that would be really too late. And for the rest of you, you can make up your own mind. But what might be surprising to some of you is I'm also not going to tell you that Seth told you to not do psychedelics. So let me get into why I'm even doing this presentation. As I'm sure you are all aware of, in the 1960s, there was this major surgence of psychedelic use. A lot of it went into recreational use. Some of it was used in other ways. And probably some of you had some experiences in the 1960s, and I was one of those people. All I will say is that, yes, I do remember the 1960s, but some of the 60s are a little hazy to me. All right. So I set that aside. And then there was a second wave of psychedelic usage, which is happening right now. And I'm sure you have probably seen some headlines indicating this. With the help of MAPS, this is the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. They really got a lot of research off the ground, FDA approved, legalized research, to continue research that was started in the 60s that it had to stop when psychedelics were made illegal. But the research is so far showing that psychedelics of a variety of kinds can be very helpful for people in treating major depression, anxiety disorders, post-traumatic stress syndrome, fear of end-of-life issues. They've even used it some for the treatment of autism. So there's a lot of usage that is beginning to move into the medical professional, psychiatric work, psychological work, and some of it's happening right now. There's also been quite a surgence of, sometimes it's called spiritual tourism, people going to Peru or other countries and partaking of ayahuasca, perhaps other kinds of psychedelic substances, and having what is at times very profound spiritual transpersonal experiences. So it's a very topical issue right now. And as this second wave came in, I found myself interested in it again, both for personal and for professional reasons. What I have found in my forays into this area of psychedelics is when I am talking with people that we could loosely call the psychedelic community, I will sometimes bring up Seth. And what I find is that most people have never heard of Seth. There are always some people, usually of my generation, who will say, oh yeah, I remember Seth. Like I read a Seth book back in college or something. I don't really remember what it was about. So there's that. And then on the other side of the fence, when I'm with my beloved Seth community and talking to my friends and colleagues, and if the topic of psychedelics comes up, usually because I brought it up, people will either say, oh yeah, I did acid in college, or I had a mushroom experience. But what people will quite often say is, but Seth said psychedelics are a bad thing, like we really shouldn't do psychedelics. So I have found myself with a foot in both of these camps and not really being able to have much of an in-depth conversation about Seth and psychedelics, which is one reason I'm doing this presentation, because I'm sure you're out there. And I do think that this is something for us to discuss in the Seth community. There are people out there who are having some very profound psychedelic experiences. And experiencing all that is, and directly experiencing in multidimensionality. But they come back from these experiences, and this is the big question is, well, what do you do with that? How do you make sense of that? Some of those peoples may have religious or philosophical connections, Buddhist, what have you. There are ways to make sense of that. Some of them may be working with a therapist. Others may have an affinity for certain indigenous cultures. But a lot of people don't have a whole lot to hang it on. And that's where I'm looking at some 46 volumes plus of Seth material, thinking, you know, some of this material can maybe help you with a bit of that. That then is the vein in which I am going to be presenting what Seth actually did say about psychedelics. I have to have a slight caveat, which is I have not read page for page all of the Seth material. I've read a great deal of it. But there may be some things I missed, and I certainly welcome any input on what I may have missed on this topic. But I will be showing ways that Seth was certainly cautioning us and giving us some warnings about psychedelics. But on the other hand, he was also giving us some specific recommendations if we were going to do them. And I'll share more of that with you shortly. But first, let me define my terms. Psychedelic. The word has two parts to it. Psyche translates, based on its Greek roots, to soul. Delic means to manifest or to reveal. So we are talking about experiences, and sometimes substances can evoke these experiences, which are soul revealing. They are soul manifesting. This is not an ordinary experience, and you know it if you have it. Nothing is routine about it. There is an experience beyond the usual sense of self that goes into a psychedelic experience. Now, there has been a further clarification with the term entheogenic or entheogens. And that word translates essentially as becoming the divine within. And some people really want to make that distinction because there are psychedelics that will give you a very powerful hallucinogenic experience, but they may or may not really connect you to the divine within, the inner self, the spirit realm. On the other hand, there are substances that are not in any way hallucinogenic, but they will connect you with that, MDMA being one of them, where you have a connection with other people, other beings with consciousness, in a very loving and expansive sort of way. But again, they're not really hallucinogenic. However, for the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to pretty much just stay with the term psychedelics, which is also the term that Seth used. Now, Seth made it clear, and many other people recognize this also, psychedelic experiences can happen quite naturally, but I'm putting quotations around that, quite naturally, quite spontaneously. Somebody crashes their car into a tree, has a near-death experience, becomes one with the light, comes back with having done a life review, truly life-changing experience. Somebody else might have an experience like that during childbirth, or even during a sports performance, or sexuality. Sexual experiences can bring psychedelic experiences on, or sometimes people deliberately fast or do drumming or dancing or have other ways which will produce these psychedelic experiences. So we'll put that on one side of the fence. On the other side, of course, are certain chemicals either concocted in the laboratory or embedded in plants as a plant medicine that can induce these experiences. Again, for the purpose of this talk, however, we're going to be looking at the drug-based psychedelic experiences, unless I'm saying otherwise. And Seth also makes it very clear that there are really times that he's referring to non-drug experiences and times he's talking about drug experiences. So the quotations that I'm mainly going to be sharing with you is Seth talking about drug-induced psychedelic experiences. And one more thing I want to say in terms of natural versus, quote, not natural experiences, it behooves us to just step back a little bit and to perhaps look at our own biases, which is, okay, wait a minute, you crash your car into a tree, or you fast for 6 weeks, or you participate in a Sundance ceremony where you are strung up by your pectoral muscles or some other ordeal, physical ordeal, and you have a psychedelic experience, and that's natural, but you eat a mushroom out of the ground and that isn't. So we might want to just kind of keep that in mind as we're moving forward. And the same thing when we're saying, well, laboratory produced chemicals, that's not natural, but if you're eating a plant, then it is. Well, you can go there, and Seth does make some distinction with that. But on the other hand, we're still talking about molecular compounds, chemical compounds, and the effect that it has on the brain. And it can sometimes be questionable about how much difference there is. Okay, leaving that though. What I want to do now is to go ahead and start some PowerPoint slides. So we'll have some illustrations for what I will be presenting. Give me a moment to do this and we will go from there. All right. This is a quote from Seth. It's at the cover page of the Individual Mass Events, Nature of Mass Events. He says, "We have never told anybody to do anything except to face up to the abilities of consciousness." I really like this quote. It's very challenging. He's challenging us to be willing to face up to the abilities of consciousness. And that is certainly what we're going to be talking about today. Just a moment. Okay. All right, Seth on psychedelics. Here we are. It's interesting to look back and see that in 1963, the birth of the Seth material really came when Jane Roberts had a psychedelic experience. Now, this was a natural experience. It was spontaneous. She was sitting at her kitchen table. Now, to be honest, she was running on a pretty high level of caffeine. She admits she was on her 6th or 7th cup of coffee that day. She had her cigarettes at hand. We were assuming she had some nicotine in her system. On the other hand, there was nothing unusual about that. So as she's sitting there, ready to begin to write, perhaps some poetry, something else at her table, this happens. She says, "A fantastic avalanche of radical new ideas burst into my head with tremendous force, as if my skull were some sort of receiving station turned up to an unbearable volume. It was as if the physical world were really tissue paper thin, hiding infinite dimensions of reality. And I was suddenly flung through the tissue paper with a huge ripping sound." So she essentially leaves her body. She goes through the window. She becomes one with the tree, a leaf falling through the tree. Her consciousness is expanding. She's receiving the sheer vitality in everything, the recognition that there is consciousness in everything, even things she would have considered to be inanimate objects. She's intensely aware of a nail on a windowsill and its consciousness. So she has this mind-blowing experience. She comes back to her body after a while, and she's sitting there realizing she has just written something like 100 pages that were entitled "The Universe as Idea Construction." I'll move this down here a little bit. So among many things that were written in the 100 pages are some of this. "We are individualized portions of energy, materialized within physical existence to learn to form ideas from energy and make them physical. This is idea construction. The physical representation of idea permits us to learn the difference between the I who thinks and the thought. We learn the power and effects of ideas by changing them into physical realities. And we learn responsibility in the use of creative energy." So we have right here the heartbeat of what is later to become the Seth material, and the way that we are creating our own reality, but we can become more aware of kind of who's the I that's doing it and how we do it. To make a long story short, she and her husband began to experiment with the Ouija board. Seth began to come through quite directly. Jane developed a masterful skill, probably one of the greatest and last of the full trance mediums, that allowed Seth to come through with highly complex material and also specific exercise and guidance for us. This included then things that Seth had to say about the psychedelic experience. Again, this is kind of in the 1960s, approaching the 70s. He said that I am not denying that the drug experience, meaning the psychedelic experience, can be excellent. One of his sayings, this kind of came, he's acknowledging that the non-drug psychedelic experiences are incredibly important. And, let's not try to evade this. I mean, Seth was fully behind people having non-drug psychedelic experiences and expanding their consciousness and having direct experience of who they are and their transpersonal and multidimensional selves. But he's also acknowledging that the drug experience has its place. Another quote from Seth. This is from the early sessions. That's what ES means, early sessions, volume 7. A lot in this volume, by the way. The psychedelic experience is a most fruitful one, says Seth. Okay. Okay, I couldn't help but put this in. This is not from Seth. This is actually, let me move this down again. It's not from Seth. This is actually from the Beckley Foundation website. What you're seeing here to the right, this is after a treatment of LSD, what happened to someone's neurons. And what you're seeing are these dendritic spines that had developed on the neurons. We see some under the influence of DMT, some under DOI, which is also a psychedelic, lesser known one. It's based on amphetamine, but it's truly a psychedelic. I don't technically know what VEH is. Please put it in the chat if you do. It looks like it's something of a control group. This is what it looks like to have a neuron without dendritic spines. And by the way, people who have serious psychiatric disorders, they have found that these dendritic spikes tend to diminish, and that is not a good thing. The spines here, or spikes, sometimes they're called that, the spines actually are the way that the neurons are going to be interacting with each other. So essentially, the more you have these dendritic spines, this is what lends itself to greater brain plasticity. The more brain plasticity we have in general, the more creative we can be, the better problem solvers we are, the better our brains are going to function. So it's a good thing. And this is one of the things that, that research has been finding. So some advantages, even neurologically speaking, to the proper use of psychedelics. But let's get into how Seth is helping us to make sense of what's happening with psychedelics. He's saying that we have root assumptions. You see this term, existent system is formed or forms root assumptions. We live in a physical universe. This is what we're here for. This is what we focus on. Okay, so in our existence systems, we accept certain configurations of molecules as having material substance, as being, quote, solid. That's just some of the ground rules we're following. Seth points out that we have physical mechanisms that are equipped to function in such a way that reality is perceived through the lens of particular root assumptions. Now, if we were just using our physical senses alone, we would probably not be able to perceive any other realities. But it's the interface of our inner experience that allows us to increase the range of what we're able to experience. But even with this, Seth goes on to say that the systems of perception are not basically biologically a form of overall structure, but they're learned secondary responses. So what this means is, yes, we're born with eyes and ears and noses and skin and ways to feel things and hear things and see things. But the way that we organize that perceptual system is going to have to do with the root assumptions in the system that we're born into, and more specifically, the society, the family system, the social system, that is going to give us some very early conditioning and some ways of organizing that incoming data. So it's going to match what Seth has referred to as the official line of consciousness. We get conditioned, we get imprinted with ways of taking that data and organizing it so that we will only see in a certain way, only hear certain things, only express things in a certain way, or even feel things in a certain way. And this is a learned response. It's not innate. Biologically, we're capable of much more than what we usually experience. He says, at present, let me bring this down. At present, you focus your attentions and consciousness within the physical symptom. systems, sorry. This alone can be compared to what Leary calls imprinting. So what you're seeing here, and I was amused actually to see Seth refer to, this is Timothy Leary. And since he was a psychologist, he was certainly trying to make some sense of his rather prolific psychedelic experiences, a lot with LSD. And you can see an image of this, right? A representation of this. Here we have sort of the map, okay? Here's the imprinting that goes on top of what's actually happening neurologically. We can imagine then with the help of a psychedelic, it's going more directly into what that experience is. And as it were, the imprinting lifts somewhat. And this is what Seth says. Move this down here. The imprinting simply involves an adjustment whereby consciousness is attuned to a particular station, so to speak. The consciousness so attuned, however, is only a small portion of the individual's total consciousness. In your system, it's now fashionable to refer to this as an ego. So let's pause for a moment. So this imprinting is exactly what helps us to form an identity that in turn becomes our ego. It becomes the I of I in the way that we usually mean it, so that it can mediate between our internal experience and what's happening externally. So the imprinting and the ego kind of go hand in glove. Now, Seth says that with LSD and similar drugs, that they can to some extent lift the imprinting process, though never completely. So this is one of the things that psychedelic drugs will do, is they will separate these and kind of get that conditioned response off. This also, by the way, matches the kind of neurological research that is being done with what happens to the brain when somebody's on psychedelics. And they can see ways that the brain is changing. So it does not allow it to function in the same way, using the same kind of, let's say, parts of both the thalamus, the prefrontal cortex, other areas of the brain that help us to navigate our day-to-day life and do our usual decision-making. A lot of what's happening in the brain changes, so that is not what's going on, and something else is happening instead. Well, what might this something else be? It could be something like this. What's it like when the imprinting lifts off? Okay, there's no body, there's no real sense of ego, there's no sense of whatever room you're in, that's gone, okay? Seth is saying that in some personalities, they, meaning psychedelics, will lead to what you call a mystic experience. They will carry the personality into new realms of perception. They will momentarily break up usual pattern organizations of perception. You will see with new inner eyes. To some extent, you will view some aspects of reality apart from the usual physical structures that you impose upon it as a whole. There is therefore freedom for the inner self. I think this is a really important statement. There is therefore a freedom for the inner self. When the ego is offline, as it were, the inner self has the freedom to come forward in a far more spontaneous and expansive way than the ego will usually allow. And this can be, of course, a very profound experience. And in fact, one of the reasons why people do psychedelics is whether they're indigenous people or people in our society. This is one of the experiences that people have, is that lifting of the imprinting, if you would like to call it that, and this freedom for the inner self. Seth says that there may be a strong feeling of oneness with all that is. This, of course, is much to those who have been primarily ego-oriented, and it represents a meaningful breakthrough that can indeed provide the opportunity and impetus for a far more fulfilling earthly existence. So I'm going to pause here for a moment, because this is really important. This is one reason why in the Johns Hopkins research study using psilocybin, people rated that experience as being in the top 5 most meaningful experiences they'd had in their entire lives. Now, admittedly, this these treatments were be done very carefully. They were guided, people were prepared, set and setting is extremely important. But these are the kind of experiences that last people a lifelong, for their entire life. It's that meaningful. Okay, so with that, I think I'm going to put on pause, kind of, this is all the good news, okay? All kind of the good news about psychedelics. All right, now let's see what else Seth had to say. Because I'm sure some of you who have been longtime Seth readers have been sitting there going, I know Seth said it wasn't good to take psychedelics. I remember reading that. Okay, this is probably where you have come to that conclusion. It's in chapter 10. It's in the nature of personal reality. And this is a particular chapter. For most of us, this would have been our first exposure to what Seth had to say about psychedelics, because the early sessions had not been published at that point. It begins with the story of a young man who was an assistant to a famous doctor. Would that we knew who that doctor was. And he had written and requested a session from Jane and from Seth, basically, and he showed up their doorstep a few evenings ago. So this fellow had been an assistant to this doctor. The fellow had his own kind of neurotic problems. The doctor presumably was a psychiatrist. And so he'd been treating this young fellow with LSD using small doses and then gradually increasing them. And the more the LSD dosage was increased, the more anxious and frightened this young man became. And as he became more frightened, the psychiatrist, I'm assuming, recommended that he take an even more massive dose, and this would allow him to confront his fear and to work through it. So they did that, but the fellow had such a shattering experience. He came back deeply shaken, also with definite doubts about whether LSD therapy was for him, and he wanted to know Seth's opinion about it. So chapter 10 contains a lot of what Seth has to say to this young man, and has to say with other people who are taking, quote, massive doses of LSD, which of course was occurring, especially at that time. All right. So Seth says this: in therapy using massive doses of LSD, a condition of chemically enforced insanity takes place. By insanity, I mean a situation in which the conscious mind is forced into a state of powerlessness. There is a literal assault made not only upon the psyche, but upon the organizational framework that makes it possible for you to exist rationally in the world that you know. Okay, I mean, this is a serious concern, right? Now, one thing I want to draw your attention to is his term massive doses. And this is what he is using throughout the chapter. If you reread the chapter, you will see this. He's consistently saying massive doses. He even has Rob underline the term massive in places. So he's emphasizing this. So this becomes part of the picture. This is also was happening at the time in the 1960s. There were doctors, psychiatrists that were doing this kind of LSD therapy where the effort was, the point was to essentially kill the ego, get rid of the ego. And in getting rid of the ego, there's a kind of psychoanalytic basis for it. If we can just get rid of all the defense mechanisms and all that conditioning and all the childhood messages that somebody has received, we can somehow release, free the true inner person. And this was a model that was being used at that time. There was one doctor who would have group sessions, and not just LSD, but proliferation of other forms of psychedelics, high doses, exposing people to pictures of violence, explicit sexual activity, other things, films of their childhood, to help people go through a very deeply cathartic process in an effort, as it were, to get in touch with their real self. And I'm sure there are some people who had some very beneficial experiences as a result of that. I'm also sure there are some people that came out of that pretty shaky. And this is what Seth is saying. It's not a good idea to try to kill your ego, because the thing is, first of all, you got to have an ego if you're going to function in the physical world, as he's saying here. You have to have some way of navigating, and that's the ego's job. So if you kill one ego, you're just going to create another one. Only that one's going to be a lot shakier because it knows what happened to the previous ego. I'm thinking it's a little like becoming the next wife of Henry VIII. The good news is you're the Queen of England. The bad news is you know what happened to the other queen. So it's not a good idea to do that. This is one reason to understand what Seth is saying in chapter 10. You have to really read what he's talking about and take it in the context in which he's discussing that. Now, I'm going to divert this a little bit, but it's on this topic of insanity. So I want to go to this. This was in an early session, volume 7 again. He talks about insanity. Okay, this is regular, ordinary insanity. And he's saying how this sometimes is merely the result of a strange situation in which certain individuals use the ordinarily dormant portions of the brain as well as, or sometimes largely in place of, the recognized portions. The perception of reality is therefore largely alien to society. And then what he's saying is that for these individuals, which by the way really matches our growing understanding of what is really increasingly being viewed as a neurodiversity, that all brains are not created the same. And some people that might be on the spectrum of autism or might be diagnosed with schizophrenia, they really have brains and perceptual systems that operate in a different way. It's not pathology, it's not a disease, it's just how their brains operate. And this seems to be what Seth is referring to. And he's saying for these individuals, the psychedelic experience, again, drug-induced psychedelic experience, may actually involve a consciousness expansion that will direct them back to usual physical reality and bring about a more unified personality structure from society's standpoint. Now, I found this fascinating because I was at a ketamine conference 2 or 3 years ago, and I was talking to a psychiatrist from South America who said he was using very high doses of ketamine with his patients who had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, with some good results. I also recall R.D. Laing, a psychiatrist in England, who he would actually do LSD with his patients, some of whom had schizophrenia. And I have heard of certain underground uses of psychedelics for people with schizophrenia. Now, I hasten to say, do not do this at home. Do not give your loved ones who may have schizophrenia psychedelics, okay? And I don't think this research is going to be done in this country anytime soon, but perhaps in South America or other countries. It's at least worth further research and further study, but not for amateurs, okay? To continue, however, on the warnings and the bad news, all right? Seth is telling us there are electromagnetic systems that make up experience. That's just a fact. And he's often, as you know, talking about the electrical and chemical properties and magnetic properties of our thoughts, of our very experience. And he says these may have counterparts, though not exact identities, within other systems, totally alien to you as you know yourselves. Given certain unusual circumstances, you could leapfrog, so to speak, and end up within an energy gestalt from which you could not return. The personality structure simply would not take the transition. So you ain't coming back from that one. Now, you'll go on and do some other form of value fulfillment because that's what one does, but you will have no resemblance to whatever you started with. This idea, though, of leapfrogging to other counterparts or other experiences have been reported. There's a book called Into the Void. The author identifies himself as Zoe 7, and he experimented with various psychedelics and also brainwave stimulation, brain stimulation of various kinds. And he did, in some cases, suddenly find himself in some other probable reality, different planet name, had a wife, didn't know who she was, different year, MX219. You know, it was an entirely different system. Now, the good news is he came back, although he had quite some adventures when he did come back. But this idea that maybe that happens sometimes to those folks that didn't make it back. A bit of a warning. Here's another warning. Seth says the chemical doorway into reality is indeed a doorway. And that's to be kept in mind, right? Psychedelic drugs, they open a door. Now, what happens when you go through that door is going to be a matter of many different factors. Of course, this is one reason why doing it safely and having set setting and knowing what the heck you're taking and why, et cetera, can really help. But as Seth points out, in one regard, this is a projection from a molecular standpoint. We are molecular beings. What is not understood is that worlds exist between one molecule and another, and worlds that you do not understand. You can get lost in the life and death of a molecule under such conditions, and I am speaking in literal terms. So this is the science fiction nightmare that Seth is saying, this is real. You don't know what you're playing with. You're dealing with molecular systems and you don't understand how many worlds exist within, between molecules. So caution is indicated. With that, though, let's go back to this. Let's go back to source, all that is. This mystical experience, becoming one with that, okay? All right, tuning into that. All right, setting the warnings aside just for a moment, okay? Let's go on from here. Seth says, and we saw the earlier quote, these are very meaningful experiences, these mystical experiences, they help people achieve greater value fulfillment in their lives, at least some people. But he points out that of itself, however, it will not carry you further than this, meaning this kind of experience. Of itself, it will not give you insight into past lives or future existences. It will not lift you out of the framework of the physical systems, but merely allow you to see the system as it is. It will allow you to experience your relationship with the system and the system's relationship with the whole. So he's saying it's not going to transport you to other systems. You're not going to find out more about probable realities. You're probably not going to find out a lot about past or other lifetimes. He says of itself, the experience will not give you psychological mobility through other portions that compose your own, quote, becoming psychological structure, because that's what we're doing. We're continually becoming more of who we are. And so he's saying that of itself, however, because there are certain personalities who are advanced enough that they can use this experience as a springboard precisely to find some of these discoveries. And so it's important to recognize that, you know, some people are ready for this. Some people actually can go into these realms and navigate from them and to explore other kinds of realities and have that inner mobility. But the whole idea of this, let me go back for a moment. To go back to this experience here that people can have, this is it, okay? This is samadhi, this is satori, this is enlightenment, all right? This is the thing unto itself. And I think this is rather shocking, actually, for a lot of people to understand that, like, there can be an acceptance if somebody has sat on a cushion for 40 years meditating or spent the past 10 years in a cave somewhere that they've achieved this enlightenment. It's far more disturbing to know that somebody can get there with one hit of the right psychedelic substance. Again, given the right dosage, the right medicine at the right time with the right personality set and setting. We have brains that already, they have the receptor sites that they won't interact with these chemicals and cause what is called a full release. Basically, the ego is dissolved into the state of all that is, not with an intention of killing it, but because the experience is so overwhelming, the ego's got to give it up. Okay, so this is a very, very important experience. And Baba Ram Das talked about this. He said that when he was enlightened, the first time he was enlightened, one of the most shocking things was not just how awesome the whole thing was. It was like being at the top of a mountain, he said, but then he realized there were other mountaintops. So this is part of the unfathomable aspect of this, is that even with something like this, you're still just kissing the hem of the goddess, that there are other dimensions beyond dimensions. And as Seth is saying, The experience itself isn't going to tell you who you were in a past life, if that's what you want to know, or how you operate probable realities. It's not going to give you that information, okay? So that's where we go into this idea of training. So Seth is saying the psychedelic experience is primarily an expansion of consciousness. Now that implies inner mobility, okay? If you're expanded, then you've got more room to go. And he's saying with some training and some direction can be given so that the information can be effectively used by the normal waking personality. And with these training, these experiences will lead you to other portions of your own entity. This is rather important. So psychedelic experiences with training, with direction, can help us navigate and learn other aspects of our being. However, so can non-drug induced psychedelic experiences and other ways we can get into this territory also in addition. He says, so the personality with this training becomes aware of parts that deal with other dimensions. It learns to manipulate with other root assumptions other than the physical-based ones. The mobility experience automatically adds to value fulfillment. It's inherently value fulfilling. And you can even achieve memory of past lives under some circumstances. Now, what I will say, though, and this again speaks to what Seth is saying, my own experience and what I have reported by other people is a lot of times you can have a much more coherent and even meaningful past life experience, not by using psychedelics, but by using hypnosis. So there are other ways, or sometimes other ways through dreams that you may have access to that information. So again, psychedelics may or may not be what you want to use in order to do your training or your exploration. However, if you're going to be using psychedelics, Seth has some very down-to-earth practical advice. And this is most of this is for drug experience, but also fits non-drug experiences. He says psychedelics, and I think he does mean the drugs here, disturb the nitrogen balance. And so he recommends that you don't eat nuts within about 10 hours of the drug experience. And that if you do, this imbalance can cause undue flashbacks. Even when you haven't had the drug. So he warned people about that. He recommended taking a small dose of salt, just regular salt, because it stabilizes the consciousness. If you're going to be lying down, he recommends this north-south position, which he also recommends for sleep. Certainly if you're going to be doing some kind of out-of-body work, good to be lined up, that north-south axis. Full moon, most beneficial. Rainy weather helps. If you're a woman, during ovulation, that's more likely to be a good time for you. And not having rubber on or near the body, nor on the legs of the bed, for example. Also that citrus fruits are an aid. And acid here has electrical properties that help. And of course, that's interesting. LSD voyagers long ago found that orange juice could really help them to kind of ground or modulate the experience somewhat. And he says aspirin is a detriment. So that's it in terms of Seth's advice, specific advice with psychedelics. He says, on other terms, psychedelic experience with or without drugs, of course, enlarges the range of electromagnetic realities that you perceive. Now, this is important, I think. These ranges, once opened up, then do not entirely close up to you. It becomes easier for you in your future to receive within them. And this is another reason why people who do psychedelics, Ram Dass had this line, when you've got the message, you can hang up the phone. And this is one of the experiences that people who've done psychedelics will say. They kind of got the message. So really, it's about how do they now use their increased sensitivity and knowledge to explore and to attain these states without the use of the chemicals or the drugs. And there are multiple ways to do that. But it's a little easier to find your way there if you've already been there. And he says a disciplined but intuitive ego then becomes a necessity in order that such new experience may be brought under useful control in your terms. The ego becomes more necessary, not less, because the ego is then what is going to synthesize the gained experience in recognizable terms without your system. So the ego, you don't Seth makes it very clear. You don't want to do anything without the ego's permission because you'll get a backlash from it. But if you allow it to come along for the ride, not to dominate it, but to kind of sit in a corner, then it actually can be helping to integrate the experience as you go along. I see this also with hypnosis. It's like the conscious mind actually is staying there, but you kind of learn to put it out over there in the corner, the ordinary conscious mind, and allow yourself to have the experience. And this is, again, this is where Seth is saying, not massive doses. Don't do that. Let your ego come along for the ride. Okay. And he goes on, he says, it goes without saying that in our methods, the ego is changed rather completely, but gradually in many cases, and only through its own willingness to do so. Now here, what he means by our methods is reading the Seth books, all the different exercises and things that he's suggesting people do, follow your dreams, do side time, to mention just a couple. And though he's saying then that the ego can come to a place through these various methods, psychedelics also on the table, but it sees its identity as part of the inner self. Therefore, basically has no need to fight the inner self, since it knows its survival is dependent on this inner framework. This is about helping the ego develop flexibility. It's yoga for the ego, where it realizes it's not going to be annihilated. We need it. We love it. We want it to be there, but we don't always want it driving the car. In fact, sometimes if we're going to have a good experience, we need to be able to park the car and get out of it. And we do that every night, actually. So it's something the ego is already used to doing. So once the ego actually realizes it doesn't have to do anything by itself, it's got a lot of support system. And that actually calms the ego down. It's not the ego's job to figure out the meaning of our life. Those things come from the inner self. They come from other parts of ourself. It doesn't come from the ego. So there's a way the ego can actually calm down when we know we're not fighting. This isn't an arm wrestling match. Seth goes on to say, in other words, portions of the inner self have joined the strictly egotistical functions. The ego in such cases is so attuned, it becomes almost something else. We are coming here toward a definition of illumination, a word Seth is quite fond of. An illumination in psychic terms. The ego is not banished. It joins with portions of the inner self, previously unconscious, and illuminates the whole personality. So I will really say that I think this is where Seth is talking about this evolution of the ego, that psychedelic experiences are one of the ways, and working with our inner mind, that the ego begins to change what it is because it is joined by the aspects of the inner self. I'll move this up again. This is where Seth's saying the ego, it's no longer primarily physically oriented. So therefore, it is no longer an ego in the terms usually meant. The ego has accepted the goals of the inner self. Its identity is already changed so that its main concern is no longer primarily with physical manipulation, but with inner growth and development. So this is part of the transformational process, however we get there, of where the ego then is joining with and working towards the same kind of value fulfillment that other portions of the self are, which has to do with inner growth and development. But then, of course, how these get translated into physical reality, into our physical lives. And that's the great work, which is one reason, as one facilitator said, we don't call it the great picnic, because it does take work to be integrating these powerful inner experiences into our outer reality. And lastly here, we have Seth saying that the ego will become resurrected. It becomes more and more a portion of the supraconsciousness. Its new function is to help direct the overall personality so that inner abilities and illuminations can also reach physical reality. This, I would suggest, is where we're going. This is exactly what we're working on. Okay, so with that, I'm going to return to this original slide that we have never told anybody to do anything except to face up to the abilities of consciousness. And with this, then, I'm hoping that this presentation will be simply a springboard for further discussion.
Hello, everybody. We're here live with Virginia. And so we would like to, first of all, extend a really warm welcome. Thank you for your presentation, for being here with us, for helping some of the organizational aspects of the conference, and for being a part of the conference for so many years. As many years as I've been involved, you've been involved, and probably more than that. So thank you for all that background, all that history. When I hear you present, I just feel like, it's not home. It's like I'm used to hearing your presentation. Back in the day.
Right back at you guys. Thanks so much for putting this together. Really,
right.
It's been so good.
It has. So
really let's just all the speakers.
Yes. So let's just go ahead and go right into the Q&A. Lily, do you have anything queued up for that?
Yes. Okay. So maybe to begin, we'd like to know, Virginia, who should and shouldn't take psychedelics? For whom it might be recommended, and for who is it not advisable?
Yeah, this is one reason why I'm really glad I'm talking to Seth folks or Seth readers, because, and this is especially nice following on Tom's talk, this is all about inner guidance. It's absolutely about inner guidance. And listen and listen again. Listen to your dreams. I mean, this has been one of my guides. Inner guidance, dreams, what shows up, what doesn't show up. And then also seeing what shows up in your life. I mean, this is partly what renewed my connection to it. I wasn't actively looking for it at all, but opportunities came up. I had dreams that sometimes said yes, and I had dreams sometimes that said no, not now.
Interesting.
And I mean, for the record, I'm very cautious about this kind of material. So unlike Hunter Thompson, who said, when in doubt, go higher, I would say maybe go higher, but be careful what you're going higher on. Okay. So
literally.
Yes.
Very good. Now, is there an ideal setting for journeying?
Again, this is going to be up to people's inner guidance. I'm going to refer a lot of these kind of like how-to questions. I would say one of your good sources are MAPS, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies.
Nice.
And they've got a lot of information. And so I'd say, go to the pros, and they can give you information about that. I think that really would make the most sense in regard to this.
From Richard Gentle, we have, although you have focused on chemical substances, implying created in a lab, there's a resurgence of interest in the plant ayahuasca, whereby people are trying to explore their consciousness with a bit more awareness. Do you have a view on ayahuasca?
Well, I'm glad this question came up, because I don't want people to think that I was focusing more on laboratory produced chemicals as opposed to plant medicines. I wasn't doing that. And I know that there are many people that much prefer plant medicines, ayahuasca being one of them. I just didn't want it to get, sometimes people are exclusively on that side of the fence. One of the advantages of some of the synthesized chemicals, some of which are in ayahuasca, is that it actually eradicates properties that are much harder for the body to tolerate. On the other hand, some of the body reaction, as with ayahuasca, is considered to be very much part of the experience. A lot of throwing up involved with ayahuasca. I think, again, this is the thing, another advantage to talking to Seth folks. You don't give your authority away to anybody, all right? Everybody stays with their own authority. And that's where I wanted this to be a discussion, to be more open. I'm thinking like Robert Wagner's talk on lucid dreaming, how he gets reports, amazing reports from people doing lucid dreaming. They haven't read the Seth material. They may never read the Seth material. But there is such an advantage in that kind of cross-fertilization of understanding what other people have done and what they're experiencing in multidimensional reality. So that's really been more my intention in opening up this discussion, because there are psychonauts out there, or there have been people who have partaken of ayahuasca, and when you hear their accounts, knowing what we know about Seth, it can reinforce our understanding of what we're capable of. And that goes, actually a quote from T.S. Eliot that I had, which is only by those who have gone too far that we know how far we can go. And that gets back to the quote from Seth. It's facing up to the abilities of consciousness. So I think that's more the invitation, is to be open to talking with other people who have had these experiences. And then if there's a calling or something for one to do it yourself, then that's fine, you can do that. I hesitated doing this talk because I don't want to get back to this thing of like, in the 1960s, there were the people who had done the electric Kool-Aid acid test, who had been experienced, and there were those who didn't, and with a slight sense of superiority or something, of some people knowing something that other people did. And then it became about the drugs. Who is the drugs? What drugs? How much drugs? This experience would be so much better if we had the drugs. And I'm like, we don't want to go back there. We really don't. On the other hand, this is something on the table, and it is a tool, and it is something that people are using. And that's why I am interested in people who have read the Seth material, either before or after, and how much their experiences do seem to be informed by what Seth was talking about. So that probably doesn't answer Mr. Gentle's specific question about ayahuasca, but I think it gets it in the ballpark.
Oh, definitely. So you also touched, again, you've been touching upon the experiences that are soul revealing. I really love that. Experiences that are soul revealing. So how do you understand the experiences of unity, sacredness, love, and truth in the psychedelic experience?
In one word, they are absolutely sacred. This is the thing. I mean, I think one of the tragedy is too strong a word, but the way that psychedelics have gotten so associated with partying and recreation and do what thou wilt, okay? I'm not condemning anyone, but the experiences are sacred, and it doesn't matter how you get there. I think that's really the key thing that I want to get across.
Absolutely.
And it's no accident when you start really looking at our history of people, how psychedelics in one form or another have been part of very sacred ceremonies and the basis of religions throughout our history. So I think there's no accident that we're getting this resurgence of psychedelics, of something that is so sacred, at the very time that we are dealing with this mass epidemic of beliefs, as we're talking about. And the divisiveness that we see in our society. I think there is no accident in that at all.
Wonderful. Yes, we had some questions just precisely on that. So thank you. You just nailed it on that. What would you say are the long-term impacts of psychedelic experiences?
Again, it's going to be so individual, that I don't know that I can even speak to that, other than what I have seen in myself, along with other people that I know, especially in a way, the more they have been used properly and with respect and with an honoring of the sacredness, that the desire to use them goes down. And it becomes increasingly interesting, more, okay, what now? How do I live? How do we live now? Because it isn't about getting out of physical reality, it's how do you bring that and infuse it into your experience. And then, as all of us are kind of talking about, how do you stay in tune then with that inner self? And that was what Seth was talking about. It's where the ego can start to relax, because it really gets now, it's not alone, it's not a struggle, it's not a fight. So I think that's really where the work goes. So there is a kind of post psychedelic development, I guess one might say.
Right. The integration phase.
Integration is where it's at. That's the name of the game. And that, again, is one reason why I would love to see, without proselytizing, but I would like to see a lot more of that Seth material going out there, because I think it can really help.
Yes. One of our participants here did mention that at 17 she had taken LSD and had an experience that taught her that form was not static, and that was enough. Yeah. She never took it again. And in later years, when Seth came into her world, that unpacked it for her just so elegantly. And she really didn't feel the need to follow it up after that. Right. That was enough.
I think, again, there's no accident that Seth came in at the same time the psychedelic movement was happening.
Yes, very much hand in hand there. Another question here. Could you elaborate on good and bad trips and the power of thought? Sort of the quality of your thoughts and its relationship to quote unquote good and bad trips.
I think that's another reason why I think Seth on psychedelics, or psychedelics on Seth, is probably going to be a lot better than on many other things. Because the one thing you're going to know is wherever you go, there you are. And whatever's happening, it's happening right now. A little lucid dreaming training can go in as well into that. And this is often what somebody who's psychedelically informed learns right off the bat, is you don't fight anything. As I heard one facilitator said, the answer to every question is yes. Even if it's a no, it's a yes to the no. So that is one of the key things that one then can take back into life. It's always yes and.
Yes and. So is there anything from your personal experiences, Virginia, that you feel, I mean, this is a real impact, and just for you personally as an example, just as a sharing for others, this is how it was for you, and the doors that it opened for you that you'd like to share?
I can put it in a nutshell. I think what it gave me, what my experiences have given me, is how vast all that is. When I said it is so vast, and then to realize that the experience of which this kind of I was not there, but nonetheless, I have some recall. It is so vast, and to realize it's still just a fraction of that, and to realize that the essence is love. Mm-hmm. And it is love that surpasseth human understanding. It is not any kind of love like anything I ever understood. So it is fierce love. It is love beyond anything. So I think, again, having had that kind of experience and seeing other people having had that experience, and very much honoring that people do have this experience in other ways, in dreams in part. And I have since then had dreams where I would have that experience. So we're all talking about the same kind of thing, really. But I think that is probably the main takeaway item, I would say, more than anything. Like I said, I like hypnosis and other things when I want to be exploring parallel lives, future lives, things like that. But if you want to get the full Monty, then sometimes a little chemical assistance can help.
Absolutely.
Not recommending it.
It is another tool. We have a sort of an interesting question that has come in, but I don't know. Let's see. About 5G technology. Forgive me. I mean, this might be completely not connected, but any experience with 5G technology, whether you have that, and does 5G technology disrupt the electromagnetic fields of the psychological structure? Is this?
Yeah, you're getting outside of my range.
Got it. Okay. I wasn't sure.
Other than, I think, other than to me, I always go back to our beliefs. I still always go back to anytime fear shows up. I like this phrase of see where the fear is and go there, but don't make decisions based out of fear. Like, be careful. That also kind of goes to how do we navigate these altered states. And that's where we recognize
Yes.
fear, we let ourselves flow through fear, but we don't let fear drive the car. That's not what it's about. And there's always help. There is always help available. And that's another thing that we can forget, whatever state we're in.
Whatever state. When you have been working with the psychedelics, how did you navigate that subtle point? Did fear ever come in? And if so, how did you handle it? Sort of what helped you?
You know what it is? It's like on the one hand, people say there's nothing that can prepare you for some of these experiences.
Right.
On the other hand, everything you've ever done prepares you. And for me, it's been the Seth material and working with dreams and working with altered states. It's the same principles. It's being where you are, knowing help is available, a certain humility, listening if even for the prompting to do it or whatever. It's all life really when you get right down to it. So
I like how you said that it is all life, and it makes me think about all of these substances having a quality of consciousness,
yes,
right, as life. So another question we have is there a difference in the quality of consciousness of natural versus human synthesized drugs? If so, what is it, and does it matter?
I think this is something that people are exploring. And keep in mind, this is all evolving. Seth talked about Dr. Pietra, who was a probable reality of Rob's, and that in this probable reality, they were using drugs to see to sheathe the consciousness so that this Dr. Pietra could have contact with Rob. There's a whole thing in the early sessions about this, and they could deaccelerate or accelerate the consciousness in order for him to have this experience. And Seth was saying, yeah, you don't have these drugs in your reality, but they've got them in this other reality. So I think this is alchemy in action of what is the zeitgeist or the spirit of certain substances,
yes,
and versus other substances. And personally, I think when it's a purely synthesized substance, I think it does have a different nature or spirit or quality. People have talked about that with LSD. It didn't have the history to it, although if you get into ergot, far enough back, you can. On the other hand, I know from in the studies, they use synthesized psilocybin. And as near as anything I've heard, it's not substantially different than mushrooms, other than you've got less of a body load on it. So again, when you're dealing with some of these synthesized, where they're taking the psychoactive substance from a plant, how different is that? I don't know. I'll leave that to some other psychonauts to figure those questions out. Yeah.
I like that, the psychonauts, definitely. Well, I think we've come now to the conclusion of our Q&A session together. Thank you so much, Virginia.
Thank you.
Very enlightening. Okay. And just it is very much calling a number of people. A lot of our young people are really called by this.
Thank you, Lilia, because that's the only other piece that I will just add here in terms of what inspired this is a lot of us are seeing the Seth community, a kind of aging of the Seth community. And they're like, well, where are the young folks? And I'm like, go to a psychedelic conference. You want to see the young folks? And so that's another reason why I'd like to see some bridges built here, is because there's some generational things that could be passed on and exchanged in both ways. So thank you for that.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Tom.
Thanks. Welcome to our last and final presentation of the 2021 California Seth Conference. We are about to bring you Beth and Peter Bostwick for our last and final presentation here. Now, Peter and Beth had both wonderful experiences and devastating blows. After years of consulting gigs and working in large companies, they started a software company in their backyard with very little knowledge of the startup space. And their wild 10+ year in the creation of the startup would eventually revolutionize or lead to an industry-wide transformation that benefited many individuals. In the later years of this company, they ran into significant difficulties with a business partner and found themselves in a very desperate place. They had 6 months before they would have to file for bankruptcy and lay off all the workers. Now, during this perilous time, they probed their thinking, as many of us Seth readers do, and they wondered, how did they end up in such a quote-unquote bad place? Now, in that painful and lengthy soul searching, they began to understand the power of belief, emotion, and thoughts. So they realized that by changing their beliefs, they were able to sell the company within 6 short months for millions, and actually enabled all the employees to keep their positions. So after this experience, then this resulted in a kind of a development of a very simple and easy to use process and tools that they could then teach to others to apply to their lives to help change the fortunes and the outcomes within the lives of others. So you can look more into, investigate their work on their website, which is appropriately titled youcanchoose.info. And so without further ado, let's bring Peter and Beth up onto the stage today. And their title of their talk is going to be Get Radical Clarity. Get Radical Clarity. So we look forward to hearing what they have to say. We're sure it's going to keep us on the edge of our seats, and we're really looking forward to how they have applied the Seth material to make radical changes and to get radical clarity in our lives. So let's welcome Beth and Peter Bostwick to our virtual stage.
Great. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our talk on radical clarity. My name is Peter Bostwick.
And I'm Beth.
Okay. And this is our first Seth Conference. We're so excited to be here. Even though we've been involved with the Seth community in San Francisco for a little while, this is our first time getting a chance to talk. So we were introduced to the Seth material about 6 years ago, right? The nature of personal reality was listed in the bibliography of an ebook that I picked up. And when I first read Seth, I finally found a way of looking at the world that made sense to me. I've always questioned conventional wisdom and had so much difficulty reconciling my scientific background and the religious upbringing that I had. But the Seth material helped us answer questions that we've had all of our lives. And now we apply those lessons that we learned from Seth and others every single day.
Yeah, I mean, we're really, really happy to be here. I have to say, I'm quite impressed that you guys asked us to come speak to you. But I think the thing that's really what we'll talk about today is really applying Seth. And I think that the material that we'll talk about today will be something you can easily take with you and start using tonight even. And so we really, really want to make it applicable to people to use it every day. Because I remember the first time I was reading Seth, I was like, oh my God, it's going to take me forever to understand this stuff. And so it took some time, but then when we started to really get, I guess, clear on it, it became much more simple. So what we would like to do right now, though, is because I know you just came out of the great presentation that Virginia gave around psychedelics and Seth, we want to go ahead and get you transitioned over, and we're going to start by setting up a moment of calm here. So I know many of you are coming from different places. If you weren't with Virginia, maybe it was empty the dishwasher or doing something else like that. But what I'd like to do is have you get comfortable in your chair and sit down, put both your feet on the ground, maybe put your hands on your lap, and just close your eyes. And just breathe in deeply and let it flow out. A deep, deep breath way, way down into your belly, and then let it slowly, slowly go. Breathe in slow, deep, and then let it go. One more deep, deep breath. Breathe in and let it go. And while you're sitting there, you just move your fingers a little bit and just settle into your chair. And feel the chair supporting you, and relax, relax, relax. So you could just move your fingers a little more, and then we're gonna open our eyes and come on back together here. So.
Great. Thank you, Beth. That's wonderful. It's amazing how powerful it is just to take a minute or two at the start of a meeting or start of a new project, so that you can become more present and become more focused on what you're going to be doing, right? So let me start off by asking a question, right? Who here would love to wake up each morning knowing exactly what you want to do and having the confidence to do it? Wouldn't that be nice? Right? So what we're going to do today is we're going to go through 3 little steps that we use on a regular basis to attract more of what we want in our life, mostly happiness and joy, because that's really what it all comes down to, and of course love, right? We're going to share those with you and give you a kind of a snippet of what we call a radical clarity approach.
So amazingly, when we ask people what they want in life, we oftentimes, far too many times, get this puzzled question, and they look at us and say, well, you know, I really don't know what I want. And so the interesting thing is most of us go through life without understanding what the answer to that question is. And even if you know the answer at one point, things change, but you have to keep asking the question. And as we go through this session today, what we'd really like you to do is to share any thoughts and comments in the chat to let us know if there's something you'd like to share and add to the conversation. But we'd really love to have you, put some stuff out there. In particular, if you could tell us a little bit about yourself. One, where you're located. I understand this is everywhere around the world, wherever you are. And then another question is, how long have you been a Seth reader? We're relatively recent Sethies. We aren't people who've been doing this for decades, but we are very definitely in the corner of Seth. It makes all the difference. So, can we go ahead and jump on into the next to learn more about ourselves?
Yeah, Lily, is there any questions there? Anything that we should pause for here? We got Lilia that's on there. We're live, so we can actually get to respond back to questions as we go.
That's right.
Exactly. We haven't had any specific questions yet, so I think we can go ahead and just continue in.
Okay.
Oh, fantastic. Well, let's start a little bit about who we are and why we even got started with Seth.
That's right. That's right. Seth came into our lives when we were in a really, really bad place. We were basically 6 months from bankruptcy with a software company we had built, and we'd spent many years working on it. So it was a pretty bad time, I guess. Dark, very dark. So Peter and I had started this particular company 12 years earlier. We had lots of employees, and we were really disrupting an industry while making a lot of money. We made millions of dollars, and we were honestly the quintessential Silicon Valley success story. But we were so miserable. It didn't feel like we had any direction or purpose in our lives. We didn't like ourselves, and we really didn't like each other. We were both stuck and really unhappy. And then on top of all that, our biggest customer decided they were going to leave us. So we figured really quickly we had maybe 6 months before we'd have to file for bankruptcy, let all our employees go, and just all that work we'd put in for the previous 12 years was for nothing. All our savings had been spent. So it was a really, really bad time for us. And we had decided, because there was just so much stuff in our face, that we had to get out of town. And it was right around the holidays, and we made a decision to go to New Orleans. We had some family down there, and so we went to visit them. And then we took a couple extra days to just get out of Dodge and try to figure out what to do next, because we were pretty desperate. We've been scratching for the past decade trying to get this company off the ground, and then at this point it felt like we had nothing to show for it. We were exhausted. Mentally, we were wiped out. Physically and emotionally, we were totally spent. And I remember one day on that trip, I looked at Peter and I said, you know, what we've been doing and working on for all these years isn't working. We have to change. And the really scary thing as I was saying that to Peter is I didn't know what that change was, but we had to make a change. Mm-hmm. And it was like, you know, what do we do? I mean, we feel like we've tried everything. We're out of options. So on that trip is really where we began to take a step back. It was really scary. It was really, really scary. But we started to realize that we'd really been living in a soup of negativity for years. Everything was negative. And in that time frame, we're in New Orleans, we decided to really, really take a step forward in terms of trying to shift that thinking and moving beyond all that negativity. And it was a lot of work. It was a lot of work. We had a lot of habits in there that were not working for us. But what we really started to do was be present. We really tried to just be in the moment, which was a challenge, because we were always thinking about all the bad places we were and all the places we were probably going to be going that were bad. So it was really difficult to be present. But that's also the time when we started to let go.
And then letting go was actually the best thing that we could have done, because it freed us up, right? It gave us space, not physical space, but mental space. So before heading down to New Orleans, I had found a book by Mike Dooley, right? Many of you are familiar with Mike Dooley. While that book wasn't especially meaningful for me, the bibliography listed several Seth books. And as I started reading, I felt like I'd stumbled upon the Holy Grail, right? Over the years, I'd lost confidence in my ability to control my life and felt really disempowered. I was struggling mightily with depression. But with Seth and other speakers, I learned about the wonderful impact of our thoughts. Our thoughts, our beliefs, and our feelings, and the importance of clarity in getting what you want. So the key lessons that we got from reading this and trying to get our heads around it was two things, right? One, what I think about matters.
Yes.
And two, I can choose what I think about.
Yes, I can choose.
It's like, that's crazy, right? It's so simple. I think about what I think about matters. Whatever's going through my head and drilling around, waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning saying how stupid I am, that makes a difference. Yes. And I can choose what I think about. I can control all those thoughts, right? I can choose not to think them out. I can choose to let them go. I have so much more powerful than I imagined, right? That means I'm in control, right? I'm not dependent on anyone else, and I can't blame anyone else. It's all about me. It's all about us. It's all about you, right? I can't be a victim anymore. I can't be, because I'm empowered, because my thoughts matter and I can choose them. And the same thing for everybody out there. It's just amazingly powerful. Right? So Beth and I started to apply it to our lives. We started to change the way we thought about ourselves. And as a result, just like Seth says, everything around us changed as a result, right? We started to focus on the good things that we had already, being appreciative, and also thinking about the things that we wanted, not the things that we didn't want, the things that were bothering us at the moment, but the things that we wanted, right? And as a result, we started to like ourselves again, right? We started to like each other.
It took a while.
Each ourselves and then together. We've been married for 35 years, so we've had all kinds of ups and downs, right? And this was really tough because my depression actually at this point practically disappeared, right? Because I was empowered. I no longer felt the need to beat myself up. So we made time each day to practice calm, kind of like we started off today, right? And once we did, we realized we didn't really know what we wanted. And it showed, right? We lacked clarity and purpose. But how do you get clarity? right? We had no idea way back when. But over the next several months, once we became more calm, we started reading and listening to ourselves. That was the big thing, listening to yourself. But you can't do that when you're fearful and nervous. And we figured out some really powerful steps to get more of what you want, and we started using them. And then within 6 months, remember we had 6 months until we were going to go bankrupt, we were able to sell our company, and all of our employees kept their jobs, and things turned out amazingly wonderful, right? And today life is grand, right? We work from home, we have a wonderful place, things are just joyful, and we get a chance to talk to people like you. And we're crystal clear on what we want to do. And like I said before, we wake up every morning with an abundance of confidence that we can make it happen.
Yeah. So today, what we want to do is we want to show you 3 things in particular: how to achieve a state of calm, and understand how to access that calmness whenever you need it, because life throws stuff at you. Build clarity, and how to generate more happiness and abundance in your life, because you can do it. Everybody can do this. It's all up to you. It's all about you. And then third, understand the importance of confidence to go after what it is that you really want.
So it only takes a little change to make a huge difference. Did you know that if you were heading to Los Angeles from San Francisco and you made just a 1% shift in your trajectory, you'd either end up in Beverly Hills on Rodeo Drive or out in the middle of the ocean swimming for your life? So it doesn't take much, but it's the continual application that makes all the difference. It's those tiny little shifts that can help you accomplish anything that you want. And if you don't have clarity on where you want to go in the intentionality in making the shift, you're just wasting your time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe you've learned a few things that we talked about, but let's get into the 3 details that we want to go to, right?
Yeah. The first one is getting to a place of calm. And the reason calm is so important is because you can't listen to yourself if you've got a bunch of stuff running around in your head. And that calm sometimes takes a while to appreciate. You have to kind of understand what it's like to listen to yourself. What do you sound like? And often if you're not calm, you're really not coming from a place, if you're not calm, you are usually coming from a place of fear, worry, and probably frustration. All you want at that point is for whatever is bothering you to just go away. But when you have a sense of calm, you can really hear yourself think. And I remember when we were at our lowest point, we had absolutely no idea where to start. I mean, it was like we're in the middle of the ocean with a boat, no oar, and we had no clue where to go. But once we were able to tap into a mindset of calm, we were able to start to see what was really important to us. And it was really from this place of calm that we were finally able to put together an action plan that shifted over time. But we were able to take a step back from that constant fear and worry, the negativity that had pretty much been around us for years. And it was even though we had fear and worry, because it does still come back. I mean, even now it still comes back, but we could deal with it. And that was the important thing, is because we had that place of calm we could tap back into, it really enabled us to stay calm in the midst of really crazy stuff. Now, there's many different ways to establish a calm mindset, but it's important that you find one that really works for you.
And one of the ways that we use is meditation, right? Whether it's transcendental meditation or guided meditation. So Beth and I both learned TM way back in college.
Many moons ago.
Many moons ago. And it made a huge difference in our lives when we used it, right? I remember we practiced TM for 2 semesters in grad school, and we skipped, at least I skipped. I skipped for 2 semesters, right? And a huge difference in my grades between the semesters where I meditated and when I didn't meditate.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that, meditation, geez, what a waste of time, right? If you're going to be successful in life, you have to work hard, right? Mm-hmm. You got to get some stuff done.
Struggle.
That's right. But how can you actually sit around and with your eyes closed and be still for 40 minutes and get stuff done? Well, you might be surprised that there's an awful lot of really successful people that meditate, right? Ray Dalio, the billionaire founder of Bridgewater Hedge Fund, meditates every day. Laura Dern, Sheryl Crow, Tom Hanks, Ellen DeGeneres, even my friend Katy Perry meditates every day, right? Meditation is an incredibly powerful tool. And there are nice apps out there like Calm and Headspace that you can use to start to slowly develop a practice of calm. We've had a lot of folks that say, geez, I just can't sit around for 20 minutes. Yeah. What can I do to get started? But there are ways to do it, especially if these apps are very helpful. And of course, Seth introduced us to Psi Time, right? Where you turn your focus and attention inward and listen to yourself and pay attention to what's going on. That is another fantastically powerful form of meditation. But no matter what you choose, just like any practice, just like going to the gym or learning how to write, right? The most important thing is that you get started and you do it consistently. So I'd like to see if people would like to chat and enter in the chat. What do people do around calm, right? Do you have a practice that you use? And is it working for you? Because we're all a bunch of powerful Seth readers here, but how are we applying it in terms of getting ourselves calm so we can listen to what's going on? So I'll listen, have some more questions that are out there.
Yeah. So while you're putting some of that stuff in chat, I'll tell you, for years I've ridden a bike. I used to race many moons ago.
A bicycle.
A bicycle, yes. A bicycle. Not a motorcycle, bicycle. My mother would have a conniption fit if it was a motorcycle. But it wasn't until we started to realize the importance of calm that I started to understand that really the reason I chose to ride my bike for 2 or 3 hours at a time when we were going through this difficult time was because that was the way for me to establish a sense of calm. I felt like I had some control. I could ride my bike, I could steer it, and I didn't feel like I was at the whim of all this other stuff that was swirling around us at the time. And so practicing calm doesn't necessarily mean sitting on a yoga mat or meditating. It may be something very different. But the thing that's really important is that it really works for you.
Lily.
And you do it consistently.
Yes. Okay. We do have some questions coming in. And there's curiosity about how you were able to turn this around in 6 months. It's a very dramatic story.
Yes.
So you took that pause in New Orleans, you opened the door to probe your thinking and ask, how did you end up in such a bad place? There's curiosity. What specific beliefs did you discover that were at play that had gotten you into that perilous place in the first place?
Well, the biggest thing that I had was that I was a victim.
Oh my, yes.
Yeah, that I was a victim and people should pick on me, right? I did a fantastic job of bringing bullies into my life.
I was not a person who had a problem with that. I've always believed in myself. In fact, I remember for years I look at Peter, it's like, you have so much potential. What is your problem? Why can't you make this go? You know, and so we really are kind of a yin and a yang in many respects. And, you know, I had to step back from pushing him so hard. I saw the potential, but he clearly did not. And so part of what we discovered about ourselves was as we worked on ourselves individually, I learned to work on just giving him space and letting go and not being frustrated. He worked on, you know, being proactive and not being a victim. And, you know, this took time. This took a lot of work. But I think the biggest thing that when I look back at that 6-month time frame was realizing that I had all this thinking going on in my head and I had not paid attention to it. It felt like this was something that just happened to you, not that I could choose or control or manage my thoughts. And at the very beginning, I realized I was quite judgy about things. And I realized that was a specific belief and action that I found about myself. That it's like, okay, so let's give yourself some time. Nobody cares about what you're thinking about this stuff. So just let it go. And it took a lot of that negative energy away, which was really, really helpful.
Wonderful. Letting go of judgment, discovering the victim. Yeah, very powerful.
It's been a theme in this conference.
Absolutely. Helen Stewart is wondering, do you use intuition and other inner senses like dream work in a conscious way in the development of the technical aspects of your work?
Very much so. Not so much dream. We really barely touched into the dream world, but intuition I rely on exclusively. I work in project management a bit, and we're supposed to have detailed plans about what's coming next and things like that. But I've found that focusing just a couple of feet in front of me actually lends itself to more productive and complete work. So if I figure out what all needs to happen for 3 weeks into the future, I'm not paying attention to what's happening right now and not able to react to it. So I'll often go into a meeting knowing where I want to go, but not having to be so concerned about the detailed steps to get there. Let's let the intuition, let's let the spontaneity happen. And it's amazing how much more productive we are when that happens.
Yeah. And I'll just jump in and add that I was one of these people who had to schedule everything down to the gnat's axe.
Yes.
Like minute by minute, every second,
Cleaner scheduler.
Yes. So that is not the way to live your life. Just don't do it. If you do it, there's way better ways. And the thing that I've learned to do is trust myself. And let me tell you, this has taken a lot of work. It's a constant project. But now, in terms of the intuition, when there's something I know I've got to do and I get really frustrated, I walk away and I just let myself get distracted or do something totally different. And I'm patient with myself to let things kind of mix around in I'll say the deep space, and then it shows up. But I've had to build a relationship with myself that I trust myself enough that it will show up. So it's kind of a give and a take, but I'll tell you, it's taken a lot of work to get there.
Definitely. I feel you on that. I know that. And maybe for this section, this could be our conclusion here. From Yvonne Bunamici, it says, often when imagining what I want, I can tell that in the background, I am truly thinking about loss, what I don't want. It seems to lurk insidiously in the background. Any hints on how to get rid of that?
Yes, I have the perfect line for you because I do this all the time. If something doesn't work the way you want it, then you let go and you say, there's something better coming. So that fear, that worry, if you have to kind of push it away a little bit. I mean, it takes a little bit of work, but when something doesn't quite work the way you want, then you just have to just say, okay, I accept it, let it go, and then know that there's something better that's going to be coming around the corner. You just can't see it yet. And that's how you build that self-trust, which then goes back to the intuition I was just talking about. So it's all connected.
Wonderful.
Oftentimes we're afraid to take the next step, right? We're afraid to move forward because we think we might mess up, right? We might make a wrong choice. That was one of the things that really held me back a long time back, is I was afraid I was going to make the wrong choice. Then I realized over quite some time, you really don't know whether you can make the wrong choice or not. Because what is the right choice? What is the wrong choice? You just can't tell.
Exactly.
So I just want to interject here. Is the live feed still going out? Because I lost it like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Yeah, it's been dead.
Oh, bummer.
It's still going out? Okay. Let's just trust, I guess, because I cannot get it.
Okay, well,
that's fine. So this is a great example, right? So we could easily get ourselves all caught up and wondering what's going on and why me and all that stuff. But it's like, this is fine. This will happen just the way it's supposed to happen. And we'll just flow into it. And if it's just the 5 or 7 of us that get to watch this seminar, then we're the 5 or 7 that's supposed to watch it.
That's right.
Indeed.
So we're just going to keep on going. Is that okay?
Yeah, and then let's make sure Jeff keeps checking in to make sure there is a live feed going out. And we'll trust the rest.
It'll all work out.
Okay, sounds good.
So we're going to get into the second portion that we're talking about right now. So once we've gotten ourselves into a place of calm, right, what do you do next, right? And this is where the second step comes in. Because once you're calm, your mind is open up to possibilities.
Yeah.
And you can see options that were once completely invisible.
Right. So the next step, surprise, surprise, is gaining clarity, right? This is where you can wake up in the morning and know what you want to do. And it could be something as simple as going to the grocery store, or it could be something big like a promotion. But when you have clarity, everything changes. And I remember we started to make a shift in our thinking on that trip to New Orleans several years ago, from what we didn't want to what we do want. And it took practice. I mean, let me tell you, we were living in negativity. And so we had to catch ourselves. So it was like paying attention and saying, stopping, no, Beth, you don't think like this anymore. And it was practice that happened over a period of, I do it all the time, but then I had to do it regularly. I had to stop myself. And it's been something that we've focused on now for years, to pay attention to what's working and what's good in our life, and not the negative stuff.
Right. And most of us don't know what we want. And instead we focus on what's bothering us, right? And as you all know, Seth said, you get what you concentrate upon, right? There is no other main rule. So that tells you, you should be focused on what you want, right? If you choose to focus on what you want, you need to know what it is, right? If you're wishy-washy about what you want, or worse, you only see what you want as the absence of what you don't want, right? I want this pain to go away. I wish people didn't hate me so much. Oh my gosh, this thing is a mess, right? You have no focus and no clarity. So imagine, right? This is back pre-COVID, right? You want to go out to dinner and you get into a taxi or an Uber and you start telling the driver that you don't want to go to the mall because it's so crowded and you really don't like the type of food that's served there. And also you don't want to go to any of those chain restaurants because the food's all the same. What's the driver going to say to you, right? You're going to say, what the heck are you talking about? Tell me where you want to go. Don't tell me where you don't want to go. But that's what a lot of us do, right? We talk about all the things, we complain about all these things. We rarely take the time to dive into the details of where we want to go, right? And what we want to do and how we want to feel, right? And this applies to the little things throughout the day and also the bigger things.
So knowing what you want is so important that we want everybody to take a minute or two, just on a piece of paper or type it into something on your computer, and write down what it is that you would like, something that you would want. Because and then you can share it in chat if you like, but the thing that's important is you actually do it. So take a few minutes and write something down, and then make sure once you have it written down that you keep it front and center through your day, through your week, and you continue to refine it. You continue to think about what it is you want. And we also tell people to kind of dream, let yourself, not like serious sleep dreaming, but like daydream, I guess. And the reason that's important is because you want to tap into the feeling of what it is that you want. What's the joy? What's the happiness? What's the contentment? What's the comfortability that comes with the thing that it is that you want?
Great.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm seeing that.
No problem. Well, we'll just keep going unless, Lily, you have any questions about that?
Let's see. Well, here's kind kind of an interesting one here. Again, it's sort of the process of how you're working with negative beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a reference to the video that we saw of Lawrence and sort of what he was talking about. He mentioned that sometimes he feels the pull to go back to, in his words, being a redneck and drinking a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I read that as to fall back asleep, to go back into unconsciousness. What triggers that desire in you, and how do you respond to it?
So what you're asking is how do you respond to the situation where you kind of slip back into the old self?
Yes, like you feel that pull, like before you know it, you're back in old habits.
Right. Well, so one thing that we do is we really, really try to pay attention to what we're thinking about. I mean, it really goes back to what we'd started this conversation with. My thoughts matter, and I can choose my thoughts. So the closer I can pay attention, the more attentive and intentional I can be as to what thoughts are going through my head, the easier it is for me to catch that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you're right, all of a sudden you just wake up and you go, oh my gosh, how did I get here, right? This doesn't happen nearly as much as it used to. When I was in depression land, I'd find myself in oh my gosh, where did this come from? I'd realize that I'd been living in depression for the last 3 months and hadn't even realized it. So that stuff just doesn't happen so much for me anymore. What about you, Beth? Because you run into challenges every once in a while too.
So going back to the comment I made about being, one of the things I realized is I was very judgy in my thinking, and it was really being that fly on the wall in my head and observing my thinking and my thoughts that really kind of gave me the guidance as to, well, do you want to think like this, or do you not want to think like this? So it was really asking myself that question. And when I asked the question, I asked myself, Beth, do you really want to think this way? Because when I put my name with it, it became very personal. It couldn't be just something that somebody says. And so that, having my name in there, calling myself out, if you will, was really a powerful way for me to pay attention and say, look, you do have a choice here. It's, it's up to you. I mean, other people will make their choices, but you get to make your own choices. If you choose not to, well, babe, you deal with it, girl. So that was really the way I did it. And it worked well for me. I'm not sure if it worked for everybody, but I think making sure it's personal is what's really important.
And based on that, we actually came up with a tool that we use, and I think it's available on our website. It's called the Wait a Minute tool.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole point of that is to catch yourself in those moments and say, wait a minute. What am I doing right now? Where's my head? Why am I going down this path, this mindset, this whole scenario planning that's not at all what I want to do? So just catching yourself and saying, wait a minute, what am I doing here? It gives you that breath, that it comes back to the calm too, right? It gives you a sense of calm so that now you get that space that you can think about, which way do I want to go? And I can be intentional about it. So just catching yourself is really, to us, the key to making those shifts to get yourself back on track.
And I'll just add, it's a whole lot easier to catch yourself before you go down the rabbit hole. It's about a while away, you have to pull out. So just, there's an incentive in there, perhaps.
Definitely. I mean, again, it can be seductive. I have even just heard my husband and I say to one another, oh, I just want to check my brain at the door. Consciousness is just too hard in this moment.
And that's why I go down and do some meditation. That's right. Come on, just chill out. Just chill. And the thing is too, that sometimes my mind is just a little too busy for a normal meditation. I use a guided meditation. Right? There's lots of powerful guided meditations, and they talk you through it. Whether it's Michael Seeley or Dawson Church, and there's lots of folks out there that have ways of helping you just kind of chill into where you are right now.
Beautiful. Fantastic. Okay.
Fantastic. All right. Well, we got one more step that we want to talk about, right? So having clarity is wonderful, but is it enough, right? Just knowing what you want. So let me ask you another question today, right? So have you ever seen somebody walk into a room and right away you can tell how they feel about themselves? Even on Zoom, right? You can see on Zoom calls, you can say, it's like, okay, this person looks different than the rest of them, right? Or maybe they don't feel especially confident in themselves, or maybe they're coming across super confident, right? They're strong, they're empowered, they look great and know what they're talking about. There's energy that all of us push out constantly, and we're able to read it, right? We know what people are feeling, whether we're tuned into it or not. So you want to pay attention to what you're putting out there, because everybody knows.
That's right. There's no secrets on this stuff. Everybody knows.
Yes.
The third step is being confident, right? So when we tried to sell our company, we went out with an investment banker to see, if there were any prospects out there. But the answer was always no. And at that time, we were walking into the room and we broadcast loser, because that's how we felt about ourselves. I mean, it was pretty obvious. And you could see why the answer was always no, right? Based on what Peter just said, and everybody here has had that experience. So today we think of ourselves very differently. We have an abundance of confidence in our abilities and think of ourselves as a success, even when we think back to that really difficult time, because we were able to work through it successfully. And we've now developed thinking habits that enhance and expand our confidence even when things get difficult.
And people often think that confidence comes from external praise, right? And having lots of success that you get recognized for. But it doesn't, right? So confidence comes from within. In fact, because it comes from within, it's so much more powerful, because people can't take it away from you. Now, what if I told you that you have blue hair, right? Now, I can't see everybody, or I can't see anybody for that matter on this call. And you might have blue hair, but my guess is you probably don't, right? Now, what's your automatic response when I said you had blue hair? You probably just dismissed it right out of hand, right? You know you don't have blue hair, and you just let it slide on by. But imagine you just finished a presentation at work, right? And you felt pretty good about it. And maybe even someone says, oh, you did a nice job. But maybe someone catches you out in the hallway, maybe someone you barely know, and they say that your presentation was a mess. You did a bad job. How would you feel then? Right? You would start to question yourself. Maybe you didn't do a good job. Now, when I said you had blue hair and you didn't believe me, that didn't bother you whatsoever, right? Because you're confident and your hair wasn't blue. But maybe you don't have that same level of confidence in your presentation skills, right? So if someone asks you or tells you, maybe someone you barely know, you start to question yourself. And that's why you want to build confidence from the inside out, so that you know, and other people's opinions really don't have any impact on you.
Yeah. And oftentimes people think, oh, you're just born with confidence. This person just has a lot of self-confidence. But in fact, you really develop it over your lifetime with the different experiences you have each and every day. So looking at a list of things that you've put together, things that you've done well, things you're proud of, doesn't necessarily need to be what other people tell you, but what you think is really good work. That's a great way to start to begin to see yourself as a success, which in turn helps you to build your confidence. And now let me ask you a question. Peter already asked one, let me ask you another one. So how many of you regularly look back at your accomplishments as a practice? Okay? It's a really simple habit that you can use to develop and give yourself credit, recharge yourself with positive feedback, positive memories, positive experiences, especially when things are tough. If you make them, now another I'm going to shift here a little bit, but if you think about yourself going through the day and you make a mistake, Do you rehash that mistake again and again? Do you ruminate over making that mistake? Do you tend to think about yourself negatively? It takes a little bit of effort to refocus your thinking, but it makes a world of difference. You build confidence every time you think about yourself in a positive way and you think about yourself as a success. And when you do it on a regular basis, that's when you start to build that energy that builds up your confidence. Really, really important.
So one of the ways we use to judge whether you're building up confidence.
We're not judging people. What are you talking about?
Well,
assessing.
Exactly. It's already helping people, right? Is to ask, are you your best friend? Right? So how do you treat yourself when you're talking to yourself? Are you using your friendly voice, your encouraging voice, your empowering voice, or are you using your condescending voice or your sarcastic voice, your snidey voice? Right? Listening to yourself makes a huge, huge difference to whether you think of yourself as your best friend or an enemy that wants to beat yourself up.
Right.
It makes a humongous difference in building up your confidence when you have your best friend in your corner that's trying to tell you all the good things that you're doing and encouraging you to make it all happen.
Right. I mean, think about it. If you're somebody's best friend, or you've got somebody that you're best friends with, would you say those same things to your best friend that you say to yourself? And if the answer is a big fat no, well, then I would seriously go back and rethink about how you think about yourself, because you can choose that. You get to choose that. Nobody's telling you that. You can choose that. And that's a good example of a belief that just gets in your way. You're tripping over all over the place, and it's deflating your world for you.
And we talk about you can choose all the time. And like we mentioned earlier, You Can Choose is the name of our organization. You can choose.info if you're interested in looking at there. And that's where we talk a little bit more about calm, clarity, and confidence, right? Because we use these practices every day to help us become who we want to be, right? We've shifted our thinking because we're more calm. We meditate every day. We have clarity. We think about what's important to us. And then over time, because we have those first two in place, we've developed more and more confidence to go after and be successful what we're doing.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Yeah. So we really enjoyed our opportunity to get together with you today. It looks like our videos did go down on
YouTube,
but it's up and running in other places. So if there are questions that Lilia you're able to pull in, we'd love to get a chance to answer those.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. While we were with the feed on Facebook, people just again sharing people have been readers of Seth from probably the 70s, maybe the longest running, and up until with ranging just within 6 months of a transformative experience. So there's quite a range. And it seems that meditation is definitely something that people do, and gratitude practice.
Yes.
Gratitude. That's
gratitude
another
is
one that has
so
come
great.
up.
I mean, just thinking about where you are right this minute and all the beautiful things you have around you, right? It's so easy to get caught up in reading the newspaper or listening to what people are complaining about. It just takes you down into all these little cycles. So I'm glad gratitude and appreciation come up there, because it's just, if you can immerse yourself in that, it brightens your whole day.
It's pretty hard to be pissy when you're grateful, I'll say.
Yes, they can't coexist in the same space.
That's right. So fill yourself up with that. There's no room for the other.
Absolutely. So you talked about confidence and really building that from within. And I loved how you said that you're not born with it, that you cultivate it. And yesterday, EJ's presentation, the closing presentation for the day, really made great reference to that, how the habit of perfectionism really erodes confidence. So I'm wondering what your experiences with perfectionism have been.
Oh my gosh.
And how you worked with them.
So that is a word, that's a good example of a word that does not belong in your vocabulary. Because by the way, if there is ever anything perfect, how would you ever know it's perfect? And oh, by the way, whatever you have at some point that seems perfect, it's going to change. That's just life. And so having the ability to flex and bend is so important. And even though there's been, this last year, I mean, COVID's been a huge challenge for so many people around the entire world. On the other hand, there's a whole lot of opportunities in there because all the assumptions we've had before don't matter. They don't make sense anymore. So what are you going to do about it? How are you going to move forward with that? And so having a view of perfection assumes that there's something that can be perfect versus be open to all the possibilities. You can't know what the possibilities are. I remember years ago, there's a guy that we met who was at SLAC at Stanford, which is their linear accelerator. They do a lot of amazing experiments there. And I remember he talked about something called dark energy and dark matter. And if you think about that, that makes up so much more of the universe. And we only know a little bitty sliver. So I've told people, if you think you have 5 senses, maybe you have 250,000 senses. You just don't know what all the other ones, just 5 are. Well, guess what? If you're not open to all the possibilities, you're missing out on so much stuff.
Exactly.
So there's no such thing as perfect. That's a word that shouldn't even be in the dictionary.
Can I read a short little piece here from our book, You Can Choose?
Sure.
So it's called In Search of Perfection. In search of perfection. Have you ever wanted to be perfect or have a situation turn out perfectly? Well, what is perfection? It implies once it's reached, there is nothing better, no way to improve upon it. But doesn't that depend on the person's perspectives? We've all been in situations where the temperature is just right for us, only to have someone adjust the thermostat to meet their needs. When we strive for perfection, we miss out on all the aspects of life that give it color and depth. We may want perfect kids and perfect homes and perfect friends, but when we miss out on all the fun experiences that spontaneously happen from deviations away from our perfect something, instead of perfection, think of fabulous. A fabulous outcome can have good parts and some not so good parts. It is an accepting of all those parts that makes it fabulous.
Oh, that is fabulous. That's wonderful. Oh, love that. Really love that. And also how you really got to our quality of talk, also inner talk, inner dialogue, and to being our best friend. That's also very, very helpful. So just personally, Beth, Peter, you've been doing a lot of your work within the context of business. And business can be a place also that for many in our community, they have wounding. It's a source of there's wounding there, and working with it, and then feeling, as you described, Peter, a victim within it. So I'm wondering, from a broader perspective, what do you see as the area of greatest potential for healing and transformation of corporate culture?
Interesting. Awesome question. So the thing that's so important is remembering, first off, it's all about you. And it's not about anybody else unless you choose to allow it to be about somebody else. So you have the ability to choose right there, right up front. Now, if your boss is yelling at you or a customer is yelling at you and this and that, just be in the moment, but understand that you can choose exactly how you're going to react to that. And it's from that place of calm that really gives you all the energy and all the ability to move through it. The other thing that you can do, other than in the moment, like I just described, is you can start to think about what you want in terms of experience at work. So I want this part of my boss to show up that's kind, that's generous, that's grateful, that appreciates me. And you focus on that, and you don't focus on the negative stuff, because that's what we did, and guess what? We were in a pretty negative place. Yep. So you have that choice, and you have to sometimes remind yourself regularly, wait, I gotta think. I don't want to think like this anymore. I want to think differently. So it takes practice. But the great thing is it's easy to do if you keep doing it. It gets easier and easier and better. So I think those two things would be the way I really use to kind of launch yourself forward tomorrow morning, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, because a lot of us focus on how do I change society? How do I change corporate? How do I make the world a better place? And the great thing about it, you only have one person that you ever have to make a better anything of.
You.
And it's just you. Because as soon as you start making a change to yourself, everything out there changes around you. Yep. So you don't have to go and make your company better. You don't have to make society better. You don't have to just make yourself better. Think about yourself in such a better way. And then all of a sudden the world will just become more and more and more like you want it to be.
Mm-hmm. So sort of you can take the pressure off.
Absolutely. That's right. Exactly. You're the only one that puts it on, so you can take it off, right? Mm-hmm. So it's all up to you. It's all about you.
And it really comes back to your thoughts matter, and you can choose your thoughts. I mean, honestly, if you could just stick with that, everything works and makes a difference, right? The company doesn't matter because you matter, right? Once you figure it out yourself, then the company will translate into who they want to be, or you won't work there after a little while because they're not ready for you, right? There's so many folks that I talk to that says, I'm losing so many of my friends. I go, well, they probably weren't really your friends. Yeah. Right? Because
there's better friends out there for you. It's like moving forward.
Because you're now stepping up for yourself, right? You're standing up, you're asking for what you want, and these people are no longer, they're not there for you anymore. It's because they really weren't there for you before. They like the old you who was a victim. They don't like the new you who's empowered.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's so glad that you remind us of that, Peter, because yes, definitely that may happen. And so again, walking the path in trust, it's because you're moving closer to what you do want. Yeah. It is materializing, and this is the process. Sometimes some things they leave.
Exactly.
Very
that's
true.
Okay. Let them
and
go.
That's okay.
Move on.
Absolutely. Yes, so I think we are at 5:04, and I'm checking in with our illustrious team, Tom and Jeff. How are we doing just in terms of how this is calibrating? We're kind of feeling our way. Sorry? Okay, nice discovery. Fantastic. Yeah, in a way, it's an amazing problem to have. It's been rich and it's been fantastic. So it's just such a bright way to kind of bookend here.
Yeah, and I feel like your guys' presentation was just a really nice way to bring closure to the conference, because you really brought it down from the really heady level of the Seth material to very practical, everyday ways that we can implement the material, and just those everyday steps that we can take to really transform our lives, and really bringing it back to, we do create our own reality, but taking it out of this metaphysical realm and into practical everyday action, where it's just that moment to moment, how we're choosing the thoughts that we think, the beliefs that we buy into, which then generate all the feelings, the thoughts, the behaviors. It's always coming back to us. And that's how we began the conferences, with this idea of how can we step into our own true power and really implement the Seth material in our own lives. So it's been a really great bookend here to finish with you two. So thank you.
Our pleasure.
Our pleasure. Yeah, we really enjoyed being a part of the Seth Conference. I'm so happy that you guys put this together. It turned out wonderful.
Yeah, we're honored that you asked us. I mean, it's like, wow. It's like, wow.
Fabulous. Fabulous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, great. So we'll say goodbye to you two, and then we'll just give a sense of closure between us three here. And Jeff, maybe you can also bring yourself in to live view as well, because we know you're not on the live feed at this time. So thank you. And we wish you a fun, good evening to you too.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Much love.
All right. And Jeff, are you going to bring yourself in? Oh, you got in. Okay,
Yay.
great. All right. So it's just us three now. And so I just want to begin to bring it in with appreciation and just so much gratitude. First of all, for these two wonderful beings, my co-creators, Jeff, the technical wizardry, the ability to manage multiple streams of information, some pre-recorded, some live, coming in from many angles, from different parts of the world, different time zones, the ability to technically mastermind it, similarly to the way the higher mind masterminds, the soul, the oversoul, all these aspect cells and the interconnections. Jeff, you're really crystallizing that on the physical realm, enabling all of us to communicate in this incredible matrix that you're just holding technologically. It's just really profound. So thank you for that technical wizardry. Mm-hmm. We bow down to that because it's just amazing. So thank you. And Lilia, I want to thank you for your incredible graciousness in working with people and really being able to amalgamate the questions that are coming in through the chat, weaving it in with, questions that you're channeling yourself and just funneling that in for the presenters and engaging in this beautiful dialogue with them. I really see this amazing co-creation and you do it with one, then you do it with the next, then you do it with the next. And after a while, you realize you have the skill of working with all these different energy types, different people. Some are more heady, some are more coming through the heart, some are more action-oriented, some are more theoretical. And you're just able to weave that together and just keep that flow of the conference going. So thank you as well for bringing your incredible skill to the table.
Thank you.
And so I then, of course, want to thank all the speakers who really showed up. We didn't even create it. We acted on this impulse to bring this conference into manifestation. And so thank you for all the speakers that showed up and said yes, that got on board, because we really started all weaving together this incredible harmonization and matrix. It's like weaving this string of pearls together. All of you that said yes, every time someone came on board, the vision got bigger and bigger and bigger. Another way of putting it is that, it was already done in Framework 2. And every person that says yes reveals another facet of this multidimensional crystal. Each yes, another facet. And the conference literally just revealed itself to us in its completed form. It's like, and then we're just channeling it into existence. So everyone that said yes, it's just this another light came on, and it's incredible. And we appreciate your effort. We know for some of you, it was a little bit out of your comfort zone, working with this video format, the delayed time, and going between pre-recorded and live, and dealing with all the manifestations of technology. Whereas before we used to just get up on stage and give a good old presentation, we're dealing with a completely different medium now. So thank you for saying yes to that and embracing the challenge and really stepping up to that. And some of these presentations, all of them had this incredible charm, and everyone it was like this pieces of a puzzle, click, 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 click. And we're just doing our best to create a sequence and an arrangement of speakers. But it was really we're seeing as the conference plays out, how one speaker's, their presentation kind of leads into the second one. And there's this weaving of consciousness that we couldn't even figure out with our physical minds. We just see after the fact that, oh, that went really well together. Oh, I can see why this person spoke there. And so we're seeing the emergence of all of this. And so thank you for all the speakers who really put their heart and soul into this and really showed up and became a part of this multidimensional crystal that we created together. And thank you for all the people who tuned in from all over the world for being in this field, because you are as much a part of this creation as all of us have been. And each of you is a facet of this multidimensional crystal. And we're literally bringing together, as we weave ourselves together, we're creating a new society. We're implementing the material and vibrating. And that vibration, when we co-create together like this, come together like this, we send out a beacon, a light, a frequency, a calling, and it attracts more people. It's like we give permission for others to do more of this. And we all know how in the last several years, the world has really gone through a lot of negativity and a lot of change and a lot of transformation. We see that there's certain channels out there that are spewing, all kinds of negativity, toxicity. So it's almost like anything goes. And that's the ultimate permission to step into our vibration, because, if that can go in the world, certainly the love vibration has a place, absolutely has a place. So I encourage each and every one of you to act on your impulses, even as you acted on the impulse to be a part of this conference, to really step into that and continue that and allow yourself to be the beacon of light and to spread this vibration. If you're inspired to share your gift with the world, now is the time. We're ready. The world is ready for your unique gift, and you have that incredible, unique gift to share. And I just, may this conference be an inspiration and allow you to really bring that into the world. And with that being said, the three of us, having acted on this passion, on this impulse, we're realizing that what is being revealed to us as we speak even is a larger umbrella that we call the Modern Mystic Mystery School, which is a larger umbrella that will be a place where more and more of us can share our unique gifts with the world. And so with that, look for more exciting adventures that we will engage in. And we are creating that sense of umbrella, within which more and more of you can come out and share your gifts. We'll facilitate that through interviews, through future conferences, and creating a space, a platform, and a launch pad that more and more of us can ascend and follow those impulses into more and more of our true natural selves. So with that, I want to open it up to Jeffrey and Lilia, if you want to have anything to add to this beautiful closure here now. I see.
I just want to add, Tom, thank you to you. Deep, deep gratitude. You have been an incredible visionary for this journey. You've really held the seed of creation here and then followed that spark, nurtured and cultivated with so much care. I am astonished that it's only been a year that I've known you. And things have blossomed and materialized that beyond our dreams in many ways. Yes. I mean, I think what brought us together is the vision of the mystery school, to really dive in. And then before you know it, you're channeling. Before you know it, you're putting together a conference. Before you know it, all of these amazing steps. So I just want to thank you for your visionary self, for believing in yourself, and really holding that tone for us. And being that light, guiding us forward. Thank you. Deep gratitude for you. And not to mention, of course, your amazing presentation abilities. That goes without saying. But just that role of vision, it's tremendous. Thank you.
Thanks. I received that.
Yes.
As I learned to say from you this morning, like taking it in and following on what EJ has said, rather than kind of diminishing ourselves, just allowing ourselves at least to receive, when someone gives gratitude, I received that. Thank you.